What's up, Raider Nation? Welcome to another edition of the Silver and Black Lounge, the home of unfiltered Raiders talk. If you love the Silver and Black, you've come to the right place. Hit the like button, subscribe, turn on notification because we're live every single week talking everything Raiders. Tonight's show is absolutely loaded because former Raiders safety Jonathan Abram has everyone talking after a cryptic message that appears to take aim at former Raiders coach Josh McDaniels. Abram has suggested McDaniels ruined everything they built and accused him of sabotaging the organization before heading back to New England. So the question tonight is, was Abram speaking for Raider Nation, or is this frustration boiling over years later? We'll break down what was said, what it could mean, and whether McDaniels' era has left scars the Raiders are still trying to overcome. We'll also discuss whether the current regime has finally turned the page and if the franchise is headed in the right direction under John Spytek and Clint Kubiak. Question of the night, poll for the night. Do you agree with Jonathan Abrams' comment about Josh McDaniels, or do you think it's time for Raider Nation to move on? Let us know in the chat. Grab your drinks, represent the Silver and Black, and let's get the conversation started. This is the Silver and Black Lounge. Let rock.
Which team, by colors alone, is identifiable around the world?
The autumn wind is a Raider.
Which team, by slogan, commitment to excellence?
Pillaging just for fun.
Just win, baby.
He'll knock you round.
All those things
Then upside down
are the Raiders.
and laugh when he's conquered and won.
When you have great coaches, then after you have great coaches, you get great players. You have a great organization, and you tell them one thing: just win.
He's blowing up. Raiders!
Just win, baby.
The greatest offseason for a single team in NFL history.
Not only have the number one overall pick, they have a pick in every single round of the draft.
Welcome to the dark side, my friend.
Let's go, baby.
Raiders select Ashton Jenkins.
Houston, goodbye! Bowers made the catch! Reach the 5! Touchdown! Over the middle, flies up in the air, back picked off by Mark!
The greatness of the Raiders is in its future.
What is going on, Raider Nation, man? It's the Silver and Black Lounge. I'm your host, Raider Ben, man. We here every single week talking all things Raiders, whatever may come up, and sometimes we just be free balling, man. But, you know, right now it's the off season. There ain't really much going on. So whenever something comes up, we going to be here live and direct to address it to the nation, man. You feel me? So regardless of what channel you're watching this stream on, man, this is the NWA, the Nation with Attitude. You are tuned in with the world's most dangerous chat. Whether you are on Dirty's channel or you are on my channel, you're on Black's channel, you're on Nutty Raider Nate's channel, man, wherever you may be. Take 2 seconds, man. Hit the like button. Hype up the stream if you saw this after, man. It helps the channels more than you guys may know. Like I said, we don't ask for much over here. We ask for a simple like, a subscription. I want to come on here first and foremost, give a big shout out, man, to all my new subscribers, man. Everybody that's welcome, that's new to the channel, bro. We appreciate you guys taking your time out of your life, man, to come tune into the network. You're in the lounge. We're drinking some beers, talking Raiders, keeping it cool. Like I said, unfiltered, the home of unfiltered Raiders talk. We're going to come on here. We're going to talk our shit. We're going to smoke our shit. That's the Raider way, man. You feel me? As much I really didn't fuck with Antonio Pierce, you feel me? That slogan definitely represents the Raiders. You feel me? So The main topic of tonight's show, we're going to talk about Jonathan Abram, former Raiders first-round pick. Has gone on Instagram while driving past Allegiant Stadium and was reminiscing a little bit on his time in Vegas. And as I'm talking, man, Dirty is in the building. What up with you, Dirty? What up with you, brother?
Man? What's going on?
Shit, you know, over here just basking in the ambience of what is the Raiders off season. You know what I'm saying? Trying to grab on any kind of straws we can grab on for content at this point. So we here. We talked about Justin Jefferson the other night, and tonight we gonna talk about Jonathan Abram. It ain't never a dull moment in Raider Nation, folks. I say this all the time. It's never a dull moment. The poll in the chat for the channel is get your votes in the poll. We need to know your thoughts, Nation. Do you guys agree with Jonathan Abram's comment about Josh McDaniels tearing it apart? As you can see the post right here. Or do you think that Jonathan Abram is like a sour ex-girlfriend? Because I've also seen that lately, man. Motherfuckers, oh, Jonathan Abram just mad because he don't play there no more. I mean, there may be a truth to a little bit of that regardless. But I'd be willing to go on a limb and say most Raider fans are going to agree with the statement on the screen right now. I know me and my squad, my circle, my team, you feel me? My camp, we was all on the verge of we didn't want Josh McDaniels. You can go back and look up the receipts yourself. We didn't fuck with Josh McDaniels. We didn't want Josh McDaniels. But at the end of the day, we always supporting with him because he was a damn Raider. But outside of that, bro, I agree with this statement right here. How you feel about the whole Jonathan Abram situation, Dirty, and this whole post that we got here presented on the screen? What up, Bruce?
I personally don't have an issue with what he said.
Hey, Will. SA.
I've been saying this shit for years.
Sinister. Okay.
You know what I mean? I personally been saying this shit for years. So
Pistol.
This is not a disgruntled player saying shit just because he's mad. This is the truth. These are facts. Like,
no lies detected.
Yeah. Right. All right. He literally ruined the team and then left to go back to where he was at. I know he got fired, but I'm just saying, like, you know, you ruined a team that was playoff bound. You literally ruined it. You got rid of Derek Carr. You had no backup plan for who you was gonna bring in. You brought in the porno banger. You know what I mean? Like, you did the same. He did the same shit he did to the Broncos. Bro.
I'm good, man. How are you?
He did the exact same thing that he did to the Broncos, bro, which was destroy a halfway decent team that was on the verge of getting somewhere. He totally destroyed that. He got outcoached by two interim coaches. The one before him and the one after him. Both outcoached him. So
and this ain't no diss towards Antonio Pierce, bro. But imagine getting outcoached by Antonio Pierce, bro.
You got outcoached by Bisaccia and fucking Pierce.
And Bisaccia.
You got outcoached by a special teams coordinator and a linebackers coach.
Some people just aren't fit to be head coaches, bro.
I said that when we hired him. He's not fit to be a head coach. I saw what he did in Denver.
I mean, like the writing was on the wall, gang. Like, you knew that. I mean, Dirty, you ain't stupid, bro. Like, me, you, neither one of us. I mean, we may have been born at night, gang, but we wasn't born last night. You feel me? Like, we knew. That's what I think. That's what really bothers me the most, Dirty. Is like people act like they don't see it. Like you don't see it. Like the stats aren't there. Like the numbers aren't presented to you on a silver platter, and you just like it's like you just fail to acknowledge it or something.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Like,
What up, Ahmad? Yeah, I've watched I've seen a couple games of the World Cup, dude. But I mean, if you go back and you look at what was the 2021 Raiders, bro, you know what I'm saying, with Gruden and what was left of Bisaccia, we finished second in the AFC West. We qualified for the playoffs as a wild card team, and we lost to the Cincinnati Bengals, bro, like the last play of the game, right? And then you fast forward 1 year later. What up, JT? And you fast forward 1 year later, bro, to 2022. We finished 6-11, finished third in the AFC West, missed the playoffs. Bro, we added Devontae Adams, and fucking Josh Jacobs had like an all-pro season and led the league in rushing, and we got worse.
Got worse.
Oh, that's nasty work. Like I say, bro, motherfuckers be like, oh, this is the Raider way. That's the Raider way, bro. That's the Raider way right there, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Raiders fuck around and go to the playoffs, and 1 year later lose all of our head coaches and shit. Bring in this other ass head coach, and then be worse. Get worse, dog. Like, bro, when you see a team make the playoffs, bro, you expect them, you feel me, to maybe go to the playoffs for a couple years. You feel me? At least be in that realm of the playoffs, bro. We went from 10 wins to 6. Like, bro, you get 6 wins, you ain't sniffing the ass crack of the playoffs, dude.
No.
And no, you're right. That Colts game against Jeff Saturday was fucking terrible, dude. Like that was blasphemy, dude.
What up, JT?
That was blasphemy. Hey, bro, JT plays Diablo, bro. I was live the other day, fucking playing Diablo, and JT was like, bro, I didn't know you played this shit. Me and JT was live on YouTube playing fucking Diablo and shit. That shit was pretty cool.
I don't even know what the fuck that is.
Diablo's like a computer game. They've transferred over to console. It's like an RPG type game. Yeah, I be streaming games and shit just like in the off season and shit. And he pulled up, he's like, bro, I didn't know you played this shit. JT was coming through, bro. His fucking build was hella overpowered. He was just running through everybody, bro. I was getting all the money. He was killing everything for me and shit. Anyways, that's besides the point. Shout out to JT, man. Appreciate you, bro. But the craziest thing is, bro, it's like, how do you go and get Devontae Adams, you feel me, Derek Carr's best friend, have Josh Jacobs have the best year of his career, stay healthy for all 16 games or whatever, and be worse? Like, I don't get it. What up, James? It just don't make no sense to me. And you know what's crazy is a lot of Raider fans, when Josh McDaniels came to the Raiders, a lot of Raider fans like, bro, he's about to come over here and just sabotage this shit. Like that was a lot of Raider fans said that shit. And I was like, I don't know. I don't really want to believe. I don't really want to get too much into conspiracy and shit, especially because it's the Raiders. I didn't want to think he was going to come over here and sabotage us. But, when you start hearing shit like this out of former players' mouths, it just kind of makes you second guess some things. Like, that shit's weird. That's like point. I feel like that's against the law. Like he said, that motherfucker should go to prison. I agree. That's bullshit. This motherfucker was literally breaking the law. Like, he was coming over here and just fucking us on purpose. Like, that's like, I think there's a rule against point shaving. Is that not point shaving? I would consider that like probably worse than point shaving. What up, Nutty Reader Nate? What up with you, brother?
What up, Nate?
What's man? What's good?
We taking a break from beating up on Max Crosby, and we're beating up on Josh McDaniels tonight. That's all.
You can't really call it point shaving because he's not playing. You know what I mean?
But, what is that? Coaching malpractice?
No, that's not. He's not a doctor, bro.
That's why I said coaching malpractice, guy.
Hell nah, bro. That's literally like that's career sabotage, bro. You know what I mean?
And like I get that it may have been time to move on from Derek Carr. This motherfucker was more known for benching Derek Carr and getting Devontae Adams and doing fucking nothing, bro, than like anything else. He's not outside of that. Nobody even thinks about Josh McDaniels doing shit, but just fucking our whole team. Pause. Like, all he did was fuck our team up. Lost Waller, lost Jacobs, lost Carr, lost Devontae, fucking lost everybody, dude. Like, in 1 year, we went from fucking a team that may have a chance to compete for the future to a team that was worth a fuck, dude, in 1 year.
What can you say, man? What can I say, brother?
It's the Raider way. That's what I can say. That's the Raider way, dog. That's why, bro, me and my girl had a long ass conversation about the Raiders, bro, last night. And it's crazy, bro. Like, I get drunk and I just, like, when I'm talking to my girl and I just go on these long ass tangents about the Raiders, and she gets it, bro, because she knows I love the fucking team, bro. But it's crazy, bro. Like, as much fucked up shit that happens to us, bro, I feel like the fact that we have more negative shit ever go our way than positive shit, that's just the Raider way, in my opinion, bro. Like, us getting fucked over, that's the Raider way, bro. The Raider way ain't winning shit. The Raider way ain't committing to excellence. The Raider way is either getting fucked over by the league or losing. Like, I hate to say it, but that's just my opinion on the Raiders now, bro. It sucks. It sucks, bro. Like, of course we would get Josh McDaniels. There was fucking 5 other teams that probably had a coach opening, and guess who we get? Fucking Josh McDaniels. Like, bro, come on, gang. Like, out of everybody,
bro. That's why Mark Davis stepped down. Was like, man, I can't do this. No, you cannot, bro. You can no longer decide who's gonna be the head coach of this team, man. He had to hire some people who can make better decisions. And that's what he did, man, because the decisions he was making was just terrible. Telesco? Seriously? That was awful. That was a match made in hell, bro. Telesco and fucking
he had Ziegler. Telesco was after Josh McDaniels.
I know, but I'm saying Telesco paired with AP was fucking.
Okay. I didn't know what
that was. Yeah, that was the disaster made in heaven. You know what I mean? Made in hell. Like, that was. They didn't like each other, bro. They did not like each other.
Tom Brady's got
to check this out. In 2022, under Josh McDaniels, with all the upgrades, right? With Devontae, Josh Jacobs playing fucking lights out, all that shit, right? The Raiders coming off a playoff season. 9 of our 11 losses the next season, bro, were by 1 possession. And multiple of those losses, dog, were like blown leads. Like, bro, we were up, what was it, the Cardinals game? We were up like, what, 21 points? 21 or something against the Cardinals, 17 points, and lost. The biggest blown lead in Raider history, bro. That's all I kept hearing during the game. This is going to be the biggest. If the Raiders find a way to lose this, it's going to be the biggest blown lead in NFL history, like, or not. But in Raiders history, I'm like, oh, bro, no fucking way. No fucking way, dog. And then Hunter Renfrow got knocked out in overtime, bro, and the rest was history, dog. This motherfucker got knocked out in overtime and was never the same. That ended Hunter Renfrow's career right there. When he hit that dude, that was it, dog.
I knew he wouldn't.
What up, Circus?
I knew he was getting fired. I knew he wasn't going to keep his job very long, bro.
What up, Packer fan? Appreciate you, bro. Boy, he got cracked by Isaiah Simmons, bro. I don't remember a Raider getting hit that hard in a long time, bro. Maybe since like Johnny Lee Higgins got killed versus the Steelers, dude. Or now, was it Johnny Lee Higgins or Darius Hayward Bay? One of them got absolutely obliterated by the Steelers, dude. Isaiah Simmons hit that dude with the wrath of fucking Satan when he hit Hunter Renfrow, dude. Like, I was like, oh my God. Like, I didn't even feel bad that Hunter Renfrow fumbled that ball. I wouldn't say I didn't feel bad. I mean, I didn't judge him for fumbling that ball, dude, because he got fucking whacked, bro. And we all know, dude, Hunter Renfrow's a little guy, dude. Like, he came into the league, bro. He was super undersized, no muscle, like nothing. And Isaiah Simmons, bro, a former first-round pick, dog, like SEC, fucking all-American linebacker, dude. I mean, Isaiah Simmons really wasn't good in the NFL, but in college, bro, he was like that. Boy, he hit that dude with the wrath of Satan, dog. He went down there with the intent to hurt Hunter Renfrow, dog. And he did just that, bro. He hurt Hunter Renfrow, dislodged Hunter Renfrow from the ball, and won the game for the Arizona Cardinals. And I almost spit my beer out, dude, when we lost the game like that. And the Raiders were already in field goal range. They were already in field goal range against Arizona, dude. And instead of running the ball, you want to throw a fucking flat route to Hunter Renfrow, dude, who like had already got hit like earlier in that game really hard. And you throw it to him again. And it cost us the game. Like, it was just insane, bro. Circus said, don't forget the magic number of 17-3 with McDipshit when the score was 17-3 in our favor. We would choke. Anytime we were up 14 points, we'd lose.
You could say Hunter was the hunted that day.
Yeah, Hunter was the hunted. Exactly, dog. for sure.
Fucked up.
I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know. I felt like Derek. I'm not gonna put this on. This ain't gonna be about Derek, but I felt like at that position, bro, we should have been running the ball. I don't know why we were throwing the ball anymore. The game was over. The next score won the game, and instead of just sticking to football and doing what probably every fucking analytic would say to do, which is run the ball. What was it, like first or second down, like early downs? It wasn't a go-to must-have third down. Run the ball, get some positive yardage. But no, you want to do some dumb shit. No, you're right. You're right, Charm City. He put Renfro to bed, dude. Renfro was sleeping before he even hit the ground, dude.
Yeah, that wasn't DC fault though.
No, I'm not saying it's on DC. The only reason why I mentioned is I felt like DC probably should have checked to a run. And the only reason why I mentioned that is because he checked to a run that Seattle game, won the game with the Josh Jacobs run in Seattle. I feel like at that point he should have realized this call ain't gonna work, dude, and just checked to a run.
Well,
But
you gotta
it is
remember
what it is.
him and McDaniels was battling, so he basically had to do what he wasn't given the free rein.
I was gonna make that argument too until he fucking made that play against Seattle. I mean, he called the run for Jacobs.
That had nothing to do with McDaniels. That wasn't with McDaniels. That was with
McDaniels called a pass play and Derek Carr checked to a run, just like McDaniels called a pass play.
McDaniels wasn't even the coach. McDaniels wasn't the coach when we beat Seattle like that.
When we were that season when Josh Jacobs led the league in rushing, that was under Josh McDaniels.
No, it wasn't. That win, that run, that was not under him.
Who was it then?
That was fucking Gruden.
No, it wasn't, bro. It was after.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. That was not under McDaniels. That was not under McDaniels. And if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. But man, I swear for God, that wasn't under McDaniels, bro. Because that was the same season we did we did motherfucking the Saints dirty. You know what I mean? That was the same season.
Wow.
The only positive that we had under Josh McDaniels is that Josh Jacobs led the league in rushing and we got Devontae Adams. Yeah, see, JT
says,
said right there. That was
the game before DC got benched.
That was under McDaniels.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, it was because DC got benched under McDaniels. DC got, I didn't know it was that was the next game, but yeah, it would the Raiders were pretty much out at that point. We had to play the Niners the last game of the year, and he benched Derek Carr the last game of the year against the 49ers and started fucking Nathan Peterman. I remember because I was at that game. I was in Vegas.
We benched him after the Pittsburgh game.
Oh, it was the Pittsburgh game, huh?
It was a snow game, and fucking they benched him.
See, there you go, JT. Derek Carr was like, fuck this play, and he checked out of it, and Josh Jacobs broke and won the game. Because they even said that shit after the game, fucking that Derek Carr kicked out of it. That's why I would have made that argument with you too, Dirty. But like Derek Carr was checking out of shit. You feel me? Like I said, I don't want to make this about Derek. That's irrelevant. I'm just saying, like it was at the end of the day, it was a bad play call. Nonetheless, Derek Carr did his job. He's the quarterback. The coach called the play. He ran the play. I get it. So I'm not knocking him for that. I just felt like, you feel me? If you were gonna check out of plays later in the year and plays that won you the game, I felt like he should have checked out of that. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, it was that shitbag dude.
Yeah, that's the only thing that we had positive under Josh McDaniels is that was the first year that I ever seen the Raiders run the zone blocking scheme to perfection, because Josh McDaniels ran zone blocking, which the Raiders have notoriously historically never ran zone good. And Josh McDaniels brought in a zone blocking scheme, and Josh Jacobs led the league in rush and had his first All-Pro season behind it.
You look.
It wasn't working though.
That right there, that's even more evidence that he was here to fucking sabotage the Raiders. How the fuck you get mad because your quarterback checked to another play that won the fucking game? How do you get mad? You supposed to come up to him and be like, hey man, great fucking job, man. You saw something I didn't see. No, he didn't want to win, bro. And I saw a question earlier that said if Josh McDaniels would have drafted a quarterback, would Mark let him stay longer? No, he would not have. And that quarterback that he drafted probably would have been out of here too. Well, no, because AOC's still here. So I don't know. But no, I honestly believe he wouldn't be here. I guarantee you, he wouldn't still be here.
Cheers, chat. Hit the like button, man. Welcome to another edition of Silver and Black Lounge, man. The home of unfiltered Raiders talk, man. The home of the debate show where motherfuckers don't get their feelings hurt. You feel me? And if they do, they get beat up real bad, you son of a bitch.
Yeah, bro, he's a fucking undercover spy. Sent in by the NFL to destroy us. Tom Brady's here to finish the job. Keep an eye on that motherfucker. You muted. Mute.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm so good on that guy, bro. I'm so cool on fucking Josh McDaniels, bro. I'm straight. Any and everybody that got something to say about him, I'm gonna agree with him.
He doesn't deserve to have a job, bro. He should be banned from the NFL.
No, he can be a coordinator because that's what he's good at, being a coordinator. That's it. You're not a head coach. Anybody gives you a head coaching opportunity, they deserve to lose their job.
Only one Davis, huh?
That's why him and the fucking GM got fired at the same time.
Fucking Marky Mark the Markster. Shit. Oh yeah, hold on.
What up? Let's see. What do we got in the chat? Charm City said, just for that, we're gonna continue to beat the Pats because of what McDummy did to us.
Sounds good to me.
I know this upcoming game against the Pats this year, this shit ain't about to be no walk in the park. They definitely looking to beat our ass. I ain't gonna lie. And it's in their stadium. They definitely looking for revenge. I don't know. I don't have the Raiders beating the Patriots this year, but you feel me? I like the energy. I like the energy for surely. I don't, like I said, I don't have much expectations for the Raiders this year, guys. Be a Debbie Downer or whatever. I'm not gonna do it to myself again, chat. You guys see me last year, bro. I was doing play-by-plays and I was about to start breaking shit. No, I'm not doing that, bro. Like, I'm not financially stable enough to break TVs, and I know how my anger is, bro. So I'm not gonna do it to myself. I'm gonna go in this year. I'm gonna think the Raiders are gonna be garbage. And everything, the littlest thing, it could be a 2-yard run, and you're gonna see me jump for joy, dude. Why are you gonna break? So I'm keeping my expectations low. I'm not falling for the banana and tailpipe. I want to have a fun year, bro. And I feel like when my expectations are low and I don't think the Raiders are going to be very good, it leads me to a year where I'm more excited when we are. Because like when I think, this is going to happen and this is going to happen and it don't happen, I get pissed. I get like pissed. Like I don't just brush it off. Like I don't care about, I've told you guys this plenty of times, bro. Like there's only 3 things like in life that I'm truly passionate about, bro. Like I love and like shit that emotionally hurts me in life, bro. Like my family, my paper, and the Raiders, bro. Like the Raiders emotionally fuck me up bad, bro. And if I go in this bitch thinking that we're going to be fucking world beaters and we're not, I am going to be emotionally broken, bro. And complete fucking watch me, put me in a fucking padded cell, bro. I'm just not doing it to myself. Like some of y'all motherfuckers might want to do that shit. Y'all want to think everything's unicorn and rainbows and shit. I'm not doing it, bro. Because I know for my own sanity, dude, I will fuck around and do something stupid, bro. Y'all seen me melt down last year, bro. I was melting down on play-by-plays, bro. Nah, bro. Nah, bro. And I feel like anybody that can see what's going on with the Raiders this year, like Milka Beasley said, like I was getting ready to go, bro. This is a rebuild year. This is the first year of a rebuild. Respectfully, I love y'all, but if y'all think the Raiders are going to get more than 8 or 9 wins in a first year of a rebuild, I need to smoke what y'all smoking on, bro. Like I need some of that. You feel me? So, but anything can happen. Anything can happen. But I'm The Raiders we're not the Washington football team, dude. We're not the New England Patriots. The NFL don't like the Raiders. The NFL hates the Raiders. We're the last team the NFL wants to see good. Everybody knows that. You think we're going to go from the New England Patriots, from a 4-win football team, to the Super Bowl? You think we're going to be the Washington Commanders and go from a 3-win fucking team, 4-win team, to the NFC Championship? No, we're not. I hate to tell you that, bro. We're not. We're not, bro. And that shit hurts me to say it. But I'm in the park of actuality and reality, bro. I read fiction while some motherfuckers are reading fucking color crayon books, dude. You read color crayon books and pop-up books where you open up the book and the whole fucking world explodes and shit comes about the book. Read those all you want, because that's not reality. And you might as well go be a Chief fan or an Eagle fan or somebody where that's their life, because that's not the life of a Raider fan, bro. The life of a Raider fan is reading a Jeffrey Dahmer book, a fucking the shittiest true crime book of all time, like the shittiest serial killer. That's the life of a Raider fan, bro. It's not this sugary shit that motherfuckers try to portray us as, bro. And that shit be bothering the fuck out of me, dog. Like, I hate the Raiders suck, bro. I hate saying this shit, but it's where we're at. It's where we're at, bro. It sucks. That's why I hate making content when I feel like this, dude. Because I beat up the team, but I'm not doing it. That's how I feel. Anyways, Dirty, go ahead, bro.
Oh, no. Letting you finish your rant, brother. I mean, it's not like we good. You know what I mean? We're not a good football team.
What up, Raider Tim? What up, Milk?
But we're making progress, right? It's got to start somewhere. Why can't it start this year? It can start this year. I'll be perfectly fine with it starting this year. Like I said, I'm not asking for a Super Bowl right now. I'm just asking to turn on the TV on Sunday and be like, okay, either they won, or you know what, man, they fought. They tried real hard, bro. They just came up short with a field goal at the end of the game or something like that. You know what I mean? But like, I'm not about to get I'm not about to go kid and play on it. I ain't about to get too hyped. You know what I mean? I'm not about to get too hyped about it. Like, I could see the amount of wins that I projected, you know what I mean, earlier. But like, if we don't reach that, I'm not gonna be upset. I just don't want to be a below average team again. Give me 8 wins. Give me 9 wins. I'm fine with that. That means you're trying. But this 2, 3, 4 win, like, man, fuck out of here, bro. I don't want to be no 3-win team. What kind of shit is that? You got 18 games or 17 games and you only win fucking 3. That's embarrassing,
bro. That's how I felt last year.
Bro, that's embarrassing.
I'm still tripping. It's all right though. It's all right.
Huh?
We got to start somewhere, and this is.
Well, you do.
No better time than the present. And if we're making the right moves right now, we'll see what happens. But we'll see.
We'll see.
I'll leave that out of it.
All you can do is wait. You know what I mean? All you can do is wait, because season don't start tomorrow.
Yeah, we're like a month away, bro.
It's just, you know what bothers me, bro? Like, how many times are we gonna say it can't be worse? It's only gonna get better. Like, bro, like, I hear it, like, I get it. Like, this shit ain't never gonna get better, bro. Like, bro, the fucking definition of insanity is coming in this bitch every single year and do what we do. I'm just, that's why I'm not insane, goddammit, you son of a bitch. I'm not insane, goddammit. So I'm not gonna be insane this year, you son of a bitch. I'm gonna say that the Raiders are gonna be shit. I'm gonna play, bro, and I'm gonna keep it a beater with you. I'm gonna play with I'm trying to play the opposite card all year. I'm gonna say the Raiders are only gonna get 3. They're gonna go 3-13, but all actuality, in my gut, in my gooch area, I want the Raiders to be 13-3. Goddammit, you son of a bitch. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna keep my expectations super low, so then I don't get hurt. You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, the Raiders, those motherfuckers, boy, they bother me, dog. Like that shit. I tell y'all motherfuckers don't get emotionally invested, but I'd be a hypocrite, goddammit, when I keep saying that shit, because when I turn this goddamn camera off, I'll be in this bitch like, goddamn, Max Crosby, you son of a bitch. I'm about sick of your shit, goddammit. You better get the fuck off my team, bro. Like, I'm literally letting the Raiders affect me in my actual life in the offseason when football don't matter, goddammit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm over this shit, bro. Like, we better start winning some shit, because I'm about goddamn tired of whenever I ain't on this bitch, or I ain't even, and I'm just living my goddamn life, goddamn Raiders got to come up in some kind of negative fashion, goddammit. I'm about sick of this shit. That shit be bothering me, goddammit. Bro, I be in this bitch mad, boy. Like, bro, I got to the point to where I felt like my girl probably got mad as fuck about me talking about the Raiders so much, damn it. I was talking so goddamn much about fucking how much I think this team has a chance to be good, but then like fucking contradicting myself and saying they're gonna be bad. Like it's bad, bro, because like I think the Raiders can be good, but at the same time, I don't think they're gonna be good because the Raiders ain't never good. God damn it, we ain't never good. Like Angry Raider said, every motherfucker that comes over here goes from being a goddamn Super Bowl coach to being a goddamn perennial dumpster fire in 1 year. Coach, player, it don't fucking matter, bro. And you want to know the one thing? You want to know the one thing that has stained the entire time? The Davis name, goddammit. You son of a bitch. Like and we've had coaches after general managers after everything except a new goddamn owner. You son of a bitch. I think the NFL hates Mark Davis. I truly believe that, bro. The NFL hates him. I don't know if as much they hate him as much they hate Al, but they hate the Davis name. They don't ever want to see the Raiders ever win shit because, especially now that John Gruden done won the lawsuit. So there's only two motherfuckers that have ever beat the NFL in a lawsuit and won. It was goddamn the Raiders, Al Davis, and then John Gruden. God damn it. So you think they hate us. In my opinion, our only hope is Tom Brady, bro. If it don't work with Tom Brady, it ain't never gonna work because we all know Tom Brady is the NFL's golden boy, bro. That's their golden child. If they want to see anybody be great, football, post-football, it's Tom. So if it don't work with Tom and it don't work with Kubiak and Mendoza, I hate to break this to you, but it ain't never gonna work. You might as well go ahead. You might as well go ahead and get your popcorn ready, goddammit. You might as well go ahead and start watching another sport or something. Because this shit, if it don't work with Tom Brady, bro, it ain't never gonna work. And especially with Mark Davis sitting in this motherfucker ain't on the pinnacle no more. He's sitting in the crowd. So Mark Davis has stepped away from the team and has handed over to somebody else. If this shit don't work, it ain't never gonna work, dog.
I hate that. I hate that because they're talented.
I hate it too. God damn it.
There's something there, but it's only because we've been building backwards for so long and we don't have the pieces for them to succeed. It's just more of the same shit, bro. I see it every year.
What up with you, man? Black
What up, man?
Wolves.
I had a show already scheduled and it ran over, but y'all
you
done
were
basketball?
live. I was like, is he live? Is he not live?
Yeah, no, I had already scheduled it for 7:30, and I thought it was gonna be done by 9:30. I mean by 9. Yeah, because I definitely had planned on being here. But did y'all finish beating up Max already or what?
This ain't even about Max.
This ain't about Max. This is about.
Oh, I'm sorry. You right.
Josh McDaniels.
I'm sorry. You right. We were talking about you. I'm sorry. What did y'all talk about? My bad.
McDaniels. So we got. I don't know if you've seen it, but John Abram a couple days ago. I don't know the exact date on this bitch. It says June 25th. So 4 days ago, John Abram on Instagram was driving on the freeway past Allegiant and said on a post, "I miss playing inside you." So first and foremost, if you're not talking to
hold on, wait.
If you're not talking to woman, you should say that. Anyways, I miss playing inside you. Josh McDaniels ruined everything we built, and he should be arrested for sabotaging the organization and going back to New England.
Yeah, I mean, all that is true, and we can't feel. First of all, he was off of appeal coming out of a strip club, so that's why he said he missed being inside of her. And then he got all sentimental and started talking about Josh McDaniels. So that's how I kind of felt like that played out. But all that is alleged. I'm alleged and all that. But I do agree. We already knew that Josh McDaniels was sabotaging us. Y'all can't see that by how he treated Derek Carr. Like, what are we missing? So what are we mad at Abrams?
I went over some notes that I had. What up, Ralph? Let me see if I can bring it back up real quick.
Charm City, what's up, brother?
So let just look at 2021. That was the year that John Gruden got fired. We obviously lost Henry Ruggs and all that bullshit, right? So 2021, the Raiders finished 10-7, finished second in the division, qualified for the playoffs, a wild card team, and we lost to Cincinnati damn near in the last fucking play of the game in the playoffs. All right, so that's 2021. 2022, you have an all-pro season from running back Josh Jacobs, over 1,600 yards rushing, adding all-pro wide receiver Devontae Adams, teaming him up with his former college quarterback and Derek Carr. 6-11, third in the AFC West, missed the playoffs. That's crazy, bro. That's what we were talking about, bro. Like, how the fuck you get probably arguably at the time top 2, top 3 wide receiver in the NFL, depending on who you thought was 1A, 1B, or whatever. You get all 16 games healthy from Josh Jacobs, which we had never got as a Raider fan because he was hurt every fucking year. And all that, and you finish worse, bro. Like, you're worse. Like, this shit's just diabolical, bro. I said earlier, bro, that's some Raider shit, bro. That's some Raider shit.
It's definitely some Raider shit.
And then not only all that, so after all that being said, Josh McDaniels completely gets rid of everybody. Gets rid of Derek, gets rid of Hunter Renfrow, gets rid of Darren Waller, gets rid of Josh Jacobs, all guys that had got the Raiders to where they were at the year before he got there. Like, this dude don't have a fucking skin on the wall and got rid of everybody, dude.
Got rid of Alex Leatherwood.
I mean, that's one thing he did right, was get rid of Alex Leatherwood.
But he gave us something like herpes, like the gift that keeps giving, like AOC. Guess what he got us that?
I am fully convinced you have some kind of personal issue with AOC.
You can believe that all you want to, but
something. This boy always refers something back to Aiden O'Connell. Goddamn it!
Well, because it applies
every time, bro. So I was talking about old lady last night. And I think this holds maybe just a little bit of truth. Maybe just a little truth. Just hear me out for a second, because it makes sense. I feel like a lot of the people that hate Aiden O'Connell for some fucking weird ass reason are Derek Carr stands, bro. I don't know if it's because he was forced. I don't know if it's because Josh McDaniels forced Aiden O'Connell to wear number 4. So fucking Derek Carr stands hate Aiden O'Connell for that or whatever reason. The reason why I say that is because Black, I know you're a huge Derek Carr fan. Ern is a big Derek Carr fan. Neither one of y'all fucking like Aiden O'Connell. Y'all both hate him.
First of all, don't put my name with his.
God damn it.
First of all, don't put my name with his. And second of all, I'm just messing with you about that. And second of all, I'm just messing with you about that. But that's not mutually inclusive. The thing is, the reason why what I have an issue with with AOC is a AOC thing. It has nothing to do with anything or anybody. It's a AOC thing. And the thing about it is, I'm not even hating on him. I was just being funny because that's the only thing we got left from McDaniels. Because really, he ran our franchise into the ground and
I
then
see where
left
you're
us.
going with that.
And
Okay,
then
that
and
makes
then
more sense with some
and
context.
then he left us. And then what he left us with was the AOC debacle. And I'm not saying AOC shouldn't be a Raider because he should be a Raider. A matter of fact, I want him to be a Raider. I want him to be, I don't want him to get traded. I don't want him to leave. And I think he should be the emergency quarterback. And I think that's what's going to happen. All I'm saying is, hey, that's the only thing that's left from McDaniels. And I guess that's the best thing that happened out of everything that he's done.
Michael Mayer.
We don't got, didn't he brought in
Dan
Adam
Lauber.
Butler. We got Adam Butler. He was brought in under Josh McDaniels, wasn't he? I believe so.
Yep.
That first year we had Josh McDaniels when we brought in Adam Butler.
Yep.
Raider Paul was good.
So we got Adam Butler. No, but I hear what you're saying, bro. But the point I'm trying to make is, bro, like I kind of felt bad for Aiden, bro, because Josh McDaniels clearly hated Derek for some reason, bro, because Aiden O'Connell literally said the next year, he was like, I didn't want to wear number 4. I had respect for Derek Carr. Hey, dude, Josh McDaniels made this dude take Derek Carr's number, bro. Like,
Exactly.
What
Who does that?
right?
Bro, who does that?
That's
Like,
fucking
bro, that's diabolical. Like, who does that? I've never seen that ever happen in football in my life. Like,
Ever.
he was a he didn't wear 4 in Pop Warner. He didn't wear 4 on
he
nothing.
wore
He just
12 his entire career and was forced to wear 4 because of Derek.
because of Derek Carr. Like, come on.
Like, we're gonna make Raider fans fucking forget about Derek Carr in 6 months. Like, damn,
That
bro,
was
you didn't even
crazy
try
work.
to at least give it some time. You went from taking the bitch to the movies to try to fuck the bitch in 2 seconds. Like, you didn't even give it time, goddammit.
And then gave her the dress that you bought her to wear. Like,
Hey, that was his best year though.
What up, Phil?
it was though. It was. That's what I said. He should go back to number 4 because that was the best year he played.
But that's why I was saying earlier, Black, that's the Raider way, bro. Like, that's some Raider shit. Like, that kind of shit only happens to us. Motherfuckers want to know what the Raider way is. The Raider ways is what Josh McDaniels does to us, bro. That's what happens to us more often than not. That's why I hope that the tides have turned. I'd have probably $1 million if I had fucking every single time a motherfucker said it's going to be different. You know what I'm saying? But the point I'm trying to make is that, bro, that's the Raider way, bro. Getting fucked by the Tuck rule, the immaculate deception, the fucking Rich Gannon breaking his fucking collarbone against the Ravens, Derek Carr breaking his leg against fucking the Colts, fucking John Gruden getting canceled after fucking rebuilding the Raiders again, Henry Ruggs killing somebody. All those situations is the point. That's some Raider shit, bro. That kind of shit only happens to us. How many other teams you see have to deal with that shit? No, but very few and far between.
Just us.
That's what I'm saying. That's why when motherfuckers be like, this is the Raider way, that's the Raider way. No, the Raider way is us either losing on some weird ass shit or us getting fucked by the league on some weird ass shit, bro. Like, that's why it's like that's why I've always, I won't say I've always said this, but like I say maybe 5 or 6 years ago, I started thinking that the Raiders were cursed. It don't matter what the fuck we do. If the name don't include John Gruden, we're probably going to lose. And the reason why I said that is because John Gruden is the only coach I've ever seen over my 20 plus years being a fan that has got the Raiders back to being good, except for a couple years out of Jack Del Rio. That's the reason why I was like, fuck it, bring John Gruden back for a third time if we didn't get Clint, because apparently nobody else is going to do it. God damn it. I wanted somebody that has a track record of doing it. You feel me?
He's about to turn a corner. Yeah, he's about to turn the corner with Gruden, and then there you see what they did to that.
Yeah, that's what
they didn't even let us have Gruden right. Crazy work, bro.
And then on top of that, 1 week later, not even a week after John Gruden gets fired, Henry Ruggs killed somebody. Bruh. Like, what the fuck? Like, who expected that? Dude,
You want to talk what they call it, Murphy's Law? Anything bad can happen will? Yeah, we got that.
Anything that can happen will happen. God damn it.
Yeah, it will for sure.
Bro, how the fuck do you go from John Gruden getting canceled for some shit that had nothing to even do with the Raiders to within 8 days, you're the first, mind you, put context on this. The first ever player to ever be drafted by the Las Vegas Raiders. Las Vegas, ever drafted in Las Vegas within 8 days of John Gruden getting canceled by the league that had nothing to do with the Raiders, kills a woman, God damn it.
Don't forget the dog.
Yeah, and the dog. Yeah, respectfully.
Hey, but the cold part about even all that is the investigation that they were holding, looking for whatever they was looking for. What happened to that? Would they just drop the investigation or what? Because they was like, oh well.
Wild.
That
Hey,
was
it's
crazy.
great Weber, great one. You mentioned right there, index card game.
Yeah, that too.
Bro,
Yeah,
that
where
was
come
dude. That was
from?
like one of the ultimate spits in the face by the NFL I ever seen, dude. And you know what's crazy is that every single time the Raiders are playing the game and they need a review, this goddamn cocksucker Gene Steratore comes in. Like,
Oh, you already know.
That's troll, bro. Their NFL is trolling us, dude. They'll use other motherfuckers for all these other teams, but it's the Raiders. Hey, Gene Steratore, let's get your opinion on here. How do you feel about this play for the Raiders? Yeah, I know I had a bad history with the index card, but yeah, the Raiders are getting fucked here. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, fuck. Like, bro, every time I hear his voice, dude, I just want to, what was that shit? Wake up nation, goddamn it, right to the goddamn string, you son of a bitch. And his face being right there, goddamn it. You know what I'm saying? He said, oh yeah, Terrion Arnold just got caught up on some weird shit. No, he said, y'all see Terrion Arnold got bail $1 million. The Lions released him. What did he get caught up with? I know he got in trouble. Shout out to Stillmatic. I forgot. I haven't really locked into what he got in trouble for, but I know he went to jail for sure like a couple days ago. What up, Rick?
I don't know what all his charges were, but he got 9 of them things.
Bro, that's him, right? He got in trouble. So he's gotten in trouble. Josh Jacobs just got in trouble. Who was that fucking pass rusher? James Pierce Jr. from the Falcons. Motherfucker's getting in all kinds of trouble right now.
Dude ate his girlfriend's phone.
Oh, Geno Smith fucking cussing out his old lady over his fucking special needs child. Yeah. Apparently, allegedly Geno Smith beat up his old lady and shit because he didn't want to take care of his special needs child, bro. What a piece of shit.
We know that didn't happen, though. We know that. She was just making that up, man.
I don't give a fuck. I can only go off allegations.
The video does not show her making that shit up, bro.
What did she do? Why? Because she was yelling and screaming? What did he do?
Of course, Black's going to defend Geno Smith, bro. Geno Smith can do no wrong.
I didn't defend him. I just asked, what did he do? Tell me, what did he do? I'm just saying, I saw a video of her just making all kind of allegations, and he like, get away from my house. First of all, what are you doing at his house? So y'all gonna say dropping off?
They live together.
Yeah.
Oh, they live together.
Yeah.
They
have a special needs child.
So wait a minute. So if they live together, that means he's taking care of the child, because where the child stay at then?
No,
just because he live with you don't mean you taking care of a child, bro.
Here we go now. Did the kid have a roof over their head?
Allegations. We're just making allegations.
That's not the same thing, bro. That is not the
same. Oh my God.
Thing.
Does the mother have somewhere to stay? Does she have somewhere to stay?
Just because you got somewhere to stay don't mean you're taking care of, though. Dude.
Oh my God. He's taking care of him. The way y'all made it sound like that, he had nothing to do with the kid. That's what it's not that he didn't have nothing to do with the kid.
Dude, there's plenty of people who have like had children, right, and had them in their house, and they were like special needs, right? Like they couldn't take care of themselves, and they let them fucking like die in their beds, dude. Like refuse to take care of them.
This is not the situation.
I know. I'm just saying. I look at the big picture, Black, when I look at shit
So
like that.
what happened in the video that he did that was against the law? What did he do?
It's not the video, bro.
I just
Apparently,
said
there's
video.
legal shit. There's like legal shit that they're filing against him, dog. It's bigger than just
You can file a lawsuit on a ham sandwich. It don't matter.
That's why we're just making allegations right now, bro. We're
Oh,
just talking
okay. Yeah, so
speculation
Gino,
and allegations.
and plus anyway, if Gino threw something at her, he probably would miss. So it's cool.
Let me see if I can send you the link, JT. Hold up, game.
He threw something at her, he probably threw an interception or something. Like
He probably threw an interception.
he tried to throw it at her and hit himself.
Don't talk about your favorite quarterback like that.
No, my favorite quarterback is Kirk Cousins, cousin Kirk. It's my favorite quarterback.
But you know what's crazy, bro, is back-to-back years in the offseason with Geno Smith, dude. He's getting caught up in some shit. You guys remember last year he was hosting that kids football tournament and got into a fight and was like, that's why I make the big bucks. So you go from that one offseason to the next offseason. Now you're not taking care of your family and beating up on your old lady.
What proof do y'all have he don't take care of family?
I mean, there is no proof as of the moment, but we're just talking. There's proof for the big buck shit. We've seen
there's proof of that for sure.
Hey,
just like. Go ahead.
No, you're good. No, you're good. Go ahead.
No, I was about to say what was crazy, just even with the Josh Jacob thing. You see how everybody jumped on that, and then he got released because the woman was lying. Like, y'all act like these women is truthful.
Jacob just got off. Is that what you just said?
Well, I'm gonna say this, man. Look.
Wow. I thought you said
my whole thing is.
Yes, I did, Josh Jacobs.
He got off. So Josh Jacobs, all that shit he was in trouble for, he's clear of?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Hey,
but he had video.
Josh Jacobs, fuck that bitch. That bitch tried to get a chicken out of you, and you said, fuck that bitch.
He had
take care of your chicken and your Mentos, my boy.
He had clear video. He had clear video evidence.
Josh Jacobs, boy, saludos.
So, yeah, I already said. But my thing with Geno is this, bro. His characteristics are more what I look at versus, you know what I mean, trying to say, oh, she's lying or she's telling the truth. I don't really care. My whole thing is, bro, enough is enough, man. Last year, you getting into scuffles on the sideline before the season even starts with fucking Pop Warner. You know what I mean? Like, basically, it's Pop Warner football, bro. Then you flipping off fans because you can't take, you know what I mean? You can't take the abuse as most Raider quarterbacks have had to take. They ain't flipping off fans, but you want to flip off fans. You know what I mean? His body language doesn't sit well.
Hey, JT,
hold on, man. I'll let you talk. I
didn't even say nothing. I'm on mute, so you don't hear my nothing. So you don't hear me breathe. Go ahead.
Hey, JT, I sent you the link, bro.
You know, the body language, you know what I mean? Just the past history of having issues in the last couple of years. Hey, look, who's to say he ain't took too many hits? He could be wrong in the head. You know what I mean? I don't know. It might be CTE. Who knows?
Cheers,
you know what
everybody,
I mean? I'm not gonna fully blame him, but what I'm saying is, over the last couple of years, his character has taken a decline, and this is just like one of those things where it's like, bro, did you or didn't you? Like, it shouldn't be a question. You know what I mean? When you look at somebody, it shouldn't be a question. That over the last couple of years, it's become a question now. Like, did you or didn't you? You know what I mean? And if you're a man of good character, it should never be a question.
You know, it's not your fault, Black dude. I've been doing shows with Dirty for a long time. He's got a PTSD of me cutting him off so goddamn much, dude, that he just fucking like loses his fucking mind, bro. I have a bad history of cutting people off.
Because I let y'all talk, man. I sit back here quiet.
That's from just doing content for me, bro. It's nothing against you. So fuck, I was getting ready. Oh, so that's where I was gonna go with this. So y'all remember the preseason game last year when the fan had the sign up? When y'all were talking about flipping off the fans, right? Who's worse, Jamarcus Russell or Geno Smith? Dude, we were all talking hella shit about that, bro. That motherfucker was right. I mean, you can't compare Jamarcus to Geno because obviously Jamarcus is a first overall pick and was actually drafted by the Raiders. But I think what he meant by the sign was just overall talent and the performance and the kind of, what the Raiders would do under him. But I mean, if you go out and you want to look at it in all honesty, that fan was kind of right, bro, because the Raiders weren't shit with Jamarcus, bro, and we were just as bad, if not worse, with Geno. And you can make I'm gonna hear it. It wasn't on either one of those guys. It wasn't their whole fault because we know Jamarcus Russell, he came into a shitty situation. You feel me? Obviously, he's a first overall pick. First overall picks aren't drafted to good teams. You feel me? Obviously, the team had the first overall pick for a reason. But on top of that, Jamarcus Russell came out the Pivot podcast, told everybody, you feel me, like, hey, my pops died, or my uncle who was like my pops died, and then so people just started dropping like flies in his family in the most respectful way possible. I don't mean to make that sound disrespectful, but his family just started dying, bro. And you feel me? At least he kept it a beat there, man. He's like, man, I attacked the only way I knew, bro, and I just started, you feel me, getting high and shit. And so he had that on top of the fact he was to the Raiders. So I don't really put that too much on him. But Geno Smith, he wasn't a number 1 overall pick. He wasn't a Raider and shit. But performance wise, yeah, bro, they played just as bad, bro. So I think it was more of a overall of how he's going to perform for the Raiders. But I remember a lot of Raider fans are like, bro, that's a crazy ass sign. And Geno Smith flipped it off. And Max Crosby too. Shout to the follower, the all eyes on me guy. Flipped it off for some attention so he can get some fucking more attention. Look at me, guys, so he can get put on a newspaper somewhere. Anyways, that's a story for a different show. But flipping off just for the fan to be right the entire time, dude. The what's the word I'm looking for? The fucked up the fact the fan was right, dude.
Man, can I talk now? Talk now?
Yeah, I'm done.
Y'all been on, how long y'all been on? Like 45 minutes without me. So
that's on you, goddammit. You ran your show late, goddammit.
No, I'm just saying. So I'm not over talking nobody. All I'm saying is this: for one, Jamarcus had more than one season to play with the Raiders than Geno Smith, right? Because I know dang on well, had they would have flipped the coaching staff over like they did right now. And let's say hypothetically that we kept Geno Smith. You telling me Geno Smith gonna look like the same quarterback that he did last year? That's what you trying to tell me? Dirty?
I mean, they didn't look good nonetheless.
You want me to talk?
Y'all motherfuckers is stupid, dog.
Bro, look, they got
rid of him. Now y'all want me to talk?
No, they got rid of him for a reason, bro. Like, I get your hypothetical, bro, but
no, I just need a answer to that question first before you run off and do something else with it.
I would think
Geno Smith will look the same?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
You guys remember that game where we played the fucking Washington Redskins? I think it was Jamarcus Russell's rookie season, dude, and it was him versus Brian Arakpo, and Brian Arakpo came out of Texas as one of the best defensive ends coming out of college, and Brian Arakpo literally fucking destroyed Jamarcus Russell, bro. He had like 4 sacks or something, a safety sack. Like, that shit was nasty work, bro.
I'm sitting there. Used to be a beast.
Bro, I wasn't even talking about the fan in Seattle he flipped off. I was talking about when he flipped off our fans at Allegiant Stadium.
He should have.
Whatever.
Hell nah. Don't cut me off. Don't cut me off.
Okay.
He should have flipped the fans off because a lot of these fans don't even understand the dynamic was what was going on. He obviously knew he was being sabotaged, and he out there playing with that man's life like that. And so then the fans, being that they're fans and don't understand what's really going on, yeah, he overreacted. He shouldn't have flipped them off. Yeah, I agree. You can't lose your medal like that as a quarterback, because what that shows is that you don't have the mental capacity to deal with the ups and downs. I get it. I agree with that. But at the same time, two things can be true at the same time. A lot of people deserve that middle finger that he gave because they didn't understand what was going on, that we found out later once the season was over. We found out Chip Kelly was sabotaging the team. We found out that the head coach and the offensive coordinator was funking. We found out that the head coach and the defense coordinator was funking. So it was a F y'all. Y'all don't know what y'all talking about, and I'm up out of this beach. And that's what happened. And I'm glad for him because I ain't got to talk to him no more. I ain't got to talk about Gino no more.
And then after I'm about this piece, I ain't gonna take care of my special need kid, and I'm gonna beat up on my old lady allegedly. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, allegedly.
On the way out.
But I'm not going with the beat up on the old lady. I'm not saying he
I know.
did
I'm
that.
just trolling.
But
Damn it.
I could see him maybe not.
Those are just accusations.
No. I could see him not giving the special needs kid as much as attention as she may want him to give, just because of his job and what he has to do. You know what I mean? But at the same time, I look. You off right now. You ain't doing much of nothing.
Well, that Reginald pack if you got him.
You know,
right.
she talking about he just there on the couch playing video games, ain't even paying attention to the kid. Like, I don't know if it's true or not. I don't. You know what I mean? All I'm saying is, over the last couple of years, his character has come into question, and if you're a good, upstanding man and your character is never in question, then we don't have these problems. But
y'all better not ever get accused of nothing, because I swear I'm gonna be
accuse me of some shit. I'll probably tell you I did it.
No, I'm just saying, don't get accused of something that you didn't do, or you kind of did, or halfway did, and she inflates it or whatever. Like,
ain't no
come on, man.
Did nothing.
Y'all acting like y'all acting like
you either did it or you didn't.
That's not true. That's not true, because just because she said it don't mean he did it. Just because y'all know,
he's not saying it. Yeah, he just said if you do something, you did it. Not that if motherfuckers say you did something, you did it.
Yeah, right. Either he did or he didn't.
No, I said there ain't no halfway doing something. Like, either you did it or you didn't. There ain't no halfway. Well, I kind of did. No, nigga, you didn't kind of do shit. You didn't do shit.
I kind of robbed that bank, but I didn't really rob the bank.
Y'all have that he did it then? What proof do y'all have that he did it?
I'm not saying that there's proof, and I'm not saying that I believe what she did. What I'm saying is I have a problem when I have to question a man's character. That's my
agreed.
Because somebody make up something.
Agreed.
Bro, it's a track record over the last 3 years now. It's a track record.
This man got into a verbal altercation with somebody at a football field. Now all of a sudden that rises to the level of a thief believing
and then he was flipping off the fans.
He flipped off the fans in Seattle, which was okay. I get it. He was saying shit about your.
Hey, JT got a Washington Redskins logo.
Yeah,
bro.
he ain't from your team. Cool, but when you flip off your home fans because they unhappy about the amount of money that they paying to watch this shit show.
Well, why y'all don't?
You kind of gotta take that, bro.
Well, why do you only flip off the player though? Why y'all don't flip off all parties involved? Why don't y'all get mad at all parties involved?
I am mad at all parties involved.
God damn it, and he's the head, the general. He's the fucking judge,
so many
jury,
excuses
and
for Chip Kelly.
executioner. God damn it!
I didn't make no excuses for Chip Kelly.
Y'all don't never say nothing about Chip Kelly until I say something.
Make excuses for Chip Kelly. Neither.
Nobody made excuses for Chip Kelly.
All that shit came out.
Y'all don't remember none of that.
Black, when all that shit came out, we was on here calling all that shit out. We gave you credit. You was right.
No, forget my credit. I'm talking about whenever we talk about how Gino played, we don't ever talk about the majority of what caused him to play bad. Not because he was out there just throwing interceptions. He wasn't throwing interceptions just because he's just garbage. When they already came out and said that the offensive coordinator was calling plays that they didn't even talk about.
On him, Black. I said it wasn't all on him.
We already said it wasn't all on him. But here's my thing, and I've said this to you before. When Chip Kelly left, this nigga didn't get no better.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my God! The season already. The line was already gone. What are you talking about? Y'all acting like once again, just another way to blame the player for something that's really the head office and the coordinator
Hey,
fault.
Black.
But okay,
Hey, Black. Hey, Black.
okay.
I hate to say it.
No, you don't. No,
You
you
should
don't.
know. You should know this, right? As playing quarterback, right? There's
And that's why
only
y'all
two.
don't.
Listen. There's only two positions that bad play and losses and wins go to. It's the quarterback and the coach. I hate to be that way,
For
but
fans.
the way it
For
is.
fans.
No,
For
for the
fans.
entire NFL,
No, it's
not
not.
just for
No, it's
fans.
not. No, it's not.
When the NFL,
No, it's not.
let me
No,
finish.
no, it's
When the
not,
NFL
bro.
judges, let me
No,
finish.
it's not.
When the NFL judges by who goes to the Hall of Fame, when they look at who goes to the Hall of Fame, your win-loss record, if you're a loser,
Oh my
your
God.
Your win-loss record doesn't matter. Your win-loss record does not matter. It's
I'm
your
gonna tell you why it
it's your
don't matter.
individual stats that take you to the Hall of Fame. It's not your win-loss record.
Well,
It's
the
your
point I'm trying to
individual
make is y'all
stats.
get it, bro.
'Cause
Like
there's motherfuckers in the
two-
Hall of Fame that
they
had
only count-
great numbers on bad teams.
They only count wins and losses on two positions, bro. The coach and the
Fans.
quarterback. Nobody else gets
Only
it.
fans do that.
Fans.
But
Only
when
fans do that.
but when what do you mean when coaches get when they get
No, they
hired to
don't.
another team, they talk about
No,
their
they don't.
win-loss record? What
You
are
want me
you
to tell you
talking
why?
about?
You want me
What are
to
you
tell you
talking
why?
about?
Let me tell you
When
why.
quarterbacks go to other
to
teams, they
this.
talk about their win-loss record. You don't
Listen,
see that
listen,
for
listen,
defensive ends
listen.
or wide receivers or
I'm gonna
tight
tell you why that.
ends.
I'm gonna tell you why that don't hold water, because if that was the case, we know what we build our team to beat Kansas City. Yes or no?
No. Because
Yes, we
don't
do.
beat Kansas City.
Yes, we do.
Try to.
We built. We try to build.
Unless it's Aiden O'Connell. Unless it's Aiden O'Connell, we're not beating Kansas City, dog.
So you telling me that?
How many times did we beat Kansas City with Derek Carr, Black? Once?
Bro,
in 10
stop,
years,
bro,
one time?
I just asked a yes or no question so I can ask my question.
Okay,
but I see that y'all don't want to admit that we build our team around beating
I already
Kansas City.
said yeah.
Yeah, you did. I
We
appreciate you
don't.
doing that.
Ben,
We attempt to.
We
this is my
don't beat
point.
Kansas
Black,
City,
Black,
but
hold
we're
on,
not
Bro,
beating
this is
them.
my point, bro.
Ben, I get you, but Black is right, because the NFL was building their team to beat the Kansas City Chiefs. So of course we are.
And so this is my point, though. And if that was the case, that they looked at quarterbacks based on their win-loss record, Kubiak would say, well, we already got a Kansas City beater because every time they beat them, we got AOC. We don't see AOC being the starting quarterback or even thought about being the starting quarterback. They don't think about it like that. That's a fan thing that think that.
I was with you until you said AOC, but
yeah, I know, because you like AOC. It's
no.
cool.
I mean, I'm like,
You know what I'm
AOC better than what we have, but I'm saying there's factors into it, and it's not just because of win-loss record.
Hello, JC.
As fans and media look at wins and loss. Yes, you're right. But when it comes to like coaching and things like that, it's part of the criteria, but it's also people who interview well. Because if it was about win and loss, then there'll be a bunch of coaches who shouldn't have gotten a second chance. Chip Kelly shouldn't have gotten a second chance. Josh McDaniels shouldn't get a second chance. They're probably going to get a third chance. So it's not win-loss with everything. It's it's one of the factors.
Love y'all chat. Saludos, bro. Sorry.
And what I said about AOC is, if they really was looking at it, if coaches was looking at it like that, they would be like, okay, well, AOC could beat the Chiefs, so let's build a team around AOC. But they know that it's more to it than just that.
But if he can only beat Kansas City, then why you even? What are you
doing?
I would
rather him be, because if you could beat Kansas City, you should be able to start beating any other teams.
That's true, like, but then
how do you beat the best team but can't beat no other teams?
Let me say this, bro.
That's why all of that is a fallacy. That's why it's all a fallacy.
The Raiders play up and down to their competition, bro. That's the reason why we suck. We play, for the most part, when we play decent teams, we'll play all right and still lose.
No.
And then we'll play fucking bad teams and we'll play fucking terrible, dude.
No, the reason why is because AOC wasn't the reason why we beat Kansas City when we beat Kansas City. That's the reason why.
It was a team game, but he gets the credit for the
running game.
Football is the ultimate team game.
No.
Yeah,
what up, Alec? What up, bro?
You can't have it both ways and say, well, the quarterback get the credit when they beat him, and then start saying it's a team game when they
I'm not making that up. It's not like I'm saying
he got you there, Ben. He backs you in the corner, Ben. He backs you in the corner because
No,
you do that
I
with
get
ten
what he's
players.
saying. No, I hear you. But when you look at a coach, right, when they be like, okay, this coach is so and so record wise versus this team, and so record wise versus this team. They only look at that metric at quarterbacks and coaches. I hear what you're saying. It don't matter. But at the end of the day,
this is my
they
question.
don't be like, oh, well, this wide receiver is 1-4 versus this team, or this defensive end is 1-4 as an overall metric in terms of wins and losses. They only track it for quarterbacks and fucking head coaches.
Okay, so if that's the case, if I'm 6-2 against the Chiefs, the Eagles, and the Patriots, but I can't beat no other team, should I be the starting quarterback?
As a fan, that's not my decision to make.
But you're making that decision right now, though. That's your whole argument right now. That's what you're arguing against Black right now.
So if we're getting 6 wins in the first season and Aiden O'Connell is the starter, I'm cool with winning 6 games.
No. That's not what I said.
Yeah, exactly.
I said specific teams. I'm saying teams that win. If my guy can only play good and show up versus Super Bowl caliber teams, but he can't be no other team.
I don't know if I'll say that, because if you go back to the year that Josh McDaniels got fired and Antonio Pierce took over, Aiden O'Connell, dude, they were smoking cigars, and I don't remember the teams exactly. I remember the Chargers specifically, bro, because we broke our record against them, but they were a terrible team. Dude, the Raiders won 4 out of their last 6 games, and 3 of those teams had backup quarterbacks.
So then what are we comparing the talent to?
The only reason why I have any debate for Aiden is because Aiden is going to, and this is no disrespect to Kirk Cousins, bro. He's like 38, 39 years old. He's coming in with a fucked up Achilles. We don't know if he's going to be able to sustain.
No, he's not.
Yeah, he is. His Achilles is grown.
He's 2 years removed from that. He's 2 years removed from that.
A year and a half come football season.
Oh my gosh. Come on, bro. That's 2 seasons, bro.
But he's 38. He's 38. He's not 28. He's 38.
You talking about Kirk Cousins?
Okay.
Yeah, Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, but Kirk Cousins ain't a mobile quarterback. If he was
that's the reason why I think Aiden O'Connell could be just as good.
You know what the sad part is? Kirk Cousins is still faster than him with a hurt Achilles at the point.
Exactly,
He's still more mobile.
Who cares if he's mobile?
And he know how to navigate the pocket better.
Yeah, mobility matters.
If a quarterback running the ball meant anything, Lamar Jackson would have won 20 Super Bowls, and so would have Michael Vick. Okay.
Who navigates the pocket better? Who navigates the pocket better?
Tom Brady is one of the most immobile quarterbacks in NFL history, and he's
That's not true. That's not true.
What the fuck are we talking about?
That's not true.
Peyton Manning was
crazy.
No, you're only saying
how many times did Tom Brady run with the football?
A lot.
No,
he ran a lot to get first downs. He wasn't
at the beginning of his career, yes. In the early 2000s, yes. But in the latter points of his career,
bro, he was 40.
When was he winning Super Bowls?
When he was 40.
Tom Brady won a Super Bowl almost every single pinnacle of his career.
When he was
in the early part of his career, in the middle part
42.
of his career, and at the latter point.
But he was just as mobile when he first came in, and got more mobile as an older quarterback. Tell me, how does that make sense? How do you get more mobile when you're older?
I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why that happened.
He only ran when he was forced to run the ball.
He didn't have to because he knew how to navigate the pocket, unlike AOC.
The Patriots ran a lot of screens, bro. The screens were the run game for the Patriots.
He wasn't throwing screens to Gronk. He wasn't throwing screens to freaking Randy Moss.
I didn't say they were running screens to Gronk or Randy Moss, dude. The Patriots had 20 different running backs that were fucking crazy for New England because they were great screen catchers, dude.
No, they were system guys. No. I disagree.
That's a better word. They're system guys.
They were system. They had Kevin Paul. They had Corey Dillon. None of those guys are screen guys like that. They could catch the ball with the back.
What Brady are we talking about?
No, because they had a great scheme. It was a great play call at the time,
bro.
That was honestly, that was when Josh McDaniels let us know.
AOC beat the Chiefs 2 times More than twice, but I'm saying 2 games he played, he threw for 60 yards and 129 yards. How do you justify that as
I'm
being a
rocking with
good
Aiden
quarterback,
O'Connell
bro?
over Kirk Cousins. I ain't gonna
60
lie,
yards?
Saludos, bro.
60 yards?
I'm riding with Aiden.
Come
I'm
on.
team Aiden
You can
O'Connell.
ride
for
with
the
him all
real
you
fall
want
off
to,
chat.
but you would be riding on the, you would be getting airlifted
Team
with
Aiden
him.
O'Connell.
I'm gonna say Kirk Cousins done a lot with what he had in the cards that were dealt against him.
We going team
He only threw for 4,000 yards 7 times. Aiden O'Connell will never throw for 4,000 yards ever.
AOC's already
But he never had a
Yeah,
he
right
never had,
now.
he never had an
Y'all say he
offense.
never,
He never had an offense like that though, Black. He don't got
like
receivers.
what?
He got Jordan Jefferson, Justin
Oh my
Anderson.
God.
Come on, man. He ain't had an
Okay.
offense like that.
Can,
He ain't had an
can,
offense
can,
like that. We can't do that.
can AOC throw for 3,000 yards?
Yeah,
No, because he can't play 12 games. Because he can't play 16 games. No, because he can't play a whole season.
We don't know that yet. He ain't
Yeah, we
given the
do.
goddamn
Yeah, we
opportunity to
do.
be there. Bro, ain't no. I hate to
Bro,
yell.
so
I get a little
now
emotional when it comes to Raiders.
Aiden
Black,
never
I
had a
love
chance
you.
to start.
Hey,
He never had a
Black,
chance
I
to
love you,
start
bro.
and keep the starting job.
Ain't no
He
Connell.
did it his
Okay,
rookie year.
Let
He did it his rookie year.
on it. God damn it! Ain't no
He did it his
Connell has
rookie year.
never been named the starter week 1.
Because he
Okay, I'm
can't earn
gonna say
it.
this. I'm gonna say this.
Because he's
I
not that
agree
good.
with you.
No, they
I
weren't
agree
gonna
with you,
start
Black.
Aiden O'Connell over goddamn Gardner Minshew and
Because he's
Geno
not
Smith,
better
who
than
were
Gardner
making
Minshew.
multiple millions of dollars a year.
Because he's not better than him. What are you talking about? AOC can't even play a whole season.
Now
And you
that
comparing
statement is not true. That's not the
Yeah.
reason why. That's
He
not
ain't
the
get a
reason
chance.
why
He ain't get a chance.
AOC didn't
He
start
ain't
over
get a
Gardner
chance.
Minshew.
Hey, what up,
Gardner
805?
Minshew started.
Saludos, bro. We drinking big coronitas tonight,
Gardner
man.
Minshew started week 1 because that's what the fuck
Saludos.
Telesco wanted.
Hashtag
that was
AOC in the
the horse he
chat,
died. No, that was the horse he died on. That's what got him fired. He
That's
wasn't rolling with AOC. It was his
You know,
last
I'm
year.
rocking with Aiden.
AOC
What up,
wouldn't have made
D
it through
Minutes?
week
What up
6,
with you,
bro.
man?
AOC would have been a
Y'all
better
know
fit
that.
for him.
D Minutes, me and D Minutes
Little
at the
Minutes,
same
man.
hotel in LA, man. You feel
Y'all
me?
crazy is all outside. Y'all
Locked
really
in.
think AOC is
Tapped
good
in.
enough to
Me and
start
D
a
Minutes.
whole season?
Me
I
and
didn't.
D
No.
Minutes.
Hold on. Let me say this. He's not good enough to start a whole season on a winning team. But he's on a Raiders team.
That's who
And
I
the
am, boy.
and
We
the
realistic
quarterbacks we had, he was a better option at times than what we had and what we were running out there. He was
when he wasn't even
was
playing.
he not a better option than Jimmy Garoppolo?
Yeah. Anybody's better than Jimmy
Who was a better
Garoppolo.
option than
Okay,
Jimmy
so that's
Garoppolo?
what I'm saying. He was a better
No,
option.
you name one person. You name one person. Don't go there. You name one. Jimmy Garoppolo.
The next one is Gardner Minshew. The next one is
He wasn't better than Gardner Minshew.
He was better than
Gardner
Gardner Minshew.
Minshew. I don't care what y'all say.
What was Gardner Minshew better at? What was Gardner Minshew really better at?
Let me tell you what he's better at. He's
Let's have a
better than
quarterback conversation. Really, let's break it down.
Let me tell you what he's better at. He's better at navigating the pocket. He's better at staying healthy longer. He's better at those two things. So those are two most things.
Hold on, Ben. Let's chat. Go ahead, Black.
Let's start with those two things. Let's talk about durability and navigating the pocket.
Wait. You can't do a durability argument, and Gardner Minshew ain't finished the whole season when he was the starter from day one.
You want to know why that was?
Here, let me
That's
go.
true.
Hey,
that's
on top
true.
of the
Hold on.
Man,
That's true. That's true. But how many seasons have Gardner Minshew played a whole season, or 80% to 90% of the games?
Gardner Minshew was coming in. Wait. Gardner Minshew was
how many seasons, bro? How many seasons, bro?
How many times has Gardner Minshew started after leaving the Raiders? God damn it!
My questions.
Yeah. No. I can do that. I can go before that. I can respond to you.
Just answer my question first.
When Gardner Minshew was drafted, what was his projection at quarterback when he got drafted that team?
Oh my God, bro!
No! Don't oh my God me.
No, we're talking about projections.
When he was
talking about projections now.
No. When he got drafted by, who did he get drafted by?
We ain't got nothing else to argue about.
The Jags, right? When he got drafted by the Jags, was he not the number one?
Hey, J-Dub, we're really arguing about Aiden O'Connell. We're not arguing
Was he not number one?
We're arguing about Aiden.
I don't know.
He was projected to be the number one, right? I'm just saying.
Bro, we were
I saw
talking
him at
projected,
Washington.
bro. Reggie
He
Bush
was the
was
number
projected.
one.
We
We
don't
got
care
drafted
what the
as rookie.
projection is, bro. What's the
What?
projection got to do anything? Okay,
Well,
let's
he was
He was
let's
projected to
projected
be
number
the
one
number
and
one,
became the
and
starting
he
quarterback
ended
with
up being the
Jacksonville.
number one until they got Trevor Lawrence, and then they didn't need him
And he
anymore.
got beat out by Trevor Lawrence.
because Trevor Lawrence is light years better than both of them put together. What are you talking about?
But I'm
Well,
just
let's
saying
let's compare
that's his
compare
career.
Gardner Minshew's first. Let's compare Gardner Minshew's first 17 games to AOC's first 17 games.
You
Which
can't
one
because
stands out?
AOC was not game planned around.
You know what? I'm done. I'm done. Now we making so
Hold on,
being at this
wait, no, but
now we gotta curate the best possible
It's
position
at the
for
same
him to be
standard.
in. But any other time y'all want to sit there and say, well, let's look at Gardner Minshew's. I mean, let's look at AOC's first 17 games. It's a full season. This is
Because
what
he
it would
didn't get
look
a
like if he played
season.
a
He
full
hasn't
season.
got a season
You
as
want
a
to
number
know
one.
why? You want to know why? Because he gets hurt and don't hold the job.
No, because he
gets
got drafted
chances.
as a backup. Gardner Minshew got drafted as a number one when he was taking number one reps. AOC has never came into camp being the number
All
one
right.
quarterback, getting the reps.
You
with
know
the
why?
number one.
If he's not good enough to take someone's job.
I'm not disagreeing with you, but Gardner Minshew wasn't either. And if you compare both of them as backups,
Whatever,
who's a
man.
better backup? Who's a better
Whatever, man. I know Gardner Minshew
No,
has
no, no,
started
no,
for
no,
some
no, 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 no.
franchises,
Don't
and I
deviate
know
away
he
from
played a
this.
whole season.
I responded to you. I answered your question because you're cherry
What's
picking.
the question?
When Gardner Minshew was a starting quarterback, when he came in as a number one for multiple years, which AOC never got the chance to do that.
Okay,
So you can't compare those games. You can't compare
that's
the
a
beginning
weird.
of
That
his
is
career
hella
to this
weird.
year.
That's hella weird. Now we can't compare games because the situations ain't the same. It's hella weird. Get the hell
He's
out
not
of
even
here.
running the offense that was
Get
built
the hell
for
out of
him.
here. Get the hell out of here, man. Y'all crazy as hell.
I'm not. I'm
Crazy as hell.
comparing.
I ain't never heard that argument in my life. Oh, the reason why is because he got to start and he didn't, so you
No,
can't compare
I'm
the
not
things.
saying that. I'm not saying that. If you're comparing careers, AOC
No, we're
is a
comparing players, not
we're comparing
careers.
players, but we're
Players.
comparing. You said 17 game season, which is a career, can be a career for most backup quarterbacks. Yes or no?
So we're comparing a starter to a backup. That's what we're doing.
Yes, Gardner Minshew was a starter when he came in the league.
So that goes to tell you right there. We're talking about a career backup, and y'all talking about he was better than a starter.
Yes,
but yeah, he can't start nowhere.
I'm saying no. When they're both I'm saying
he
when they
can't
both
start because the
as
Raiders won't
backups,
let him start.
as backups.
Yes.
Now we're
This
comparing as he was a backup.
No,
This
because
argument.
you're trying to
Hey,
say
argue the
KP
two
is the
together.
king of controversy for a reason, bro.
No,
I
wait. So we're comparing when Gardner Minshew was a backup, was AOC a better backup than him? Yeah, he's a better backup than him.
But
Yeah,
that's how you can't compare
but
Gardner
that's not.
Minshew beginning of
Who's a
his
better
career.
starter?
You can't tell
Who's
you
a better
can't compare
starter
that
then?
career. You can't
Who's a
you
better
can't compare
starter?
that career to the same.
Who's a better starter?
Minshew's a better starter because he got starter stats.
Yeah. So what the hell y'all talking about?
And he was trash.
What are
He
y'all
was
arguing
ass.
then? What are
He
y'all
was trash.
arguing?
He was ass, and now he's a backup.
No, he
And as a
wasn't.
backup, which is what his role was going to be
Come
from
on,
the
bro. So
beginning.
now, so you telling me he didn't win games as a starter too?
I mean,
So
yeah,
he
but
didn't
you
win
can also
enough
say
games.
AOC won games
He
as a
won
starter.
games. He didn't win enough games.
They both won games as a starter, but they're both
At
backup
this point in
quarterbacks.
time in the career of Gardner Minshew, he's been in the league a whole lot longer than AOC. All right. And at this point in his career, he's about the same level as AOC.
Yeah, maybe. But
see, hold on, man. I'll let you talk.
I disagree, man. All I said was maybe.
That right there is the true argument. At what level is Gardner Minshew in his career? You know what I mean? Is he on the incline or the decline? He's obviously on the decline.
Right.
You know what I mean? He's obviously coming down. So in essence, you can't compare early Gardner Minshew to a early now AOC. You now have to compare a now Gardner Minshew to a now AOC. It's not about what Gardner Minshew did in Jacksonville because it wasn't much of anything. You know what I mean? As a starter, he wasn't phenomenal. He had a couple of good wins that got highlighted, and that's how you even know who he is. Other than that, he didn't do anything spectacular, and that's why the Jags went out and drafted a Trevor Lawrence right afterwards, because they knew they made a mistake in thinking they drafted a franchise quarterback, which is what he is not. Gardner Minshew wasn't even the starter when we got him from was it Detroit?
Indiana.
And he started 17 games, man. He started 17 games there, man.
Started over him.
Oh, so now, all right. The man started 15 games. He did not. He started 15 games
because of injury.
He started 15 out of 17 games
because
of injury.
What are
y'all talking about? First, y'all gonna say Richardson started over him, but he started 15 out of 17 games.
Because Richardson got hurt in week 2 and didn't play again.
Now y'all making it up.
But he wasn't playing bad enough to get benched. That's why Richardson wasn't coming in, because Richardson wasn't gonna give you nothing better, and I'm gonna go with the veteran. That's the reason why I'm gonna play Kirk Cousins. I'm gonna play the veteran. If they give me even production, I'm gonna go with the veteran who's gonna make less turnovers. That's the same situation.
Just saying. And Minshew was not the quarterback that AP wanted. He wanted to run with AOC because AOC is what got us through the end of the season prior to that. So he wanted to kind of keep that cohesiveness with the offense. Like I said, like Telesco was the worst hire, bro. If you ask me, honestly, that shit was worse. That shit was worse than Josh McDaniels.
Drafted Brock Bowers. God damn it! You ain't about to keep talking about Telesco like that.
Man, he didn't draft Brock Bowers. I forced him to do that, man.
I don't give a fuck what you say, man. I'm the biggest Brock Bowers fan in this bitch. God damn it, on YouTube. Everybody on this bitch, everybody that I know was like, man, where's the Raiders draft another tight end? Boy, I was the only motherfucker on this bitch riding with it when everybody else was. That shit was a dumb pick, boy. Everybody,
and you didn't know who Brock Bowers was until I told you.
Me?
Y'all was trying to pick the other
I'm a Georgia fan. What are you talking about? I didn't know about Brock Bowers.
You wanted to get Isaiah Washington. That's what you wanted.
I don't even know who Isaiah Washington is.
The 6'8" tight end.
The only player I wanted the tight end Brock Bowers, because I didn't think we was gonna be in the position to draft Brock Bowers, was fucking the quarterback, bro, that went to the Falcons. I was like, bro, the Raiders are probably going to draft him because
Phoenix?
Hey, Nutty Raider Nate, boy, did I ever mention whoever the fuck JT? I don't even know who the fuck that dude is.
You watched Georgia, you know who Washington is, man.
Me and Nutty Raider Nate, bro, me and Nutty Raider Nate was in this bitch making arguments about why the Raiders should take Cooper DeJean, and everybody was laughing at us. God damn it!
I got laughed at with that too, bro. I got laughed at with that too.
We was. I don't know who you talking about, bro, but we was definitely on this bitch beating the table for Cooper DeJean, and and the quarterback from Washington. I can't remember his name. He plays for the Falcons. You know that.
Phoenix.
Bad knee, whatever.
Phoenix.
Yeah. Outside of that, bro,
I
wasn't beating the table for nobody in this motherfucker.
I know Cooper DeJean happy we didn't draft him, because he would have looked terrible under Patrick Graham as a defensive coordinator. The reason he looks so good is because he's in the perfect system that fits his skill set, and hey man, he can make plays in that system. If he was playing our system, that motherfucker would be a liability. He'll just be another white corner.
I don't know, bro. Cooper DeJean is different, bro. I'm not a big college football guy, bro. Like, I don't watch a lot of college football. Like, people who watch me know, like, if it's coming up to the draft, like, I don't know too much about college. I'm not going to be the guy that's going to tell you, who the Raiders should draft or who they shouldn't, and deep dive into the tape. I'm just going to tell you the guys that I want. But we came in this bitch, bro, and dude, Cooper DeJean was everything for Iowa. That's how, in my honest opinion, bro, that's how you know or should somewhat analyze a player coming out of college, bro, especially playing for a small school from Iowa. And that's no disrespect to Iowa, but he was everything, dude. Cooper DeJean played offense. He played corner. He played defense. He was their best punt returner, their best kick returner. Dude, the writing was on the wall that Cooper DeJean was going to be special.
Natural athlete.
Yeah. Bro, hey, Nate, Nate. How many people laughed at us, bro, when we did the stream and we drafted like, bro, who the fuck is Cooper DeJean? 2 years later, Cooper DeJean wins Super Bowl MVP. Like, come on, chat. Like, I'm not gonna come on here and beat my chest and say I know ball and I'm the best.
It wasn't 2 years later.
Bro, Cooper DeJean's only been. He hasn't even got through his rookie contract.
It was
yet.
his
It
rookie
like
year.
2 years later.
It was his rookie year.
Okay, there you go. I see where you're going.
It was his rookie year,
but bro. Like, I'm not trying to say that we're fucking the Just Win Baby podcast Adamas or the Silver and Black Lounge Adamas. But dude, like, we know ball. Like, it was crazy.
We know
like
ball. We know players. That's all.
It's just crazy, bro. Like, and motherfuckers like
well, if y'all know so much, since y'all know so much, how many games is AOC gonna start the rest of his career?
For the Raiders
career?
No,
for the Raiders?
For any team, is he gonna get to start week 1 for any team?
So for the rest of his career,
week 1 for the Las Vegas Raiders. Right now, stamp it.
I'm gonna answer your question.
Stamp it.
I'm gonna answer your question.
He
so
gonna
I
be
predict
out.
the AOC will start a total of 21 games in the rest of his 27-year career. I mean, 7-year career. I think
he's at 21.
He'll probably start 20 games.
How much you smoke today?
In his next 7 year, in his next 7 years in the NFL. Yeah.
As a backup?
As a permanent backup?
Bro, I think he's gonna be a journeyman. He gonna go to some places. You know what I mean? And he gonna start some games in like the tail end of the season. Well, maybe, you know what? I'm gonna lower that. I'm gonna say 11. Say 11 games. He might start 11 games in his next 7 years of his career.
Will he start week 1 for any team for his career?
Never.
I don't know.
Never.
Yeah.
Not earned. Maybe barring injury, but not earned.
I don't even think that. He's always going to, from here on out, he's always going to have competition with an incoming rookie.
So why do y'all think? So if y'all can project that he's not even going to start week 1 for somebody, but y'all got mad because he didn't start over Gardner Minshew?
Gardner Minshew wasn't a starter either.
I'm more mad.
That's a lie. Gardner Minshew is starting for teams. Stop saying that week 1.
My camera freeze out, dude.
Let me explain why I'm mad, Black. I'll let you go first. I feel like a head coach should be the one that picks his starting quarterback, and he should run with what makes him comfortable. If AOC was what made him comfortable, then that should have been AP's. That should have been AP's availability option. You know what I mean? But Minshew was forced on him, forced to start. You know what I mean? So in that essence, for me, I felt like AOC should have got the shot he deserved because the head coach believed in him. You know what I mean?
That makes sense. And then if AOC went out there and stepped up the joint, hold on, bro. I'm trying to go full circle with this whole AOC thing so y'all can stop thinking I'm hating. So if they should let him go ahead and start whatever quarterback he felt comfortable with. I totally agree, right? So if AOC would have went out there and stuck up the joint, then he got fired based on his decision. That's how he should have been able to do it because he got fired anyway. So they should at least let him have the quarterback that he wanted.
Exactly. You know what I mean? Like,
got you.
You know what I mean? If you're gonna fire me, at least give me the opportunity to get fired.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? You basically got me here just because. One, I'm gonna say this, bro, and I ain't said it. I'm gonna say it. AP got the job because the fans wanted him. The fans asked for AP, not just Max. Everybody was happy with the wins that we're getting towards the end of the season. Everybody wanted AP. The problem was Telesco never gave AP, and Mark Davis never gave AP a full chance to actually be a head coach. They never gave him the actual reins to run his team. So we ended up with bullshit. And you could tell we ended up with bullshit because we followed it up with bullshit. We thought somebody was coming in here to make something great happen. Come to find out, he worse than the one we let go, who we didn't even give a full shot to. So I imagine if you would have just given him an opportunity to actually be the head coach, we might have actually accomplished something. So for me, like AOC was the guy that he believed in, then he should have got that opportunity. And like you said, if he'd have came in and stunk up the joint, then yeah, then you turn to Gardner Minshew and you take whatever L that is. But to be forced to do something and it just doesn't pan out, and yeah, so now you can legitimately make the argument that yes, AOC might just be better than Gardner Minshew at this point in time in Gardner Minshew's career, because when AOC came in that season, he did do better than Gardner Minshew in certain aspects, certain games. There were certain games where AOC started and we had to turn to fucking Gardner Minshew. So I mean, they complement each other's lackluster of phenomenal football, if I can say that so eloquently. You know what I mean? They complement each other with the lacklusterness of competitive football.
So the one little glimmer of hope that AOC had, they tricked it off. The general manager tricked it off because he really had a legitimate chance that year, which I could agree. But going into the season, I would have never picked AOC over Minshew. But if I'm the head coach and I really felt like this guy give me a better chance to do what I want to do, then I'm going with that guy, not the better player, allegedly better player. Because at this point in the career, it's arguable that Minshew is on the decline. Because it ain't like he was a Kirk Cousins where he started hella places. Because Minshew really been trying to get in where he fit in all his whole career.
So let me get on this, bro. Let me get on this. So let's keep it a beanter here. So after Josh McDaniels got fired, right? Josh McDaniels was running with Jimmy Garoppolo, right? AP took over and he's like, who's the quarterback going to be? Who do I have the best opportunity to be a future coach of the Las Vegas Raiders? He chose Aiden O'Connell. So this is my mindset, right? So he put his career and his future career as an NFL head coach on the line in Aiden O'Connell's hands. Aiden O'Connell wasn't the best quarterback in them final games. But going all the way up until week 17, the Raiders had a chance to make the playoffs. Aiden O'Connell had won a few games. You feel me? And then broke, like I said, y'all can take this how y'all. I know y'all get, some people get emotional about the whole Aiden O'Connell broke the record against the Chargers. It wasn't him or whatever. But still, that was in there, right? So Aiden O'Connell did all that.
What I do know is Aiden O'Connell got to play the year AP was the coach. He also had a chance to steal the starting position during that same year, and he kept getting hurt. Well, he got hurt. I know he had the opportunity to take the job, especially if you got the coach rooting for you and you got Devontae Adams saying it. Like, so he comes into the game, get a chance to play, but then he gets hurt. So I'm like, okay, cool. You might have been the better quarterback, but not if you get hurt. You on mute, bro.
The point I was trying to make is, bro, was like Antonio Pierce put like everything, his entire coaching career as in the future in Aiden O'Connell's hands. And Aiden O'Connell went out there and got Antonio Pierce the job, bro. Now, did Antonio Pierce choose Minshew over Aiden? I don't know. A lot of the speculation is that the general manager forced Minshew forced, you feel me, Antonio Pierce to make Minshew the starter because of contract. This dude's making so much, but whatever. The thing that bothers me is that after everything went sour with Antonio Pierce, I mean with Gardner Minshew, even, and shout out to Gardner Minshew, bro, because Brock Bowers broke the record with Gardner Minshew. You feel me? Yeah, that was Gardner Minshew was definitely throwing the ball, boogers included. He had hella boogers on the football, but that shit didn't matter. You feel me? But you feel me? At the end of the day, that fool at the end of the year waited until the same situation, bro. Waited until like the final 5 games. Hey, Aiden, go out there and try to save the fucking day again. And Aiden O'Connell performed well, but it wasn't enough to save Antonio Pierce from his job. The point I'm trying to make is that I feel like Aiden O'Connell has been like the last minute savior for the Raiders over the last few years, and he's performed decent. Is he the best quarterback? Nah, but like the Raiders have disrespected him, bro. Like the last couple of coaches have disrespected him, bro. And we all have our own opinions if Geno's better, if Minshew's better, if Jimmy Garoppolo's better, whatever. You feel me? But at the end of the day, when Aiden O'Connell has come in and played, he's played well, and he's won games. So
I'm gonna be honest with you, Ben. Aiden O'Connell didn't say shit with AP. We didn't want AP as a coach.
Hey, shout out to JT, bro. You was one of them ones. I didn't want AP as a coach, neither King.
I was happy with AP because I knew what was coming, and I didn't want what was coming. But AP didn't get a fair shot at being a coach. He was forced to play Aiden O'Connell. He didn't want Aiden O'Connell as his quarterback, but he was the best option at the time. You know, and for me, with Gardner Minshew and AOC on the team, I think Gardner Minshew.
What up, Cash Lord? What up, brother?
If I was to run them, I have AOC as a better quarterback as a backup at that point. When they're both backups at the point in their career, I pick AOC over Gardner because I know what Gardner was going to give me.
Me too.
I know what Gardner was going to give me. I didn't know what AOC was going to give me. Like I said, he showed sparks. He showed, if you really coach behind it and have a scheme, he showed a little bit. But so does Gardner. Gardner had moments. You just talked about how he had his moments. Meaning, if you coach him right, you get the players behind him. Yeah, you can rally behind things, and that's what Gardner Minshew is a great locker room guy, and people want to play for him because he's a great guy. But he ain't that guy. He ain't really that guy. He's just a good dude.
But AOC is. That's crazy. Hey, but
honestly, well, see, but the thing, I don't know. There's not a large enough sample size to really go off of it.
It's not a mover comment. Hold on.
Huh?
They forget about this part too, Kev, how they played head up in preseason, that he really lost a job in the preseason. But they forget about that part though. That's the reason why Minshew. But now,
hold on, black. Let's keep it real. You really gonna sit here and say the preseason is something that you grade on?
If you have 2 equal quarterbacks,
from my starting number 1 quarterback, from my
starting
number 1 quarterback.
No. You asked me a question. Let me answer it.
And I wasn't finished. I wanted to classify what my question was going to be.
I don't need you to quantify the question.
Because preseason is for backups. It's not for starters, and you know that.
No, it's not. It's not always for starters.
What starter has to fight for the position?
Bro, it's only for backups when you don't know who the starter is. They didn't know who the starter was going to be, Minshew or AOC, so they was in competition. When you have 2 somewhat equal quarterbacks, the preseason matters. What do you mean?
When they gave Gardner that contract, you knew he was the number 1. He played so bad in practice that it actually became a competition. Yes or no? How much did they pay
I
Gardner Minshew?
don't know, bro.
No.
I don't know.
You do know.
Don't tell me what I know. I don't know because yes, conventional wisdom will say, yeah, the person with the most money gonna start. And if y'all know that, why the hell y'all be crying so much about the damn quarterback competition? Y'all should never fix y'all mouth. When I say y'all, I'm talking about anybody should fix their mouth and be like, this is a quarterback competition. All three quarterbacks have equal chances of being the starter of game one. And we know what you just said. But what we did know in that moment was we got Gardner Minshew off a little cheap deal because we didn't know what kind of quarterback we was going to get, and we had AOC, and they both was going to compete in the preseason. Every franchise don't automatically start the person who make the most money, and it wasn't even like Minshew was making so much money we had to start him because we got him
Compared
on
to
the
AOC, was.
no, not compared to nothing. Not compared to the salary
overpay for
cap.
Gardner Minshew. You know that.
Compared to the salary cap, how much did Gardner Minshew make? Do you even know?
15 million. That
How
year
about
y'all
he made
making up
he
stuff?
made like 6-7
Now
million
y'all
a year?
making up stuff.
No, he
Thank
made
you.
like 6 or 7. He was making like 5 to 6 a year.
So that's
he
not
made
nothing for a
$15
starting
million.
quarterback.
He
Ben don't
signed
know.
like a 2-year, $20-something million contract.
Ben just
I
talking.
don't think it
Ben,
was
you
that
just
much.
guessing.
I don't think he made
Ben just
20.
guessing, man.
It was like
Ben
like
just
You son
guessing.
of a bitch. I'm tired of you second guessing me, you son of a
No,
bitch.
you're
So
you're the one guessing.
it's between like 11 and 15, bro. Here, I'm gonna tell you right
Hey
now.
Google.
We hella overpaid for him, and
I
for
know
him
we did.
How you
I know we
overpay
did.
for a starting quarterback?
because he's a
Paying
backup.
He's
$6
not a
million.
starter, Black. In
Oh
what
my
world is he
God.
a starter?
Hey,
He hasn't been a fucking
Hold on,
starter since he left the
wait.
Raiders.
Stop yelling at me because I'm gonna tell you why. Because he was starting when he was
I got so
literally
goddamn angry, my camera froze. God damn it! Sorry.
because he was literally starting when he left
2 years,
Indianapolis.
25
No,
million with
how
15
much did he
million
get? How
guaranteed.
much did he
Black,
get?
there it is.
15. So he
15
got
million.
15 million. 15 million. You was right. 15 million. That's what he got.
I don't be coming
So
on. Yeah,
so
me
so
second guessing
so
myself.
so
I
is
don't be
so
coming
is
on here
15
selling
so
false
is
tales,
15
boy.
million a lot of money to play for a starting quarterback?
A
He
backup.
wasn't projected to be a
Oh
starter.
my
Black.
God, my God. How do you say that when the team that he
Hold
left
on,
when he was starting? The team he left, the team he played for literally before that, he started. So what are you
I can
talking
answer that.
about?
I can answer that. He wasn't the starter from day one.
Oh, now he got to be the starter from day
No.
one.
He was the projected third.
Okay, man. All right.
Was he not? Was he not at the beginning of the season? He was the
Y'all
starter.
right.
Yeah, coming into that
You're
year,
right.
Aiden
You're
O'Connell
right.
was the
What game did he start at Indy? What game did he start in Indy? He didn't
I don't
play the
know.
first 5 or 6 games. So that's not a number one.
Whatever,
He
man.
ended up as number
You're
one
right.
because of injury and because the player got benched. That's the only reason why he ended up as a number one.
Okay.
He was
So
the
did he
best option
start
at the
though?
time because the rookie was playing like
Did he
shit.
start 13 games? Did he
Yes,
start
because the
13
rookie was
games?
playing like shit.
So
And then he played
so
better. So that doesn't make you a
oh my
starter though,
God.
Black. You know that.
All right,
That doesn't
man.
make you a starter.
So he didn't start nowhere else? He didn't start nowhere else?
No, he hasn't. He hasn't
Oh my
started
God.
anywhere else.
Y'all,
Gardner
you
Minshew
making
has
up
been a
you making
backup
up
Hold
stuff
on, where
now.
did he start? Where else has he started at? No, wait,
Nowhere.
Ben, stop. Where else has Gardner Minshew
He never started in Jacksonville?
after? No, we're talking
After
after
the
that.
Raiders,
We're not talking
bro.
about
Hold on,
before.
man. See,
You
y'all
can't sit here and say
bro,
before. We're talking about when we picked him up.
your
And
question
you're
was
like,
has he ever started? I said, has he started somewhere
come on,
else?
bro.
And you
Come on,
said
bro. You know what
no.
I'm talking about, though.
You said no. You know
Since
you need to
Indy,
know what I'm
we're
talking
comparing
about because
Indy.
I'm the one that asked the question. I said, did he start somewhere else? You said no. And I said, yes, he did. And you said where? And I said Jacksonville. And you said, I'm not talking about there. Like, so what are you talking
No,
about?
that's what I'm saying.
He played with 2 teams after he left Indianapolis. He played with the Raiders, where he started. He started there. They won. He started. And then the second was he's playing behind Patrick Mahomes. So what are you talking about?
He started in Kansas City too, though, and ended the season as a starter. Is he going to start there?
He played in Indy too.
Hey,
No. Black. Okay, because Black is saying, "Hey, wait. Hold on.
Hold on. No, JT, hold on, bro. It's all football shit. So
Yeah.
Jack Pena just said, he said, pause the show. He said the Pena family is watching the show. They want to know that I came on and happy to say that you should give a shout out to Robert Pena. You feel me?
To the Pena family,
Love you, boys,
Love
man.
you guys. I
Robert Pena.
appreciate you guys. I wish I would have streamed more. I always just talked to Rob in the back. He always was encouraging. He was an amazing man. He was an amazing person, an amazing father. Uh, my prayers are to you guys. If y'all need to chat, y'all can hit me up at any time, man.
Yeah, Robert
My
Pena,
door,
bro.
my thing is open just as much as it was for him as y'all.
Hey,
So
Robert
they
Pena,
said,
bro. He was one of the most humble, most down to earth, no drama. Hated all the infighting between Raider Nation. Just wanted us all to grow as, you feel me, a nation as we should. One of the best people I ever met. You feel me? And he was there for everything. Respected everybody. You feel me? Was in everybody's chat, bro.
Actually,
And never judge anybody, bro. And I think that's one thing about Pena, bro. No matter where you were as a Raider content creator, if you had no subs or 25 subs or, you feel me, a million subs, he was in your chat. He was supporting you. And yeah, some big shout outs to all of the whole Pena family. And yeah, man, we love you guys, man, for sure. Like I said on my post earlier, you feel me? Like, you guys, the Robert Pena and his family, they hold a special spot in not only my heart, but all of Raider Nation's heart. You feel me? And I hope going forward and Robert Pena continue to sell them silver and black seas. You know what I'm saying? With Gord Peterson and Spotlight, they're all looking down on us right now, and they want us to be better as fans and as content creators. So, I'm focused. That's one thing I'm focused on, bro. I'm trying to, let all my beefs aside and just focus on Raiders now. You feel me? Like that whole Mount Shieldmore shit, like all that shit's to the side now. Like, I'm just focused on the Raiders, and I know it's what they want. They want us to all be as one as a nation, and that's how we should be. We should be fighting and shit. So, shout out to Robert Pena, man. Like I said, one of my day ones for sure. Him and Gord. So I love you guys. I love all your guys' families. I dedicated my channel and my Instagram to Robert Pena and his family and Gord Peterson and his family. So like I said, guys, we're content creators, bro. Like Dirty has his slogan, like, you could be doing anything right now, but you're tapped in, and that means a lot, and we respect that. Like, y'all think you guys might just be somebody that's commenting our chat, but that shit isn't. You guys aren't just chatters, bro. Like, you guys are part of our network, our community, and what we wake up and focus on doing every day. And I don't think anybody outside of my camp and like we lock in, and when we see people, bro, we honor them in a different way, and I pride myself on that for sure. I respect all of you guys because God fearing, if any of you guys were to go, expect that same energy. You feel like we love all of you guys, and we don't take nothing for granted over here. Like I said, God fearing, if anybody was to go, you can expect that same energy. We're gonna push you if your family does, any kind of like GoFundMe's or shit like that. We're here to support all that shit. We're Raider Nation, and like I said, that's the reason why myself, I'm trying, even though there's a lot of personal shit, bro. I'm pushing all that shit at the side, and the Silver and Black Lounge, the Just Win Baby podcast, Dirty with the Raider Nation Network, and Black with the Business Decision Sports, and Nutty Raider Nate obviously just rebranded with the Loaded Box Entertainment. We're focused on more of a positive, going forward. So love you guys, man. Appreciate you. I'm gonna go grab some beers. So I'll be right back.
I'm gonna say this.
That was so nice of him.
I'll be honest. I'm not gonna say it. Ben's a better person than me. Let's just say that. But Rob, love you, bro. I know you wanted me to continue to do this more, so I'm gonna be more active. But as a starter, Gardner Minshew right now was a better quarterback. But he's not a starter anymore. He's far from starter, and you know that. I'm not arguing what he did with Jacksonville. And guess what? Because he's not the player he was at Jacksonville. We're grading what he did at the end of Indy. We're grading what he did here and what he's doing in Kansas City.
Okay, hold on before you go too far. So if they don't see the quarterback now that he was his rookie year,
I'm sorry?
that's a yes or no, bro. It's not even complicated.
I didn't hear you.
All
I didn't hear you for real. I really didn't hear you.
Is Aiden O'Connell the same quarterback now that he was his rookie year?
No.
Maybe.
Is he better? Is he better or worse?
Better.
How is he better when he didn't play all last year except for the last game, and then the year before that he got hurt and only played like a handful of games? How is he better? How is he better?
Less turnovers. Better command of the pocket.
He wasn't even on the field.
He wasn't okay. So
he wasn't even on the field. He literally started 10 games his rookie season. He literally started 10 games rookie season. He ain't even played 10 games the rest of his career. Well, he did 11.
What up, Truth? What up with you, man? Saludos.
So you're saying he hasn't progressed at all? That's what you're saying?
Bro, stop putting the at all and all that other goofy stuff in there. I didn't say all that. All I said was,
his rookie season?
I asked you, is he better now than he was his rookie season? And you're saying
I said yes, and you told me how.
Said yes,
did you not?
And I said how, because he hasn't even played. How can he be better and he ain't even play all of last year? And then when he did play last, I would agree with you, Dirty. And when he did play, he didn't throw a completion for 3 quarters. Come on, bro. You gonna tell me he better now than he was his rookie season when he started 10 games? That's what you're telling me?
Yes. Yes.
I don't understand how you play. I don't understand how you don't play and get better. That's crazy.
No, but you're just comparing it to what you've seen on the field. Okay, you can't compare anything on the field if you didn't play. But you're telling me you're telling me he ain't gonna get better with age?
We don't know that.
You do when you see it in practice.
He might not never play another game. We don't know that. Let's go off what we do know.
I can tell you why. For a guy who didn't see the field at all, who's still competing for a starting position, how did he not get better?
He ain't starting for no start. He ain't competing for no starting position.
Hey, shout to the truth, man. He said it's crazy how. Hold on.
For a starting position,
Y'all can go on with your debate.
It's gonna be him and Fernando. Yes or no?
Just hold on for a second, bro. He said this is some personal shit, bro. We off Raiders for a second. He said it's crazy how someone cared for the interest enough to come up and interact with the show. That's not something every family does. We probably have known that more about or with Robert Pena, Spotlight, and Gore Peterson. Bro. Like that's the thing, bro. Is like we honor people, bro. Like we love everybody that comes by and show love. We want that, bro. Like we're never gonna take anybody for granted. I think we're a smaller network. You feel me? We're not like, you feel me, Docs and all these other fools. They got a lot of more people that watch us. You feel me? But regardless, if we were on our level or on their level, bro, we don't take nobody for granted. So just keep that in mind, bro. And
see, I think that's what makes us so genuine, though, is the fact that we know, like, we genuinely care about the people who watch us and follow us because we know who you are. You know what I mean? Like, you're here so much. We literally feel like we know who you are, even if we've never met you. Like, if we ever do meet you, it's gonna be all hugs and daps, bro. Like, you know what I mean? High fives and sugar pies. Like, I don't know, you know what I mean? But like, for the most part, like, bro, like, we pay attention to y'all. We may not answer every question that you type in, but we see them. You know what I mean? We can only get to so much, but we try to acknowledge you guys as much as we possibly can because time is short for everyone. You know, like they say, time waits for no man. Why y'all so quiet?
Yeah, I went on my. I wanted to just give a
Because
quick, shout out to Pena and Gord Peterson and Spotlight, man. But outside of that, y'all go on, bro. I'm doing my thing. I'm drinking hella Coronas. I done drank like 7 of these bitches. So man, cheers to the chat. We appreciate y'all. I'm chilling. Shout out to my brethren. Shout out to Nutty Raider Nate, man. He dipped out. That's my guy. You feel me? Hopefully you have a good rest of your night. We got Dirty. We got JT in this motherfucker. Probably one of the most controversial Raider fans in this bitch that be up here talking. We got Black.
And then we got Black.
Hit
You
the
heard how
like
you said
button.
that shit?
Black is my
And then we
dude.
got Black.
But to respond to this, what I'm gonna say. Should ALC be competing for starting positions? No. Should Gardner Minshew be competing for starting positions? No. I don't look at them as starters.
It don't matter how you look at them. It's about how the league look at them. What are you talking
And the
about?
league looks at them as backups.
No, they don't because Gardner
Bro.
Minshew about to have a chance to start right now in Arizona. What are you
Okay, cool.
talking about?
Let's get to the nitty gritty. You and I both know coaches will fucking sabotage you and fuck you over if they don't like you, if you don't fit their fucking system. And you know that. AOC
Bro,
ain't really an athlete.
that's
Hold on,
true.
hold on. You and I fucking know the NFL is in transition because they want athletes at quarterback. AOC is far from a fucking athlete. Gardner Minshew is a better athlete. He is very mobile, has a good arm, almost great arm. He's undersized. He can make any throw, but that's always been his problem. He was never as good as making the big play as Brett Favre was, but he always made the Brett Favre error and mistake. That's what his issue is. That's why he couldn't win big games.
What's his issue?
He makes mistakes. He's not as good. He can't. His skill doesn't overcome his mistakes that he makes.
What are these mistakes you talking about he make though? Because are you talking about interceptions?
No, just bad throws. Period. He just makes bad throws. He'll force a throw because he thinks his arm can get it there. The same issues that Brett Favre had. Now he didn't have as good of a team as Brett Favre in Green Bay. I'll give him that. He didn't have the players like that, but he had some players down there. He made some plays. He won games.
Let me ask you this, bro. Let me ask you this.
No.
Since with all that being said, right? Because you just said he won't have a chance to start nowhere else, and he's gonna have a chance to start in Arizona.
Who?
Where? Minshew.
He gonna lose to Jacoby Brissett, another backup. Another backup.
Bro, Jacoby Brissett is a career backup, right? And he's one of those.
He's a better starter than Gardner, though.
But he's
a better starter, is he not?
Let me finish my comment. I'm about to tell you that. But he's earned his way to be a starter. So now I believe that he's going to be a starter for the rest of his career until he gets a little older, and then he might go back. So at this point in his career, yes, I think he's a better starter than Gardner Minshew. Will he beat out Gardner Minshew? Well, I probably think he will. But my point is this. Him and Gardner Minshew are going to have to battle it out for a starting job. You will never see AOC battling nobody for no starting job, including here, because you can say all you want that he's battling for the number 2, but that's only so that we don't have to play Mendoza. Because if all things being equal and Mendoza was on the table to play, he's not playing over Mendoza or Kirk Cousins, and you know that.
Wait, say that last part again. He's not doing a.
If all things being equal, and we wasn't trying to preserve Mendoza from playing early in his career, and they all had the availability to play, we know that AOC is not going to start over Fernando or Kirk Cousins, and you know that. You know that he's not better than neither one of them. You know that.
He's in the same position, and that argument works for Gardner Minshew too.
No, because Gardner Minshew is because he's actually competing for a starting job right now. AOC.
So if AOC was in Arizona, he would too. You can't.
We don't know that he ain't in Arizona. He ain't in Arizona. He ain't in Arizona.
But that's not the same. You can't compare the same.
So now we acting like now we're gonna take something that we know is true and then say, well, hypothetically, if he was over there, then he would be too.
Come on. You're changing the situation. You can't do that.
Changing the situation because
Well,
you're
no,
trying to make
you
up a
can't see her.
hypothetical.
Did Arizona draft a rookie at number 1 for their quarterback?
Why didn't say that again?
It's a yes or no question. Did they draft a quarterback in their first round because they were looking for a quarterback?
Who?
Arizona.
Did they draft a quarterback this year? I don't know. Did they?
With their first pick.
Okay, and okay. So what's your point? Yes, they did.
Oh.
So the answer is yes.
Did they bring in a quarterback at top dollar to be their number 1?
Bro, I don't.
Yes or no?
No.
Yes or
no. Oh, so what does that got to do with
the same situation?
Oh, now everything gotta be the same situation.
You cannot
How about this then? You right. Okay, you right then. So how about this? Was AOC and Geno Smith on the same roster at one time?
Yeah.
Okay, and so didn't the Jets trade for one of those quarterbacks?
Say that again. Didn't the Jets what for the quarterback?
Didn't they trade a draft pick for one of those quarterbacks?
Trade away quarterback? I believe they traded.
Bro, did the Jets give us a draft pick to one of those 2 quarterbacks that was on the roster? Yes or no?
Yeah, they probably did.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, because we got Dalton Johnson for him. So why didn't they go get AOC instead of Geno Smith? Why? Because we know that one is a starter and one isn't.
Because he wasn't better than Geno Smith.
Oh, wait a minute. Okay. So he's not better than Geno Smith, but he is better than Gardner Minshew, though.
Yes, would Gardner Minshew get that same trade? No, he fucking wouldn't. They're the same guy.
They're not the same. They're not the same guy. Stop saying that. Because AOC ain't never threw for 3,000 yards in any season. They're not the same guy, bro.
Hey, shout out Jay Schroeder, man. You are type shit.
And I didn't get to answer that. I was quiet to that. Do I think AOC can throw for 3,000 yards in this NFL? Yes.
You don't know.
Yes.
We don't know.
No. We don't know because is he going to get the chance? No. But you also know. But you also know favoritism plays in today's NFL. There's a bunch of people and they don't deserve it.
It's gonna get real here for a second. JT, hold on. It's gonna get chat. We have a Broncos fan in the chat.
I don't give a fuck.
No, I know we don't care. That's the point, right?
I want to clip that.
Hey, burn yard Bronco, cocksucking son of a bitch, dick eater. You feel me? Likes to play fucking anal cavity Olympics. Hey, bud. Hey, where the fuck were you at when the Raiders were 10-0 against the Denver Broncos? I think it's funny. I think it's funny that all you cock-sucking, dick-riding, dick-in-the-booty-ass Bronco fans like to come around my channel now because y'all are winning games against the worst team in the league, one of the worst teams. You're over here beating your fucking chest about beating the Las Vegas Raiders when ever since Josh McDaniels have taken over the team, we've been one of the worst teams in the league. But you're over here pounding your chest like you're beating anything significant, cocksucker. You motherfuckers have never beaten the Raiders 10 games in a row, bitch. Where the fuck were you at, cocksucker?
Goddamn, all he said was he warned us about McDipshit.
Let me go.
All he said was, damn, he warned y'all about McDipshit. He told you McDipshit was gonna be trash. You jump on the man?
We can eat my penis.
Damn. I thought you rebranded.
About shit. Anybody
Is this part of the? All he was just saying was, man, I tried to warn y'all about it, so y'all would have.
God dang! So y'all saying, "Oh, buddy caught strays." Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
Hey, but I ain't gonna lie. There's no love lost for Denver, so you can go fuck yourself.
Hey, come on, man. We're trying to expand the brand, brother.
Hey, hold on.
Alienating people, man. We're trying to expand the brand.
Check this out, bro.
What's the name?
Hold on, my most hated teams in the league. You know what's crazy?
Anybody playing us?
My most hated teams in the league, the two at the top, aren't even in our same conference, bro.
Anybody who's playing us is the most hated team.
No, the 49ers. So the 49ers by far are number one, my most hated team. I've rooted for Kansas City. I don't give a fuck how none of y'all feel about this. I've gotten constant, you feel me, motherfuckers talking shit. I rooted for Kansas City in 2 Super Bowls against goddamn San Francisco, and they won both of them joints. You feel me? I wouldn't say I rooted for them, but I definitely didn't want the goddamn Niners to win that shit. You feel me? So my most hated teams in the league by far, number one, the Niners. I don't give a fuck. Like, I love the Raiders, and I don't never want the Raiders to lose. But if we finished 1-16, I want that one win to be against the goddamn San Francisco 49ers, bro. That's my Super Bowl, no matter what. I don't give a fuck. And then number 2 is Dallas. By far, if we play anybody, bro, besides the Niners, I want to beat Dallas to the motherfucking fullest, bro. I hate Dallas. Fuck Cowboys to the Cowboys. I mean, to the cows come home. Motherfuckers say Dallas is America's team. Nah, gang. Dallas is America's bandwagon, boy. They got the biggest dick riding ass, bandwagon ass fan base outside the goddamn San Francisco 49ers that aren't in the Bay Area. You feel me? And then number 3, right there, goddamn Denver Broncos, you sons of a bitch. You know what I'm saying? And you feel me? Like, I didn't really care about Denver. You want to know the main reason why I hate the Denver Broncos? Because if you know me for a long time, I hate the Denver Broncos because of YouTube. You feel me? Shout out to, you feel me? I hate the Broncos, but shout out to Savage Sev. Shout out to Bronc Nuts. You feel me? If you watched me for a long time, I ate dog food because we lost to the Broncos. I poured spaghetti over the loss to a Broncos. I ate black licorice, and if for all of you fucking demon motherfuckers that might like black licorice, this might not attest to y'all, but black licorice is dog shit. I had to eat an entire bag of king size black licorice for the Denver Broncos. So that alone right there is why I hate Denver. So Denver by far is number 3. And I think it's so funny that all you fucking dick riding ass Denver fucking Bronco donkey dick riding motherfuckers were in my channel, weren't around my channel from 2020 until 2024. And then 2025, y'all finally want to show your face. Where the fuck were you at in 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024? Y'all was over here fucking fanboys of my channel and didn't want to type dick rider. You feel me? Now your team is good. You want to suck a dick. You feel me? I'm done.
That was catching a stray just for saying, hey, man, we try to warn you.
There's no such thing as a Denver Bronco fan catching a stray. Fuck the Denver Broncos.
Next time, I guess you should be louder. So
y'all go for y'all thing. I just went this long ass tangent. Now y'all go for it, bro. What y'all got?
We kind of got what we was talking about for a second. Hey man, but Bronco Ben, Barn, whatever your name is, bro, appreciate you stopping by and getting this church up in here. You know,
passionate, bro. I hate Denver. Like I don't care.
We all have a disdain in our heart for the Broncos. But it is what it is, man. They're pretty decent.
Like, there's certain, JT, there's certain fans that their families hate the Kansas City Chiefs. There's certain fans that hate so-and-so. I hate Denver. Like,
but at the end of the day, as long as they got a quarterback by the name of Bo, they not winning shit. They don't get to the playoffs.
You mean a quarterback by the name of Blow. And his last name is, instead of Nix, replace that N with a D. His name is Blow Dix. We've been calling Bo Nix for Blow Dix since he got drafted. And shout out to I'm Not Bueno, because I used to call him Bo Dix. When he was drafted, I call him Bo Dix. And then Bueno came through and was like, bro, his name is Blow Dix, bro.
We ran with that.
I'm going to give you credit for that.
We for sure ran with that.
No, I ran with that.
We ran with that so hard. I want to say I came up with it, but I know I didn't.
Type shit. And he was like, bro, you got it. Shout out to Plano, bro. Yeah, blow dicks, bro. That's blow dicks, gang.
Right.
I'm not gonna do that, but you know,
No, I will.
I feel you, but I hate the Broncos. It's pure disrespect with the
That's
Broncos.
super
Fuck them.
disrespect. I love it.
And that, bro, we're the Raiders, gang. Like it, bro. Our aura, our stigma, we're about is fighting. Like, bro, we used to have physical fights with the Chiefs and the Broncos. Bro, we've gotten away from that. You want, like, I know the league is softened up and that shit's not allowed anymore, but dude, our fan base has softened up. The organization has softened up, dude. We are. I can go on these long tangents about why the Raiders suck, dude. We're not the Raiders no more, gang.
We're not trying to go to jail for 20 years now, man.
I feel you. Hey,
It's hey man, Raider shit is gang affiliated now.
That part.
If you black or Hispanic, then it's gang affiliated. That's automatic fine.
Bro, I didn't think me and JT would ever start agreeing on shit, man. 3 years later, me and JT just agreeing on everything.
Shit, nah, I'm all with the fisticuffs, but they gonna run and go tell. You know what I'm saying? For all that. And now you got chemicals, so you can't even deny this shit. But no, it is what it is.
He said now you can't deny it.
Yeah, man, you on camera smacking the shit out of 4 people. Oh my God. And then and the girl gonna be screaming in the background. That's gonna make it worse.
Hey Lou, this may be an overstatement. This may be an overstatement for some people. He said Cousins didn't win and was shipped to Atlanta.
Man, Cousins was.
Let me. So I highlight this for a reason. He
was balling his ass off in Minnesota. He got everyone paid in Minnesota. Stop it.
Yeah, he did.
I don't think he's going to be very good for the fucking Raiders.
So when he started playing good, do not.
No, I'm gonna dick ride. I'm gonna dick ride Paul. I'm gonna give Crow. I'm gonna give Crow. I'm gonna come on this bitch.
Let us come out the gate 5-2.
Like it's a Thanksgiving dinner, dude. And then I'm gonna ride.
Let us come out the gate 5-2.
I need to win games.
And Cousins is leading the lead with touchdown passes. How do you think? How do you think he kept
know me? Y'all know me. Y'all know
how
me.
you think he still
getting them contracts in Minnesota on 1-year deals?
I'm a give Crow, and then I'm riding whatever we own. You feel me? Like I'm not. I've never come on this bitch and not admitted for being wrong. Every time I've been wrong, I've been on this bitch and said
and that's why I can with you. That's why I can mess with you because hey. You at least would say that. Hey, I ain't got nothing to say after that because there's gonna be a lot of people that act like that they saw this coming and they didn't.
The reason why I say that, Black Bro, is because the only time I really talk Raiders outside of when I get these drunk moments and talk with my old lady, I'm on YouTube, dude. Everybody has me in 4K with my statements. You feel me? So like if I don't stand on business, motherfuckers got me clipped not standing on business.
Right, I feel you on that.
I'm still waiting for people to come and clip me when I was wrong. I ain't been wrong yet.
What? Stop lying.
I ain't been wrong.
Well,
everybody's been wrong.
You've been wrong tonight.
I ain't been wrong tonight. We got a difference of opinion.
Hey, A-Bomb
was no an asshole. Opinion, bro.
We arguing over 2 backup quarterbacks. You trying to say one's a starter? They both backups.
One is a starter and one isn't a starter. One was Gardner Minshew was considered a starter at some point in his career.
They call me LeVar Ball the Raiders. Never lost.
But I've never lost.
You feel me?
Never lost.
Don't make me go find any kind of clip where you had an
don't do that. Don't do that. Dark has all the footage. He's still trying to top up a highlight video of me being wrong. That's been 2 years of running. You can go. What's that bust?
I ain't gotta go nowhere.
The Raiders should hire me as like some kind of like roster or something. Like, bro, I ain't gonna lie, gang. All these motherfuckers that been in that field, they should hire me. God damn it! Like they have a bunch of bums in that bitch. Like, see, this is my thing, right? Like, I'm just obviously I'm over exaggerating. Really, I don't think I hire me. The point I'm trying to make is, and I've said this before, the Raiders are different. We're not. Al Davis didn't lie. Al Davis didn't lie when he said there's 31 NFL teams. There's Las Vegas Raiders or the Oakland Raiders or whatever.
That's what I wanted to talk to you about.
Just let me finish. It's gonna be quick. But the point I'm trying to make is like if we're gonna get a coach, if we're gonna get a quarterback, or if we're gonna get a GM, we have to have somebody that just embraces the uphill battle that what intunes and being a Raider, bro. Like the NFL don't fuck with the Raiders. It takes a different breed, bro. A dog, like that's why I fuck with the Raiders, right? You know what I'm saying? So I think the Raiders now, are going at a good pace in terms of getting motherfuckers like that. My girl, bro, my girl's over here doing goddamn. Bro, my old lady's over here doing goddamn emotes beside me, dude. I lost my entire train of thought. God damn it!
I'm gonna be honest with you. I disagree with you, man. The NFL loves the Raiders.
I'm over here trying to think, and she's over here doing goddamn emotes and all kinds of goddamn shit. She over here, dude, bro. Oh my god, bro. I was going on a tangent. Go ahead, JT. Sorry, dude. I literally had like an entire segment lined up right there, dude. She's over here doing emotes and shit. Go ahead.
He said that the Raiders. He said they like the Raiders. They like the Raiders to be good so they can squat on us. But JT, me and you went back and forth for 6 hours one night, and I know dang old well you wasn't right the whole night, bro.
No, the Raiders. The NFL doesn't hate the Raiders. The problems was with Al Davis. But in all honesty, the NFL they actually want the Raiders to do well. If you notice, we've had less penalty calls in the last couple of years than most, than what we were getting in the past. A lot more calls falling our way, not as many as we would like. You know what I mean? We can still see, the disdain for us. But in actuality, the NFL actually thrives when the Raiders are doing good. The NFL numbers go up. They make more revenue when we are a better team. So they don't hate us. There's just a slight disdain for us not going with the flow like everybody else. We still kind of do our own thing. They don't really like that, but that's who we are. We're not going to change from that.
Hey, I like this comment. I like this comment from Lou Skunk.
The NFL owns the Raiders now.
Hey, Lou Skunk said my pass doesn't include Geno and Cousins in terms of these older quarterbacks, right? Garoppolo, Minshew, Stidham. It does include going forward with $21 million total invested in Aiden O'Connell and Mendoza. We're going nowhere with Cousins or Minshew. And I'm with you, gang.
That takes sound like you drunk.
Yeah. That's that, bro. And that's what I'm saying. Hey, come over to the Raider Ben channel. Come over to the Silver and Black Lounge. Come subscribe over here.
Yeah, lock in.
Come tap in with your boy.
If you don't like me, you gonna love him.
That part. Yeah, hey, that's been his motto ever since he joined the squad. If you don't fuck with my content, you gonna love my brother and shit.
For sure you is. If you don't like being mouth, then go to Dirty's channel.
Yeah, we got 4 motherfuckers up, 5 motherfuckers that's in the network. You gonna fuck with one of them for sure. No, so I agree. I agree with what Raider Scunt is or Lou Scunt is talking about with the future. Like that's my thought process is I'm not saying Cousins isn't the better option. He could be. But the NFL is building your team around rookie quarterbacks. You feel me? If you can get a Russell Wilson, these late round. Aiden O'Connell was a 3rd round pick. The point I'm trying to make is if you can get a quarterback on a rookie deal, that's how you win games. The NFL is not. built around. I mean, the narrative is there, bro. Like, look at all these. I'm drunk, bro, but look at all the young quarterbacks that have won. Mahomes, Jalen Hurts. I mean, Ben Roethlisberger in his younger career won on a rookie contract. There's lots of them, bro. I'm drunk, so don't. I don't
That's
know all
probably
of them.
it. Out of
No, I
15
just
years.
named like 5 or 6 of them.
You
Everybody
just
knows
named
if you know
3.
football,
You just
if
named
you know
3. Don't put the
football,
extras on it.
if you want to build around a rookie quarterback, bro. And the point he's trying to make is you have a better chance overall team development to try to build around Aiden O'Connell and Fernando Mendoza. That's
Get the
not
hell out of here.
saying that's not. Listen though, Black. I get what you're saying. Like, we're
There you
not
go.
saying that they're better. Look,
I didn't say that.
Kirk Cousins is making hella money, dude. He's eating hella cap space. You feel me?
You know what? I know one thing.
I'm not. I overreact.
Hold on.
Hella cap
No,
space.
that's why I took it. No, I know what you mean by that.
I mean,
I know what you mean by that. I'm not arguing that point, but what I do know is this: the Raiders have a better chance to win the Super Bowl with a 38-year-old Kirk Cousins than we do with a rookie Mendoza and a 4th-year UFC. So I don't understand what the argument is. Like, why we keep comparing it? It's not even a comparison. Like, you're talking about somebody that ain't even played in the NFL yet, and somebody else that hasn't started a whole season yet, and we want to compare him to somebody that's done it multiple times. And matter of fact, he's thrown for hella yards, hella touchdowns, got hella contracts because he's hella good. But for some reason, we need to sit him down so we can struggle for some more. This comes from the same fan base that cry week in and week out. I just want to win. I don't care how we do it. I just want to win. I'm tired of losing. I wish we could just win somehow. And then when you get a quarterback that's capable of doing it, you want to go give it to somebody who ain't never played or somebody that get hurt every 4th or 5th game. Y'all weird.
everybody's weird in their own way, bro. Like, we're all weird.
I am too, for sure.
Hey, bro, like I told you before, Black, you feel me? I'm not saying you didn't know Raider Nation, you feel me, in terms of like online, bro, but you're gonna find out there's a lot of Raider fans, dude, that are on this bitch that might have some mindsets, dude, that you be like, bro, what the fuck? I remember we did that show a few weeks ago, bro. You're like, why is this even a debate? You're gonna find out real soon, bro. Wait, Raider fans are weird, bro. Like, I love y'all, and we're all weird in our own way. You feel me? That's one thing about I try to pride myself on, and all of us, is we try to be that happy medium. Because when people are like that, and there's Raider fans like that, they either want the content creator or the guy that talks about the Raiders to be all unicorns and rainbows. You feel me? Or they want a content creator that's more realistic. And we pride ourselves, bro. Like, we have a lot of guys like Dirty and Black, like, you know, they're the more optimistic Raider fans, and then there's the happy medium with some of us that don't think we're going to be very good, and that includes with the chat. So the point I'm trying to make is, bro, is like we're at the end of the day, bro, we all want the Raiders to be good, and we're all content creators, bro. Like, I can't stress that enough. Because I could understand as like maybe somebody that grew up in maybe the YouTube generation, because I'm old, bro. Like, I'm 30. I mean, in this day and age, I'm old, right? I'm 34. I grew up watching. I grew up reading Raider articles in the newspaper, dude, and grew up reading reviews and online articles. And the point I'm trying to make is like, bro, like, if you really want your actual knowledge, if you want to learn a lot about the Raiders, don't rely on us. And I respect that.
Don't rely on who?
On content creators in general, bro.
No,
we're all based on opinion. Because we're all based on opinion.
No. Speak for yourself then, because I'm not basing mine off no opinion, bro.
Me neither.
I'm basing mine mostly off of.
Bro, none of us really know facts
Speak
about
for yourself.
it.
Speak for yourself.
Okay.
Don't speak for me then, because I'm not speaking from a lot of times when I'm telling y'all what I'm telling y'all, I'm not even telling you my opinion, because we're not talking about my opinion. We're talking about what the organization history is, what our tendency is, and things of that nature. Now, that don't mean I'm right about everything I say, but what I'm talking about, the nature of what we're talking about, is up for debate, because there isn't necessarily everything is being black and white. But yeah, I would agree. There's a lot of content creators that don't know what they're talking about, because one, they don't know football because they ain't never really played at a high level. Two, they're not even really Raider fans because they not. I mean, a lot of them just will tell you that they do it because of the job. They kind of migrated to the Raiders for whatever the reason, so their heart doesn't bleed silver and black. And that's the problem with this YouTube thing, is most of the top people are those people. But then when I say something about those people, then the top mentality comes. Don't talk about him. Don't talk about him. Like y'all was talking about earlier, a lot of these content creators don't even care, because what they'll do is they'll give you the bare minimum, and they won't even give you a real take. They'll be on both sides of the fence, so that way they always right. They'll take your super chats and they'll say what's up to you and keep on going. They don't even really do real content, because all they do is just get on here, read the chat, and then just give their little opinion. But real content creators like us, who structure the shows out, make sure the thumbnails just right, and all that, and put a lot of time into this for y'all, them are the people that don't get the love like they supposed to. So it's not all of the content creators. It's a small percentage that's real ones.
You know me. I'm bad.
I know you didn't mean all of them, but I mean, like, for real, there's some real ones, and a lot of them is over here.
Mm-hmm.
Not like car salesmen at all. Cool kid.
A lot of them don't have to talk shit about people behind their back and try and sabotage other motherfuckers.
I genuinely want you to be happy after you leave the show. I want you to feel entertained. Car salesmen, they don't give a fuck because it's just a check to them.
Well,
I care.
Right.
I look at it like this, bro. There's food that feeds everybody, bro. Either you're gonna be with the unicorn and rainbow crowd, like no matter what the Raiders do, it can't be no wrong, or you're gonna be with the Raiders really ain't really done shit. There's one of two options. That's
why. For me, I just want to educate. I just want to educate you and give you knowledge and information that you didn't have. Because I'm gonna be honest, man, Raider Nation is becoming dumber by every season. We're just getting dumber.
That shit. I try to tell Black that, bro.
Man, you ain't never told me that, because I tell y'all that all the time.
I know. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna be honest. I used to say this: the dumbest fan base used to be the Dallas Cowboys, but I don't think they're the dumbest fan base anymore.
No, but Ben, you have told me that these fans ain't as smart as you have said that. But
I know there's a couple shows you're like, why are we talking about this, bro? There's a reason why these motherfuckers, bro, fall for the banana tailpipe left and right. There's some if the national media ain't gonna set Raider Nation straight, somebody got to set these motherfuckers straight, man.
Exactly, and it's the reason why I started doing Raider content.
Yeah, but then I got a little bit of gripe with that too, because earlier y'all was saying how the NFL is against the Raiders or they don't like the Raiders, and I disagree. And that you said the Raider way is losing. The fuck it is.
Who said that? Who said that?
I said that because that's all I've seen as a Raider fan since I became a Raider fan in 2000.
And you only 34, like you said. Nah, bro. The Raider way ain't about losing. The Raider way was the winning way.
I mean, in all you're right, JT. In the bigger spectrum, it's not. We're not.
It's just recently.
Hey, send Jack the link. Send Jack the link.
I did send Jack the link, but it's not just recently, JT. Bro. We haven't won a Super Bowl since 1984. We're going on the 22nd anniversary of the Raiders winning a Super Bowl, bro. It's not like just recently.
I mean, okay, but that's not easy to do. And just because you don't win a Super Bowl doesn't mean you're not conducive of being a losing organization, because
I love the Raiders, bro. We have so many accolades, bro. We're the team of the decade, 60s, 70s, and 80s. there's so many accolades that tie themselves into the Raiders, and I'm proud of that, bro.
Yeah, and there's
But
been teams who've been losing for 40 years.
Some
you
teams
know
ain't
what's
never
crazy?
won nothing.
You
There's
know
teams
what's
that ain't
crazy?
never won.
I've been. You guys know me. I hate the Niners, right? So I've been looking for anything I can to beat up Niner fans with,
Mm-hmm.
because let me finish real quick, bro. And you know what's crazy? It's like I don't know why I just barely thought of last night. You know what Raider fans can also talk shit about Niner fans? Bro, y'all had Jim Plunkett and didn't win shit. Like, bro, y'all had Jim Plunkett, one of the best quarterbacks, in my opinion. 2 Super Bowl rings. You put him up there with one of the best quarterbacks ever. Like, quarterbacks can't even win Super Bowls, bro. Y'all had him, and he came to the Raiders. Y'all couldn't do shit with him. He came to the Raiders and won 2 ships. I feel like that's an arguing topic for the goddamn Niners too. Why couldn't y'all win shit with Plunkett or the Patriots?
He didn't fit the scheme, man. The
It's a
motherfucking coach to get you
franchise.
the fuck out of there, man.
I was talking about my old lady like that last night. Because I always be looking for arguments with the Niners, bro, because I'm surrounded by Niner fans, bro. I live in the Central Valley. If it's not Niner fans, it's probably Cowboy fans, but it's mainly Niner fans. And I always be looking for reasons to argue with the Niners. Obviously, their ultimate debating point is they got more Super Bowls, but whatever. They
Man,
had
they
they had Eddie DeBartolo. You feel me? Y'all won Super Bowls with Eddie DeBartolo. Nobody cares. But anyways, I was like, bro, pre DeBartolo, y'all had Jim Plunkett. Why couldn't y'all win shit? I mean, I'm not saying that he's great or nothing, but like y'all let him go and he went to the Raiders and won 2 chips. So I don't know.
Well, because we had a defense that was out of this world.
Shout out to the Soul
But
Patrol, man.
but
Rest in
so
peace,
Jack
George Atkinson, Jack Tatum, all them boys.
Kenner say Raider fans have the right to their opinion, and I totally agree with that. I'm not saying that the Raider fans don't have a right to their opinion, but just because you got an opinion don't mean it's right. Because a lot of these narratives that get pushed through, especially this YouTube stuff, is because those same people that I was just talking about that don't really care about the Raider fans, they say whatever because that's what gets them clicks and likes. And then so essentially, you don't really care about the Raider Nation. You care about keeping your lights on and making more content. That's what it's about. And I'm like, yeah, that's cool because that's the name of the game on YouTube. But then don't act like you're one of the realest ones. Then you want to put yourself on this Mount Rushmore rare stuff. Like, what are we talking about? Like, what? So now when you say something, it has weight. And then when you say things and then people regurgitate it to people like me that I know that you don't really know the history like that. And I'm not saying you, Jack. I'm talking about the person who's saying things to me
I
because
sent you the link, Jack Kenner, you son of a bitch.
because they regurgitating something they heard somebody else say without fact checking it. And then when I give you the real because I was either there or grew up in it, then it's you can't tell somebody how to rate her. Oh, y'all should let
Bro,
you be
bro.
delusional.
We live in a world where Instagram Reels and YouTube Shorts reign supreme on the world, dude. Nobody fact checks anything. You know that, dude.
That's crazy.
I feel like I can have a whole nother channel just based on the human. I mean the human race, bro. Like, bro, we live in a world now where like everything that was common and has been common for the human race for like the last 100 years has been absolutely obliterated by social media in the last 20 years. Like, dude, we are so fucked to where bro, it's bad. I feel like I can make a whole nother channel and just shit on the entire human race, dude, because how bad we are. It's embarrassing, bro. It's fucking embarrassing, dude. We live in a very fucked up world, dude. And now we live in a world to where, like, you feel me, motherfuckers are fucking relying on, AI for everything nowadays. Like, oh,
That's even worse.
bro. I work in a mechanic shop, right? So I had this customer come by and He was like, "Hey, I'm trying to get a diagnostic or whatever." You feel me? Like, yeah, we'll run it or whatever. He's like, "Well, Chat GPT said it could be this." Bro, I almost like threw my coffee and like shit in my pants. Like I almost threw up, like not throw up, but spit my coffee out because I was so fucked up on coffee. Like I was about to like take a shit. It's kind of off topic. That's weird, whatever. But the point I'm trying to make is, bro, motherfuckers come in and be like to my shop and be like, "Oh, this is what my car's problem is based off the internet." Bro, the world is so fucked, dude. It's so fucked. And I feel bad. I feel bad for a lot of these kids, bro. Like these kids are about to be in a world that's about to be fucked.
It's too late. It's already there. I literally had an argument with Chat today, and it was wrong, and it really tried to convince me and gaslight me that I was right, that I was wrong, and I had to literally like screen record whatever it was, and then it's going
Chat GPT tried to gaslight me.
And then it told me, "Oh yeah, you right," and I was like, "Well, where did you get the information that you was trying to tell me about?" And then it's gonna say I was hallucinating. It said I was hallucinating. The AI said it was hallucinating. Bro.
He said, I just tried to second, like have an over review of my work, and they tried to gaslight me.
It did try to gaslight me, and it even changed his voice inflection when it read it back. It was like, it was essentially like, "No, it's this, like for real." And I was like, "No, bro, hold on, let me go look for real now," because really, I literally screenshotted the whole conversation because I couldn't believe it. Because I caught AI being wrong a few times, and then it admitted. Because I'll ask a question that I know the answer to. I might not know the answer to what I initially asked you, but then once I start going down the rabbit hole, I'm gonna ask you a certain couple questions, and then no, it's not. That's not.
Bro, I made an AI post about fucking Brock Bowers, and it said that Brock Bowers won the Rookie of the Year that year. I had to make a pinned comment like that was a typo. Like, dude was like, "No, Kyler Murray won that year." Yeah, no shit, you son of a bitch.
Right now, you want to tell me that?
It look stupid.
Right.
That's
Jack, what's good with you?
Man, what's up, fellas? Dude, we got a lot of people in the house tonight. It's good to see everybody.
Fucking dumbass Reginald pack. That's why, dumbass Coronas.
I know.
You know what? I'm starting to dislike this, StreamYard shit, and I've been having problems with it. It wants to go to my Google account versus just sending you fucking by your Yahoo account, and you get right in. And now I got to fucking like look at passwords and all this shit that I haven't used since I ever bought this phone. So I don't know. Are you guys having the same problem? Like getting in on shows because
I don't join shows on my phone.
No, but I have several people.
But then that's all I do. I don't really have my own show, and the one show I did have, I gave it up.
Computer or nothing, Jack Kenneth?
I don't have a computer, dude. I'm an old school dude. I'm an old motherfucker. So I have an iPad and a cell phone.
Goddamn excuse, goddamn it, you son of a bitch. There was like Windows 98 that's been around for like 40 years, you son of a bitch.
Yeah, I remember Y2K.
Man, dang.
That's just me.
That's just you?
Yeah, Black about to jump down my throat for a second, Jack.
No, I just want you to just tone it down a little bit. Just a little bit.
Jack, cool. Jack, no. Hey, Jack, how you been on the earth for fucking, and they've had AT&T or something for like 40 years, and you ain't got nothing better than what you got.
Yeah, I only have two. I have two emails. I only use one of them. One's Gmail, which I had to get because I have a Samsung, which I'm on right now. So I had to get that shit. And now StreamYard is like going to the Gmail. I'm like, man, I haven't ever opened that password up since I got the phone. I want to do Yahoo. So
you want to know why it does that though?
Yeah, tell me, Black.
It does that now because let's say, for example, if you came on here,
that shit ass.
No, Samsung is way better than iPhone, Colt, but Anyway, so that way, if you was
Hey,
like,
you're
let's
the
say if you
one that
came
has
on here,
a Samsung in the group
I
chat.
do. So let's say,
I was wondering.
let's say if you porn bomb this channel or whatever, they could trace you back. That's
Yeah,
why they
shout
have
out
you
to
logged
that.
in now.
Yeah, porn bombing.
Man,
Yes.
I haven't seen any of that porn bomb stuff, like the spam stuff in a long time. So
No, I
yeah,
know, but I'm
kind
just
of
saying
odd.
that
I haven't heard
that's
of
that's
porn
how they
bombing in a
that's how
long
they
time.
that's how they
It's been
use
a
it
while.
to track you. Like if you were to do something, they could
Hey,
track you.
bro. Hey, tell me.
You're right. I haven't seen much of it lately, but
Hey, tell me
that's what
why.
they
Hey,
did.
chat, y'all know. Hey, chat, y'all know. Tell me why when I came back to YouTube, Raiders YouTube, and I got away from the drama shit, like every single day we was getting like porn bombs. And
Hey,
since
I
I
see Alfredo, cool Kev, dude. Okay, now that I'm on the show, now I get to see from all channels SoCal. I'm glad,
since,
dude. I see all my brothers in the
bruh,
chat, dude. All the
since
guys I
I
missed,
used,
man.
so the only reason why I used OBS is so a motherfucker couldn't porn bomb. You feel me? So like, this would be like, see how we're up right now. You feel me? With like the panel, right? So with OBS, I would just like capture us on the panel. Some motherfuckers would try to porn bomb me. Like, bro, if motherfuckers are trying to porn bomb me now, this is the perfect time. Well, I moved on from motherfuckers that probably is gonna try to porn bomb me.
Porn bomb you or A bomb you?
Nah, porn bomb me. So the reason why I moved on to OBS is because, like, say a motherfucker want to come up here, right? Just say hypothetically, right? Motherfucker want to pull up. He want to talk bull. I gotta put an overlay up. So let's just say hypothetically, right? This dude wants to pull up. Rest in peace to Robert Pena, my brethren. I gotta put this up because I'm worried about him porn bombing me, right? Like I gotta keep this up. The reason why I ran OBS is because I could have this same image up, but the panel, the chat, the viewers would still see us. They wouldn't see that Max Crosby image. So when somebody would come in try to porn bomb me, they would know right off the rip, bro, you can't porn bomb me because I had the overlay up. With OBS, they don't know I had the overlay up. So people would join, right? People would join the panel and the overlay would be up on OBS, but we would see them like this. Like we would just be chilling like their homies, and I would be able to cancel their ass out. So
I think you could.
that's
I think they can do overlays now on StreamYard. Now I ain't did it yet, but I think you can do that now or something.
no, I mean I have the overlays here. The point I'm
Not
trying
that.
to make. The point I'm trying to make is though, Black, like I could have an
I know what
overlay.
you mean.
You've
I know
seen,
what
yeah,
you mean.
you've seen the porn blockers. You can't have that. So I could have a random up here for hella long, and we could have the camera on. He could be, you feel me, be part of the show or whatever. But because I don't trust him because of my history on YouTube, I might be skeptical and I might put a thing over him. But y'all won't see it. But that's because of OBS. I could throw whatever I want on top of somebody's shit. So it's like the thing is about OBS, bro. A lot of people feel like OBS is complicated, and I could understand it because the way I talk about it. But once you just get the ins and out of OBS, bro, it's just like anything. Like a lot of people think, driving a manual transmission is hard. Yeah, it might be hard at first, bro, but like it takes practice. Everything in life takes practice. We're in a world now where motherfuckers want to take the easy route. I'm a chat GPT on how to do this or how to do that. Well, bro, we live. I'm gonna go on a whole another tangent. Motherfuckers lazy. Motherfuckers don't care. Like this shit's fucked, bro. Like I feel bad for my children, dude. Stop scubaing on me. You guys, Max Crosby did that same shit. I hate that scuba shit. Bro. I hate to like think like, but I hate to say this, but like I have a my brain is like a brain that thinks outside of the box, like in between the lines. Like I feel like the bro as a human, as the human fucking what's the word? The human race, bro. We are in a very dire situation right now, bro. Like, I don't know if I'm the only person that feels that way, but we are in a dire situation. And the only reason why I care is because I have kids. Like, I wouldn't even care, bro. My kids got to grow up in this shit. I mean, am I crazy to think that? I mean, this ain't Raider shit, obviously. It's fucking 12 o'clock in the fucking morning. Like, is it just me or y'all think, like, I feel like the human race, the world is in a bad spot right now, bro.
I don't know about that, but it ain't trending. It ain't trending because I know it's a lot of worse places that I could be right now.
Surely.
But we ain't trending. I know that because we are getting stupider because we think we're getting smarter. But that's fine because the real people that ain't stupid know how to capitalize on the situation. So
like,
which sucks though.
You know what's crazy, bro, is like China outside of those like basic like numbers and basic English or basic, their language, right? Like obviously ours English, right? Like the ABCs or whatever. Outside of that, dude, like kids from China are building fucking engines and building schematics for homes. Like bro, like it's so different. It like our country's only backbone is the fact that we got the toughest, strongest, courageous army in all of the world, dude. Because I feel like the majority of these countries, bro, are like a step ahead of us, bro. Like there's a reason why they say America is the laziest country in the world. And I get it because I feel like I'm kind of lazy at points.
What are you comparing it to? Who are you
the
comparing?
entire world? Like if you look at like the production, like America don't produce shit, bro. We just bully everybody.
Bro, you just been on a live stream for 3 hours, and you trying to tell me that we're more lazier than a third world country?
But I also said that I'm lazy too, though. But I did just say that I'm a lazy motherfucker, dude.
You're only saying that because you benefit from the comfortability of being in a country that's not third world. At the end of the day, are we leading the world in technology anymore? No. Do we lead the world in mathematics? No. But every country sends their best here to learn and get educated here. And then they go back home and take everything that they learn and make their country better.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Like the one thing that I can for surely say Americans do, bro, is we like breed like different animals, bro. Like we just motherfuckers. It don't matter if you're an American or if you come over here and you try to like learn the American shit. Motherfuckers over here is just different. Shit, weird.
It's not that we're in a bad place. I'm like, politically, we're in a bad place. Yeah. But if you really look at it, America still, agriculture-wise, we're still one of the top countries in the world. I mean, we're falling back to everybody else. Everyone else is catching up to us, but we had such a far lead, and we've been so comfortable for a while. Yeah, we got lackadaisical. As it said, hard time breed hard men. Who make things easy, and as easy as they get, the less you do. So for a while,
complacency, my friend.
Huh?
It's called complacency.
Well, I mean, you can get complacent when you're the best for freaking like 5 decades in a row.
And you got to remember, America is the youngest country out of all of them. So I don't. Like, why would they should never even been the best to begin with. It's like the youngest country out of all of them.
Bro, my brain is so broken. I just feel like I represent a country that's supposed to be like the dominant, like the force of the entire world, right? And has kind of established himself that, right? And then I represent a goddamn football team that goddamn supposed to be just win, baby, and commit
It's
to
time for you to go to
excellence.
sleep now.
Nah, you're right. I'm trying to hold on, goddamn it, you son of a bitch. I'm trying to participate in any way I can, goddamn it.
Oh wait, where'd Jack
It was
go?
time for you. It's time for me to
You
go lay pipe, boy. That's what time it is. It's time for
gonna
me to
go
go
to sleep. You gonna whip out and go smooth to sleep. You gonna go smooth to sleep.
I've been
You may as well
cooking.
try to get that thing at 4 or 5 in the morning, man.
I've been cooking
Don't
this whole
take
time myself.
don't take a power nap and go and get it right how you live. It's gonna set the alarm on your phone for like 4:30.
fucking bro, my stomach hurts.
On everything. Because if you try to get it now, it ain't
Motherfuckers
gonna even be
know,
worth.
bro. Motherfuckers know that shit's funny.
Mm-mm-mm. So JT, when you about to pop out now, bro?
I'm just now. I'm said once I finish this, I'm gonna eat a little
Well,
bit.
we ain't gonna hear from you for another 3 months until the season start.
Oh no, I mean I'm here. Like I said, I was on I've been I had transferred to another institution over here, so I've been working, and I just been on like probation for a little bit when you transfer to
Oh yeah.
jobs.
Oh
So
yeah.
I just I'm working my way up and trying to get back up to a top manager in executive office over here in the bank.
I feel it.
So I just been like I said, been focusing on that. And plus, I mean, in the off season, ain't really shit to talk
This
about,
ain't
man.
really the time. Yeah.
Yeah, I
This
mean,
ain't really.
there's shit I could talk about, but I really couldn't talk about it. I
No.
mean, if Max would have got traded, then I could say what I need to say. But there's still like I can't say a bunch of shit. Still, there's a bunch of stuff that just can't be said if someone's on the team. But like I said, I mean, there's it ain't gonna be as interesting anymore because I mean, it's like we have to move on. Like I'm tired of just being like the bitter ex at this point because like that's what we sound like, man. When we keep bringing up this shit about, dude, we just sound like the bitter ex who can't let
About
go.
bringing up what? About Max getting traded?
Max ain't getting traded
No,
until
I'm just
later.
saying that's what you're talking about. That topic.
Well, not even that stuff. I'm talking about like Josh McDaniels and
Oh
like
yeah.
shit we can't even do. Like, there's nothing we can do about it anymore. It happened, Like, I get it. It happened. Like, fuck. All right. Like, we was like, it's time to move on, man. Like, we can't. If we continue to dwell on this shit, we ain't gonna be able to move on from this shit. So it's just gonna
I
just
agree.
marinate and fester. So it's like, why am I even gonna like deal with it? And that's really all you gonna talk about in this off season. I mean, we really ain't hearing shit from OTAs. I mean, Kubiak, he ain't really gonna say anything. Like, no one's talking because there ain't nothing really to talk about. You got a
Yeah.
brand new team. I mean, like I said, there's still a lot of positions that need to be updated within our organization for us to turn the corner, man. Like until our inner performance team, and that goes to scouting, player development, um, player strength gets better to where the talent that we bring in that's young rookies that we draft, if we don't produce with them and they don't, then like because there's some people who just aren't going to start right away. but they're working on their game. They're getting their IQ up. They're getting their book knowledge up. You know, a lot of kids really only ran 10 to 15 plays in college. Your playbook alone in NFL is around 90 to 120 plays, depending on who your coach is. So that's a lot of material that they now have to learn and have to understand. Like college simplifies shit so much, like it's just it dumbs it down to a point where it's just you're just don't even know how to play football. Like you got people who can play. There's a bunch of people who can play the game but don't know the game. And that's where the transition with player development, player personnel, like that's where that comes in. And a lot of teams a lot of fans don't understand how important that is to developing a team. Like Philadelphia, Kansas City, Detroit now, Chicago now. They all have player personnel and player development coaches that are outstanding, and they're just maximizing their youth that they have. So these young players are like, man, these young players are developing. So because it's a player development coaches, we have shit player development coaches. We don't keep none of our youth. I'll name it familiar. But that's what's been. It ain't been the big names that we bring in free agency that's been the issue with the Raiders. The biggest issue with the Raiders is that the talent we draft does not develop into what we need it to be, and they don't fit our team. But they can go somewhere else and fit that team. So it's not that they couldn't play in the NFL. It's just we didn't know how to develop and nurture and encourage that player to be good in silver and black.
And you're
And
not
that's
wrong with
been
that opinion.
the
You know,
biggest
Black,
issue
I don't know what
with
you
why
did,
the
bro,
Raiders
but
can't turn the corner and will show glimpses of like just like we're right there and then regress the next 2 or 3 weeks because coaches can see that and they see tendencies of players.
I agree with you. It's like, but when we change coaches every single year, everyone's got a
So, I
different
mean,
scheme and
until
fit.
that shit gets better, it is what it is. You're going to have like the Ben era of fans who haven't seen the Raiders win shit and think that the Raiders are a losing organization, which is like, yo, what the fuck are we talking about? No, we're not. I understand.
Classic, what's up with AR? What's up with you, bro? Oh, go ahead, Jack. My bad. I just
Oh
was
no,
saying what's
I
up
I,
with
I
everybody.
disagree. It's like, but when you
I mean,
change
that's it.
coaches and
I'm kind of just like filling because I just want hear what y'all gonna say. Y'all can fill in because it's just like it is what it is, man. I'm like now that we have really overhauled the overall coaching staff finally, not just filling one or two pieces, like actually bring in a whole new staff. This is where this is now the real optimism you should have as a Raider. Like before, when we were just filling in one or two coaches, ain't no fucking optimism. It's still the same motherfuckers in that office, man. It's still the same organization, still the same temperature. It's still the same message. It wasn't nothing different. So there was nothing to cheer about, which is why everyone was like, dude, you're just so negative. I'm like, I'm not negative, bro. I just know what I have. And I'm not gonna waste my time. I'm gonna watch and I'm gonna be entertained. I'm gonna treat it like entertainment. But to really invest time and effort and shit, I know a loser when I see one, and I know a winner when I see one. So, people always used to say, "Oh, you're just being a contrarian." I'm not being a contrarian, dog. You're gonna realize it at the end of the season, and y'all gonna hate me for it. I tried to
Who is y'all?
a
Because I'm
lot of.
not part of that.
I'm not just
Because
saying, yeah.
no, I know, but I'm saying like those are see people like that. Those are people. Well, I don't know. I'm just different because I don't. I'm not contingent on if the Raiders is uh good or bad because like you said, I know when the Raiders are good and I know when they're bad. That's because I've been a Raider for as long as I've been, so I can tell the difference.
Mhm.
Now, Now it got to a point because I was mad because I was like, oh, so they went to Vegas and they don't even know the Vegas fans or the new Raider fans don't know the Raiders gonna be garbage for like 8 years. Let's see if they can survive that. That's what I was curious to see. And then the Raider Nation got so sensitive, so different than what I know what the Raider culture is really about. You want to know why I know? Because I'm from Oakland and I grew up right there and I know what it is. And I'm seeing what we are putting out as fans now. I had to literally come on YouTube just so I can be the voice of Raider reason for those that really know what the World Raider and stuff is about. I'm not saying you can't have your opinion, but what I do know is there's some fans, a lot of fans that's been Raider fans for 50 years, and they know that this regime is different because we're actually doing something from the top down, not trying to improve from the player up. So that's the difference right now. And so now I'm here for it because if the Raiders was still doing what they was doing these last few years, the Josh McDaniels and the APs and the Pete Carrolls and trying to throw something at the wall and see if it sticks,
Right.
I would have been a fly just like you on the wall, just paying attention from afar.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
I
it's
get
just,
it.
yeah. I mean, it was just
But I just
a
don't
lot,
like the
a lot of
fan
people
base
saying
right
things.
now. That's why. So I'm. That's why I'm making all this content during the lowest part of the time. So it's not like, well, Black just showed up because the
Mhm.
Raiders is doing good now. No, I was doing the preseason and I was doing the off season when there wasn't nobody on. And not only that, I got all my 4,000 watch hours during this time right here during the dog days. So I know
Mhm.
I'm putting it in. Pause. But I'm not trying to say that I'm better than anybody. I'm just saying I know that I'm authentic about what I'm doing when it comes to this Raider content stuff versus people just out here saying whatever, making the franchise look bad and making the fan base crash out for no reason. Well, I won't say for no reason, for emotional reasons. So much
Mhm.
that they're scared to even realize that the Raiders are in a better place now than we've been in a long, long
In a
time. And we ain't
long,
even
long
played
time.
and we ain't even played a game yet.
Right.
Yeah,
You
cause
know,
for me,
Black.
I'm telling people, I'm like, yo, man, a 6-win season is a great
Can you
season
hear
for
me?
us, bro. That's gonna be a great season, and it can even be like it's gonna be a good season. How it could be a great season is if our young youth players are developing. They get better across the. If they get better as the year goes along, like I said, 6 wins, 7 is my ceiling.
Yeah,
7, and that's a
seven's my
stretch.
ceiling, six is my floor. Do you
You
guys hear
know.
me?
Yeah, I hear you. Go ahead, Jack. I know you want
Uh,
to get in there and say
Yeah, I
something.
thought you
My
raised your
bad.
no,
hand.
I just want to know because this whole StreamYard shit has gotten all whacked
I can't.
out.
I
So
can't hear him.
you
I can
can't hear
hear
me?
him. I hear you. Oh, so that's why you kept talking when he was talking because you can't hear him.
Mm-mm.
So you got to jump out and come back in probably.
All right.
Oh God, this is Black. I would say this. This is what I hate about StreamYard. I had the same problem like going on Nabman's show, and it's like I hopped in. I'm echoing. It's all this Gmail versus Yahoo stuff. It now it's making more difficult. You said like verifying people. I'm gonna hop out. I'm gonna try to hop back in.
No,
This is
you're
nuts to me.
good. You're good. No, you're good. It was him that couldn't hear. You're good. Can't you hear
Mhm.
me? Can't you hear me? Jack, you
I
can't
mean,
hear me?
I hear you, Black. You Black.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, no, you're good.
All right,
No,
JT, can
you're
you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. It was
Oh
crazy.
yeah.
man.
I could hear you at the end right before I left. That was a funny thing.
Yeah. So you were saying after I said what I said about the Raider fan base, you were about to say something. I want to hear what you was
Well,
going to say. Okay.
I was gonna say it's like I 100% agree. It's like as being a longtime Raiders fan from the 1970s, and I've seen those dominant teams, like dominant, and then the early 80s, dominant, and just go through year after year after year and see no progression. And this year, what I see is like depth. I'm not going to say this team's going to be great. And JT, I agree with what you said. You said a 7-win team max. That's my max, and a 6-win team this year. not because there's not talent on this team. I just see we had 9 rookies last year, and right now, as it stands, we have 10 rookies. So that's 19 rookies on a 53-man roster with a new head coach, new defensive coordinator. Again, our head coach is going to be the offensive coordinator. So everything is brand spanking new. I mean, it is so new. And, world championship teams don't, because you got talent, doesn't mean you're going to win it. You know what I mean? You need to develop it to fit the systems that you're going to run over and over and over. I mean, and one of the things I will say is, like, you look at, like, one of the best defensive backfields ever is the Soul Patrol. And I know Black, I know you know that one. With George Atkinson and, fucking George the Hitman and Old Man Willie. It's like, you get guys that play 7, 8, 9 years together. They know each other so well. That's what it takes to make a championship team.
Right.
And you're going to tell me, if anyone's going to tell me, man, we got all that right now in the first year of doing this? Oh, absolutely not. So it just takes time. So do I feel like this team is improved talent-wise? Absolutely 100%. But it's time to build on what we have. It's not that Pete Carroll, last year, don't play any rookies and don't give them any time to gel with their colleagues. So that set these guys back a year. 9 picks got set back a year. So we don't know what we have in a lot of positions, but let Kubiak, gel these kids and build off of it. So I think, a successful season is 6-10 or 6 wins, 7 wins. Hey, that's double than what we had last year. And I can't ask for more than that. And it's not because of talent. It's just because cohesion. Did I freeze?
No, I'm still here. I just had to I had to get this rice right now. Turn this rice over. But I hear you.
Oh, thank you, Kev. Thank you for giving me the Heisman. I'll take that trophy.
Oh, yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me? I thought she was gonna go longer, Jack. I thought she was gonna go longer.
Man, all I know is that JT, you started scrambling, and I don't even know what you guys heard from me in my take, but everything froze. The timer froze.
Oh no, we heard I think we heard everything when you were saying am I frozen? No, we heard everything that you were saying.
Oh, cool.
I was just cooking some, so I was turning my rice over because I'll make some Spanish rice with some chicken. But no, but yeah, it's just I mean, to play it safe, I would say we really got 5 wins. 5 wins. If we get 3 wins, then it's a setback. But 4 to 5 wins was progression. 6 to 7 means they're doing a damn good job in coaching these guys up. and that's going to be a great season for us because that means we've turned the corner. We're on our way. Doesn't mean we can't make a mistake and mess up, but it shows that we have the right people in the building. That's what I'm skeptical about. I know Dirty was more about Kubiak. I wasn't a big Kubiak fan, but I'm not totally against it either.
What's up, Iron? No, I agree. It's like, I have no expectations for this team, to be honest with you. For the first time in a long time, it's finally called a rebuild versus a retool. And, we got so many young kids, so many new systems. I don't have any expectations. In reality, every game that we lose is going to hurt. We all know that. It's going to hurt watching it all. But at the end of the year, which I hate to say it, which I hope I never say this again, we're going to have another good draft pick because you know what? It is what it is. We don't have a Super Bowl caliber team. And I'm tired of putting my faith in we're going to go to the Super Bowl. AP. Oh, we fucking got a great winning record. Oh, we turn it over and we don't do shit. So I'm done with that. It's like we got too many young kids, and a lot of them didn't play last year. So whatever win we get, and I hope we do beat watching the show earlier tonight before coming to chat. Yes, I hate the Niners more than any other team. My parents, my grandparents on both sides, my brother and sister everyone in my family is Niner fans. I can't stand the Niners. And number 2 team, even after doing the Wild Wild West show, I can't stand the Donkeys because you know what? I respect them because they're always good. They're always good, and they play us tough. And I love taking their players like Lyle Zato and putting them on our team. So, I hope we'll kick the crap out of the Donkeys one game. I don't see it happening. I got us going 0-2 this year against them, but I would love to squeak one out against them for sure, like we did, against KC. But again, that game didn't have Patrick Mahomes, so that's a whole different story. And that did change up our draft. Instead of getting the first pick in every round of the draft, we had to swing it with the other teams. Kind of sucks. What's up, JD? Strata, dude. What's up?
Salute to the chat and everybody. I'm sorry, I'm not reading the chat as much as I should. Y'all know me, man. I'm not the chat demon like I used to be. I'm not gonna just read it like that. I like looking at myself, But I think first off, I think you need to have expectations as a fan, but they need to be realistic expectations. What I mean by that is, okay, cool. We don't have unrealistic expectations like the Super Bowl like the end goal. Yes, is Super Bowl, but realistically, are we prepared to be a Super Bowl caliber team? Are we even prepared to be a Super Bowl caliber fan base? Are we even going to travel? That's a lot of things that come with that responsibility. And realistically, no, we're not ready to be a Super Bowl caliber team. If we get there, by all means, I know we all gonna be happy about it. None of us are gonna argue. Shit, if they make me eat crow, they make me eat crow. Ain't none of us gonna complain about that.
Mm-hmm.
But as a fan base, we have to be smarter. We have to have better understanding, and we just have to have realistic ideologies. Like, no offense, but the reason why our fan base is stupid because we have a lot of dumb fucking podcasters. A lot of dumb ones, and I know Dirty's not about that. I know these aren't the words of Ben. These are me, JT. Fuck a lot of these other podcasters, man. I'm not with this shit no more with a lot of these fucking clowns, man. Like I really don't even pod like that. I mean, I can, and I'm going to do it more. I mean, Rob Pena was on my ass about, bro. You need it. I was like, I know, bro. I just don't. I don't have the time, or I would not make excuses, but just find a reason not to. And there was a lot of valid reasons. I just really didn't have the time a lot of times, but I could have did it, or throw out a bullshit. I just didn't want to throw out a bullshit ass, throw something out there. I should have, because I definitely would have interacted with a lot more people, like Gord and because I'm gonna miss the hell out of them like that. But it's just we're becoming a dumb fan base because we have a lot of dumb people who have a fan base within this organization. And they're becoming big content creators within Raider Nation, and they're dumb as shit. And they're making the fan base dumb. They're making the fan base have unrealistic expectations, and just they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And I'm not cool with it. I'm not okay because it makes me look bad. It makes me look because the people come to me like, "Yo, can you explain your fan?" I ain't explaining shit. That's a grown ass man at the end of the day. He has his opinion, and his opinion, your opinion can be wrong. Shit, my opinion can be wrong. But I shouldn't have to answer for somebody else's stupidity. Like people losing their
You don't need to. You don't need to, and I don't even want you to even answer the question who you think they are, because I'm probably one of the biggest moderators for Raider YouTube hosts in the entire fucking world, and I know a lot of good guys, and I respect every Raider fan's opinion. We may disagree, and we may get in debates on something, but if you're part of the nation, you're part of the nation. So
it's changed. But see, there's a big difference between the old generation. It's like the old, modern, and new. And the modern and new generation are dumb or fuck ups. And they're really making us as a fan base look bad. And none of us are checking it. None of the old heads are checking it.
Don't say that because I'm checking it.
Not enough of us.
I'm an old head, so I'm curious.
Not enough of us who get the respect are checking it. Like we can check.
So give me a couple years. Give me a couple years.
I get that, but at the end of the day, we have to explain shit that we shouldn't have to explain.
Well, are you talking about just the content creators or just Raider fans? Like,
as a whole,
we're all born into our own world. Like, when we're kids, and you see what you see. So I've gone after even some of my mentors, like in Captain Jack, when he went after Robert on the Wild West show. It's like, Captain's like 62 years old, and Robert's 25 years old. And he's going after him, going, "You don't know, the fucking Chargers from the 70s?" And like, well, of course he's not going to know that because he's 25 years old unless you watch it. You just watch the video on it. You know what you know when you become a fan, and that's when you become a part of it, and you learn your history from watching the players you watch and grow up with and you idolize. But you can't judge another person. Man, there's gonna be some guy out there that's fucking 80 years old, probably like Ed Winchell. It's like he's been like probably 67 years old, and said, "Man, you don't know the guys from 1963 or 1960 when the Raiders first were created?" I'm like, "Yeah, I don't know that because I was born in 1970, and my first game watched on TV was 74. First game live was 75. But I don't know those guys on the 60s. But I do know guys like Ben Davidson, watching highlights. So it's like, I'm not going to critique any fan. It's like, what you know, because you know what you know because based on your age. So, and I will put it from that point forward, then you can talk about that. But I'm never going to critique anybody based on the knowledge when you weren't even born in that time period.
I mean, I agree, but then I also disagree. If we're going to speak on something and we're wrong, then yeah, I can critique you and tell you that you're wrong. But the follow up with that is that it's now my job to educate you if I'm gonna critique you on it. And that's what we fail as old heads in doing with these younger cats who have no knowledge of it. And now it is their responsibility if you're gonna speak on shit, know your shit. So educate yourself. So if you're not gonna educate yourself, then I absolutely can be critical of you.
Well, you
'Cause
have the right. You have the right to to ask them questions and and do that. But at the same time, I just look at when every even when Tom Brady walks into the Raiders building, every player that the Raiders draft walk into the building, and they see the old heads, right? The Jim Ottos, the Lyle Zados, the Howie Longs, the Art Shells, the Gene Upshaws up on the wall. And you're like a 21-year-old kid, never grew up with that, and now you're drafted by the Raiders and you're getting to experience that.
Wait, when did Tom Brady
You're
retire?
going to learn, you know what I mean? You're going to learn. So young people should be able to learn and not be criticized because what they don't know, because they were never around with that. Man, if someone said, "Hey, Jack, what happened in World War II?" I don't know. I
Yeah,
wasn't born then. You know what I mean? It's like,
yeah, but that's history that you need to learn if you're going to speak on it.
well, you learn, yeah, you learn it. You try to learn what you can, but if somebody's wrong, it's like there's never a wrong or right answer for the nation. Of like, everyone can have their own opinion. You can like whatever player you want, man. It's like I hated McDaniels. I call him McShitnuts. Everyone in the chat knows my opinion. McShitnuts, the fucking one of the worst head coaches ever. And I got pushed back. I'm like, oh, there's bad players like Derek Carr. Well, man, I love Derek Carr. I think he's a great player. It's just you didn't have the right people around him. So there's no wrong or right answers. So, and I love the fact, we can all have conversations and talk about what we love, what we don't like, what we want to do as a team. Because if we were all uniformed, this would be fucking boring as fuck. I mean,
What it is, a lot of shit is boring as hell. But I mean, but again, it's like if I'm going to include myself in spaces, I have to be educated on it. I have to have knowledge of it. I can't just be out here spewing things because I'm entertaining or just I'm trying to grasp something. And that's what a lot of these content creators are doing. A lot of them are younger cats who just seen an opportunity and they're passionate about the team.
right.
Now
I
the
love
Raiders,
that. I love that. Like,
no, but you could be
LVR
wrong.
10, Jay Rader. It's like, I've met them the last 2 years up in Bakersfield. Young cats, young cats doing their own stuff.
Mhm.
I love that, and Chewy, man, I got to meet Chewy in Sacramento, last year. It's like super young guys. These guys are like the early 20s. And I go out and I meet these guys because it's fun. I just love meeting Raider fans. If you're in the 916 area, Sacramento area, dude, I'll meet up with you. I joined the Black Hole, in Sacramento. It's like I just want to meet young people and I want to meet old people. I want to meet every generation just to talk Raiders football. That's why I hopped on this, the show tonight. Because it doesn't really matter, man. It's like, because since if being an old head, you can pass your knowledge and your games that you went down to a younger person, and they get to hear your story, something that they're never ever going to hear in their lifespan. And that's what I love. That's what I like about talking to the older dudes too, because I get to hear their stuff, like Captain Jack or OG Daniels, and I get to hear their stories because they're older than me. It's like, it's cool. It's like, it's a legacy that you get to learn from them, and you get to be able to pass that same story down to someone else going, man, I heard this from this guy. That is so cool. And that's the cool thing about Raider Nation is like, it's like, we are one big family. And so that makes it super fun and exciting because there's a legacy here. It's a legacy. Am I only one on? Black, are you still on here?
Yeah, I hear you.
I'm still here. No, I hear you, and absolutely, like, yeah, we have a legacy, but that legacy has been forgotten, and a lot of people don't remember it. Not enough people talk about it in the right way where it resonates with everybody. Because as soon as you bring it up, everyone just bitches about how long it's been, and it's been quite a long time. But this is the part where being a true fan kicks in through thick and thin. Like this is a marriage.
It is a marriage.
It's a marriage through thick and thin. I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna be there when it's hot. I'm gonna be there when it's low. I'm not trading you in at all. And a lot of people can't do it. And you can see the ones who can't do it. So when you hear them spew a bunch of bukkake, I mean, you can see it. Like you can see who's real. You can see who's fake. Like honestly, I can't even absorb other people's content anymore. Like I would watch people and just to see what they're doing because they're doing something right. Like when I was trying to, when I had the time to do it, I'm like, okay, what am I doing? What are they doing? Well, I'm just scouting the competition, scouting what they're not even close to talking about what they're talking about because what they talked about was fucking boring. But just to see what is so intriguing about why people are going over there, and it really ain't like I don't understand why people go over there, but because you're not getting anything. You're not getting any knowledge. You're not getting any insight. It's generic shit that you hear on Sports Center, or they're just taking somebody else's topic and running with it. Like Mitchell Renz is fucking idiot.
No, I disagree with you on that. I've done two shows live with Mr. Wrench, and I don't even have my own show. And I'm one of the few people that ever done that.
I understand.
JT, I challenge you to do this. When you this is something I've always loved, and this is the reason why I've been. I feel like I'm appreciated by the nation because I always go on any show. And I love the fact when there's only like 2 or 3 people in the chat. I absolutely love it. Some new guy, right? Just a new person. Because you know what? If you like to talk Raiders, then you're having that one-on-one conversation with that individual. What you think. This is what I think. And you can have that conversation throughout the entire show. And that's how I met literally 90% of everyone here. I know AR wants to come on. I did that with his stuff too. It's like you can meet so many new guys that are doing this stuff because they have a passion for it. That's what they want to do. And I think that's cool. And I feel like I want to support all that. It's like, and I like the fact, when a show gets too big, you know what I mean? Even like, guys like Mitchell Rance and so forth, you go in there and then you're not recognized for like whatever take you want to have. And, again, I've done shows with them and I get recognized on the show, but I do feel like, going to, the guys that are like coming out, you want to hear their opinions and maybe you don't agree with them, but then you can challenge them to say, this is why I think this versus what you're thinking that. And it promotes their show. And it's just, you're having a conversation, right? What we're doing right now. You're just having a conversation and you're talking to your football team. So that's what makes it fun.
Mm-hmm.
It just makes it fun.
No, I entertainment wise, I'm not going like, it is what it is. If you get your entertainment out of it, I get it. My thing is about the education of our fan base and how stupid our fan base is getting because of dumb people who fucking talk and don't know what the hell they're talking about. They don't. Our fan base is getting dumber by the day. Just listening to people who don't know football, who don't understand football, and they don't want to understand it. They just want to speak on what they speak on because they think it's entertaining. And it is for certain people. And they have a base that they have to cater to. So they're not even really giving quality content. They're just giving stuff that caters to their audience and what they think their audience wants, so they get the audience.
Yeah,
And
well,
my point,
then
and
I
that
don't believe
was
that.
my
I
point of
believe in your own
contention.
personal opinion. So,
No,
JT,
no,
I
I
have to
understand.
stop you for 1 sec. 1 sec.
Mhm.
Just 1 sec.
Mhm.
AR. You're saying that Richard Lyon is in the chat. I've been really wanting to get in contact with Richard Lyon based off Robert. So please tell Richard Lyon, get his phone number from you to send to me in IG so I can reach out to him. Please. Thank you, AR. I really appreciate that.
Hey,
Okay, I apologize. Sorry.
Doppelganger, I'm hating on my own family. I'm hating on people who make the fan base retarded. I'm hating on people who make you dumb. I'm hating on people who give you false expectations and don't even explain the game to you. So yes, if I'm gonna sit here and say I'm not hating, I'm just telling the truth. If you don't know football, I'm gonna call you out. If you just giving content to be entertaining, but put it off as this is football content and this is facts and valid, then yes, I'm gonna call you out. I don't care
Sorry
if you
about
like it or
that, AR.
not.
My bad.
So yeah, if you want to sit here and be mad and sad that I'm talking about people who you watch, I'm not telling you to stop watching them, but I'm not going to sit here and say that they're giving you quality information that's educating you and making you smarter in the world of talking football with other organizations, other
Well,
fans.
there's different levels of IQ with the Raider Nation too. So, I have no problems with any content creator that's out there, and I'll support whoever I can when I can, and I watch who I watch, and like whenever my thing, and AR knows this. Welcome aboard, AR. It's good to see you, my brother. And it's like when it pops up, I'm subscribed to everybody that are my friends, like this boy right here. And I'm subscribed to Black, and I'm subscribed to Ben. I'm subscribed to fucking Mitchell Rents. I'm subscribed to Nabman. It's like I'm subscribed to everyone. The way I always put it, it's like when I get off work and I got free time, then whatever pops up for me is where I go into.
And you know what? I can respect that, and I salute you for it. That you don't get drawn into things. For me, on the other hand, it can sound to people like I'm bitter, but I'm not bitter. I just speak the truth, and I just don't like fake motherfuckers. And they know who they are.
Well, yeah,
I think
keep that to yourself.
Doppelganger, you're one of them people who exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. Because I never had any issue with anybody, but people kept running their mouth about me for some odd reason. I never said anything about anybody. I was supportive to everybody. I went on other people's shows. Like people, like I'll be honest. Hammer's house was the first person to actually let me come on the stage. But
I've been on Hammer show, and I got bounced from my boy Docs. So I have no problem saying this.
Fuck, nigga.
You want me to stop, AR?
Yeah,
no, I'm just waving at everyone in the chat. I'm waiting to get in, kind of deal.
Docs is from my home city. Here is like when his dad passed. I'm like, I'll take you and your brother out to dinner. And I'm back in the day, because this is like way old school. Okay, way old school. And I had this conversation with 805, Chris 4, D Menace, up in Bakersfield. I'm like, when they didn't have sponsors, and then Woodson Whiskey had a sponsor for Graf, and I'm like, dude, what's up with all the Woodson Whiskey, commercials? It was a joke. So I got booted. I used to be a mod for like half of that show, and I got booted from all of them. So it's like,
but that's what I'm saying.
it is what it is.
Sensitivity shit, and that's what we talk about. Like motherfuckers is sensitive over what? Like you can't
Well,
do anything.
okay, so I probably should have brought that up. That's just stupid. But I just want to welcome AR. And AR, if you still talk to Robert Lyons, I
don't even know what that is, to be honest with you.
All right, so, guys, just time out, Jack. Time out. Salute to everyone in the chat. You're telling me to tell him to tell you to tell me to tell you.
Well, no, like, I don't know, because he's again. I know he told me on a different shows like he deleted his ID.
All right, Jack. I'll tell you what. He's just told me he's got Discord. Richard, I do have Discord. If you can just forward to hang on, Jack. Let me sort this out. If you got Discord, you can find me there. Everything's all the same handle, Afakazi Raider. If you could just message me, maybe a number or a contact that Jack can reach you on, because Jack's been trying to get a hold of you through me. Yeah, just do that. Anyways, hello. Everyone.
Yeah, I'm just trying to do that because, again, I've had 3 family members of the Peñas reaching out to me like friends, and I know me, you, and Robert, and had our conversation. I know he's a friend, of Robert Peña's, so I'm trying to get his address to the family. So that's the whole purpose.
Yeah, I got you. Well, I hope that can get situated through that way. So Richard, just send us your contacts, and if I get them through Discord, I will forward them to you, Jack. But anyways, gang, hello. I haven't had a chance.
I mean, we can shift it. Like I said, we stuck on it, but like that was a lot of my thing. Was just there's a lot of bad content out there, and a lot of people can't decipher it because it can be entertaining, or they think it's informational and it's not. And then when I get out there in these streets, like I can't believe I actually ran into people still who recognize me. I was like, I wasn't even on that long for people to really recognize me. And when I first was getting it, I like ran from it. But like I would get out there and just listen to people, like just listen to people talk to me about football. And it's like who have you been watching to understand? Like what? Like just the realism of what expectations were listening to Raider fans was just mind-boggling and sad, because we were a fan base that was very educated. Like we knew football, and it was fun talking to Raider fans just in public. And it's not fun talking to like Raider fans in public anymore.
They don't talk to them. It's like, it's not like the 70s, when that was the most winningest team in any pro sports history. I grew up, I was privileged to grow up in that era. Like it was super easy to root for this team. And that's why I'm saying I give all the kids the credit, at being Raiders fans. It's like, now it's like, you're rooting for a team that has not had a winner in a long time. So I give those kids even more credit.
Yeah, but then
sorry, gang, can I get in there for just a second? Richard, is that you, Zilius 92? Just confirm or deny.
Okay,
that is all.
No, yeah. Just because the team ain't won during your period of watching the team doesn't make it a losing organization. You need to understand what that means. You really need to understand the terminology that you use when you talk about teams. And when you say that, you sound stupid.
Well, JT, again, I'm going to ask you the same question I asked you earlier. So if you got a 21-year-old, boy that doesn't know the 70s or 80s because they're only 21 years old, are you going to blame them for that?
Yes. You know why? Because you have the information at your hand. We're in the information era. You can easily go back and look.
But they're not going to know all the players. They may see the highlights. The same highlights that we all watch. We all watch the same highlights. We watched it again, like Willie Brown. when he caught that interception against the Vikings and running it back, and you could see him huffing and puffing and running. You see that type of stuff, but to say, man, who's the second stringer on that team? Most people, like even old heads may not even know that. So it's like,
who is that safety who's got the he has the record for the most interception in the 80s? I'm drawing a blank now, but I brought it up on one of my shows. A name that not many people know about.
Rod Martin.
He was from that. No, Rod Martin. Rod
Martin's Rod Martin
linebacker.
was like the 82, 83 Super Bowl, 3 interceptions.
He's a safety. Matt McElroy. That's it. McElroy.
Oh, Van McElroy, number 26. Mm-hmm. He's one of my favorites.
Most regular season interceptions for a defensive back during the course of the 80s. Not many people knew that. I didn't know that.
Yeah, okay, for me, I need to do a better. I'm part of that. Like, I need to do a better job of knowing Raider history and more lore. Like, Alpha Kasi is younger than me, but he knows more Raider lore. And like, I know football, but he knows the team better than I know the team. He knows the history better than I know the history. So I don't really like when you'll have guys. 21 will talk about Raider lore and Raider history, but can't give you information like that. So
we all start somewhere, JT. I mean,
right.
I mean, I can only credit someone. I can only credit someone for at least trying. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, to your point though, JT, I do. Hang on. To your point though, JT. I mean, if you're gonna go and do like content creating or whatever it is, and you're gonna start spewing from the mouth and coming across that what you're saying is a fact, then it better be a fact. So,
right.
I to a point get what you're trying to say. Like, look, we all get it wrong sometimes. I mean, a lot of our recollections aren't what they used to be, or they just aren't 100% accurate. Shit, I'm guilty of it myself, but I'm not going to knock anybody who's at least willing to learn. Just don't come on here, to your point, JT. Like some people who come across as know-it-alls and that their opinions are gospel because they've done this or I know that. We all know who I'm talking about. DSR. Excuse me. But I kind of, to a point, get what you're saying. But like I said, I agree with Jack as well. So, anyways.
Mm-hmm. No. I mean, I don't disagree. Like, I could probably fall into that boat too, you know. But it's for me. It's not preaching as gospel, but you're preaching it as education, and you're saying you're giving people information, but you don't. I'm not trying to like just be super like, because I'm not trying to. In a way, I am attacking people, but I don't want it to just feel like I'm just attacking just the chosen few, because it's not just them. Like, it's a bunch of just people who just don't understand ball. They don't understand it, and then they're the ones who set the expectations for what the season's supposed to be, and then you create anarchy within an organization. Like, when I say organization, I mean our fan base, where you have behavior that's never been Raider behavior. Like this whole, we want to sit here and say we understand it's a business, but then you want to go ahead and sit here and disrespect a man who's doing it. Okay, we're doing this as business. I'm gonna play the business game, and we're gonna ridicule him and say, "Oh, you've never been a Raider. You're not that. Get the fuck out of here." Like with this whole Max shit. Like, I'm not gonna criticize or critique Max about, hey man, he's playing the game. If you're gonna play with me like that, I'm gonna play with you like that. I can't be mad at Max. I'm not gonna criticize or critique Max as much as he's given this organization when we're a losing organization. No, he put us on his back. So now that he's playing the business that you guys have been doing with him for the last 4 years, we as a fan base want to get mad at that? Nah, bro. Not when our motto is once a Raider, always a Raider. That shit don't fly.
JT, we all know about Max. Like, one way or another, I'm glad it worked out the way it did. But one of the things I would really like to be the fly on the wall, like when John Gruden came over and Khalil Mack says, I'm not going to re-sign that contract, and we traded him, that would be like one of the greatest stories to come out. Like, what happened with Khalil Mack?
Hang on, Jack. Just on that, if I can get in there. According to Khalil Mack, he never had a conversation with
No, I'll tell you.
He never had a conversation, AR?
I never had a conversation.
No, he never had a conversation.
According to Khalil Mack, he never had a conversation.
You know, when John Gruden came over, he said that's why he came over with two players, with Khalil Mack and Derek Carr.
Yes.
I remember the whole he came out and did like a kind of a presser with the fans, and he was getting them all hyped. He was I remember vividly, he was like, one of the things he said was, one of the first things I'm going to do is re-sign Khalil Mack, and everyone was cheering, and the rest is history.
Right.
And the thing is, they were in talks with his management. They were talking with his agent, but then teams started calling, and if you're going to offer me four picks, hey, I love you, Khalil, but hey, dog, this is a once in a lifetime opportunity where you can do that. Now, if it works, if it works,
nuts.
It was nuts, but it only is nuts because it didn't work out. If it worked
it's nuts. Period. It's nuts.
But
period.
I mean, there's no conversation
for defensive end. When have you heard that?
Let me say something.
This is gonna be good. I'm loving this.
Yeah. All right. So we're talking about Khalil Mack specifically, right?
Right.
There's only two players that have been in the door, in my personal opinion, that played on the defensive side of the ball since the turn of the millennium that I could call generational talent, right?
Mm-hmm.
One of them is Charles Woodson. The other one is Khalil Mack, right? We had him on our rookie contract when we were negotiating. So this guy is still in the prime and the peak of his career. And I've said it before, and I'm going to say it again. You do not trade away generational talent in the prime of their career. You keep them in the door by whatever means necessary. I don't give a shit how many draft picks they gave us. They gave us what? 3 of them, 2 of them, whatever. What did we do with it? Nothing, nada. Well, we turned it into Josh Jacobs, and even that is not even worth it. I don't care how many draft picks a team is willing to give you. If you have generational talent, and I do not use that term lightly, you keep them in the door by whatever means necessary. All Khalil Mack asked for was to be paid what he rightfully earned and what he rightfully deserved. Instead, we traded him away, and the rest is history.
And I agree 100% AR, but I'm going to add like 2 players, Howie Long and Greg Townsend on top of that.
I said since the turn of the millennium. I said since the turn of the millennium.
That's what I can say now. But go ahead, Black.
Yeah, so the whole thing is this. Whenever a new regime come in, there's always going to be casualties in that war. And I hate to say this when it comes to Gruden, being that they say he was racist, which I don't necessarily believe, but he don't like a certain type of person. Like he got rid of more than just Khalil Mack. He got rid of Crabtree. He got rid of all the excitable people on our team because they were the nucleus of the team at the time, and he want to install his people there. So I mean, that's the business side of it. So I get it, and he made his choice, and he stood on it, which is whatever. I think it was dumb, but you want to go down with the ship and at least let it be your ship, which I can understand. That's what we was talking about AOC earlier. But and I just want to say this part real quick, and y'all can go right back at it. But to your point, though, JT, about these fans, is they are stupid because they're listening to the uninformed ones, the ones that's just entertaining. But the thing is, they're not, these younger fans, they're not listening to what the older fans listen to, like the player, like our age, we listen to our OGs when they told us about the stories. We listen to them. But these new ones, they don't listen because the very thing that you're talking about, I'm saying the very same thing in my content, but I don't see the old OGs in my chat, not all of them, because I definitely see like Jack and there's a couple, but it ain't a whole bunch of, it's like, okay, well, Black know what he talking about because he lived it and he been in it. No, they rather argue me down to the point where I'm like, y'all is talking like fans. Y'all talking hella emotional and everything. When did this become a thing? And I'm like, this is not how it's supposed to be. This is how it's been. This is what our history is. And I'm telling y'all, this is what it looked like. No, I don't want to say that because last year we did this and we thought that with this. And I'm like, this is not nowhere near the same situation. But they don't want to listen. So all I can do is make the content, put it on wax, as they say, and then when it start imploding in their face, I'm gonna throw it in their face.
Just
yeah, but then that's when you get called not a fan. You just want to hear you talking about
care
yourself.
what they say. I don't care what they say because I already know they don't know.
That's what the label I got. But to respond to you, Apicas, I agree with you when you want to win and be a winning organization. I absolutely agree with you. You don't trade or chase away generational talent.
Agreed.
You don't.
Where is there a rhyme and a reason to trade away generational talent, especially a team like us who's been so void in drafting said generational talent?
When you look at it as a business, when you look at it as a business, and that's what it was. It was a business decision.
It's always
it was a terrible business decision. It was
bad. It was bad,
Mm-hmm.
and that's the gamble. That's the gamble.
I'm gonna stand on that, and I've been consistent with that all the time. Like I'm gonna stand on that till the day I die. And look, I appreciate Gruden for the most part, right? Especially when you see what has come through the door in terms of our coaching situation, right? He at least did some things. That's the only thing that I'm completely bitter about, and I will stand on that to this day. And I'm not going to change my opinion. You do not trade away generational talent in the prime of their career. You keep them in the door by whatever means necessary.
Can I ask you a question though? If we keep Khalil Mack, do we do any better than what we did without him?
I think we'd be better. I think we'd be better with him. But at the same time, it's like we traded Mari Cooper at the same time when he got drafted from Ohio State at the number 4 pick overall, the same pick as like Khalil. Man, he was supposed to be generational. So
yeah, but he wasn't. He wasn't.
But he didn't turn out to be that.
He was great, but he wasn't. He's not generational. I wouldn't say Max Crosby is generational.
But we still traded him for the 15th pick. And whatever else it was to Dallas, so it's like Mac turned out to be that guy.
Murray wanted out. Remember, he stuck around for like the start of the season, and then he realized what it is, and he's just like, "No, I don't want to be here anymore."
Yeah, because we weren't trying to win; we were just a business. It was just a business.
We were in complete rebuild mode that particular year, and I can live with being in complete rebuild mode if that's what it is. And sure enough, it was what it was.
That's what it was, even with. But that's what it was with Khalil too. It was that.
Khalil Mack was the first domino to fucking drop.
Yeah, but regrettably,
since you guys both brought up complete rebuild, the Raiders have never said it's a complete rebuild. This was like the first year, really the first year the Raiders said we're in rebuild mode versus retool mode. So I'm proud, the Raiders actually fucking finally said that. And, we brought all our expectations from every Raider fan, all you guys, it's been brought down because they finally said it's a rebuild. It's not a retool. And if I'm wrong, please someone call me out right now. It's the first time I've seen it in ever.
Well, see, this is the thing. None of you guys have expectations, but I do. And Apicas knows for years I was like, bro, I ain't got no expectation for this team other than I just want to see players improve. Like my expectation was I need to see players do this. I want to see this player progress. I need to see him look like this by week 15. That was my expectation. Like team goals and aspirations, there wasn't any because I knew the team wasn't going to go anywhere. And that's what I got labeled as not being a fan or what Doppelganger like to say a fanatic is because I was the truth teller at that point. I was like I was the one who argued people like how do you guys see us having double-digit wins during that Derek Carr time period? I was like we don't have it. Like one side of the ball ain't going to do it because we're not just that dominant on one side of the ball. So my expectations are higher than they ever been in the last 10 years.
Well, I guess like even though we're in the start of a rebuild year, I mean, like I guess there's nothing wrong with having a bare minimum expectation. I mean,
right?
You know, like I'm going into the season with very little expectation. Being we just came off a season removed from being the literal worst team in the league.
We
Like the
were.
only thing it could only be go
Right.
up, right? You know what I'm
We
saying?
were
So
the worst team in the league.
the literal worst team in the league. We have the number one pick for a reason. So, you know, I'm not expecting Rome to be built in a day, but I think it's reasonable expectation to expect that we can at least have a vision. Look like we're trending upwards. Look like we're progressing. You know, the wins and losses aren't going to tell the full story to a point. I guess they do, but they don't. Maybe I'm contradicting myself, but like as long as it looks like we can get to where we want to be in time, kind of much like 2017, like when you know we were among, if not the worst team in the league, 2014, but then 2015 you could see there was a vision, and then 2016, sure enough, we got to the playoffs. Granted, we lost it because Derek Carr went out injured, but you get what I'm trying to say. Like at the end of the day, I don't see that as being a bad thing to have that as a minimum expectation. And just as a side note, before I get on out of here, Raider Paul, I'm doing the best I can. I'm about 60-40 in regards to being in LA. The goal and the plan is to be in Vegas for week 1 and then shoot over to LA week 2. I need to go and do some.
So week 2 LA for the Chargers game.
Yes.
All right, AR. Maybe I'm gonna have to go buy a ticket for that game so we can meet up, bro.
Maybe you should.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm in JT last year.
I'm in NorCal, so it's SoCal, so it's only a couple hours further than Bakersfield.
No.
Well, if you guys are going to be there, there's going to be the takeover event the day before. I strongly encourage anyone who is into Raider football the way we are, go to the events like the day before the game and then show up for the tailgate. It makes the experience that much better, even if we lose. You know what I'm saying? We at least have those mememories to take home with us in those good times. So.
Right.
Yeah, I'm gonna do my best, Paul, and everyone else to be there. And if I am, you'll know about it. And to those who I haven't met, I met you, JT. It was really cool kicking it with you last year. If you guys recognize me, if I'm at the tailgate or an event or even at the game, please say hello. Like I love it when people come up and say hello. I'll make time no matter what I'm doing, and I did that every single time I had anybody come up and say hello. I mean, I'm just a regular fan, just like you guys. So yeah.
AR, I know exactly what you're saying. You know, meeting up. You know, in Bakersfield the last 2 years with Cheeto, fucking 805. You know, fucking Raider Nation Jason, going up with Sacktown, Blue, her boyfriend. It's like all the dudes, and, you know, D Menace. It's like, you know, all the guys. Like, I had a better time hanging out before the event than actually going to the event with my brother, Robert Pena, who I also met up, you know, before the event. And we were just hanging out. We were just hanging out like boys. You know what I mean? We're hanging out, boys, talking our stuff, like, you know, doing what we're doing right now, just bouncing our stuff off each other. What you think, what you don't think, you know, that's the best time.
Yeah, so it's really cool being able to do that in person.
Yeah, it's a different experience, and I appreciate it now. Like when it first happened, when people just coming up to me randomly in Arizona, I was kind of standoffish. So like meeting y'all was actually a little bit better than just like random fans just like randomly walking up on me. But I will say yes, I will definitely be more open, and I do appreciate it. Even though it was awkward, and I wasn't ready for it, I was still appreciative at the end after the whole.
You're not talking about when we met, JT.
No. Before that,
because I met you in person for the first time when we were kicking it at Roscoe's, and for me, like that's what was so cool is that I mean, I've known a lot of you guys for the last 4 or 5 years on the YouTube scene, but I've never met anybody in real life. I met you one day, and it felt like it was just yesterday I was kicking it with you. There was no awkwardness. There was no like, you know, when you meet someone new, you're feeling each other at Paula's.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? Like you kind of
we just
you get
left
what I'm
off
trying
where
to
we
say.
were last week. Yeah, it's like I ain't seen you
Yeah.
for a while, and it was like we just picked up right where we left off.
I met you for the first time, but I hadn't met you. It's like we just were kicking it just yesterday,
Like,
and that's what I think was one of the coolest things about my time in the States is getting that feeling of like, you know, I'm in and amongst my brothers, even though I just met you for the first time.
Yeah, it's like it's my first time meeting you, but it isn't my first time. No, it's like it's my first time meeting you, but I know you.
Yeah, right.
You know what I'm saying?
So we're just kicking it just last week.
Yeah, they're like people be like, "Yo, y'all family." Like, that's the first time meeting. They be like, "What?" It's like, yeah, technically it's the first time meeting, but I know him, you know. So, but yeah, we definitely do
You
more.
know, I had people back home. They saw some of the pictures that I took, especially that one after the game with, you know, when we were in the car park.
Yeah,
And I had people from back home saying like, "Wow, you really blend in. Like it's like you're not even a tourist." You know what I mean? You don't look like an outsider. And I said, these guys are some of my best friends that I've known for years. You know what I'm saying? Like I have better friends in the States than I do at home because I just keep to myself at home, and nobody's passionate about Raider Ball the way you guys are like me. So yeah, take that for what you will. But
AR, I totally agree 100%. That's like me and Robert. And it's like, you know, and getting that live call with you and Robert and Richard Lyons, that was a really cool phone call for me. And I got to say, what is a cupper? I know what a tip is from an Australian because my uncle married from World War II. He married a gal from Australia. It's like the tip. I know that means garbage, but what is a cupper?
Hang on. Take care, doppelganger. So a cuppa is like if someone is asking if you want a cup of coffee, they just over here they say, "Oh, you want a cuppa?" CUPPA. Cuppa.
It can't. A Doppler, man. Like I get it, bro. But if you're gonna base watching a channel off of 10 minutes off of like your first time meeting me, then you're not even really trying to look at the channel or even gain anything from it. If like I understand, sometimes you might have to try and listen to understand somebody on what they're saying and not just hearing what you think. You know, getting in your feelings about something. Like you may not understand and just you need to listen. I've listened to a lot of people and before I even made my judgment about people, and I've allowed certain things that like transpire before I even said anything. You know, so this isn't just a one thing, you know, one time thing that's happened while I'm saying stuff like this. And like a lot of us know, but you know what goes on, or heard some things, or just know. Like I'm not really into the beefs, like the beef era for Raider content. Like that was a couple years ago.
Oh, dude, I'm so glad that shit's done.
Yeah,
I'm so
and
glad.
that's it. I wasn't even a part of it like that, but I got drawn into it, and it like for me, it ruined relationships for me when I wasn't even a part of it. But I got drugged
It
into it.
ruined relationships with me too. It's like, you know, I never wanted to be on either side of that the whole beef. It's like, you know, and I'm just glad it's over with, and I don't even want to talk about it. So
Yeah, so I mean,
move on.
but if you listen, we are talking football, and you know, some of us may sound like fanatics because some of us are fanatics.
We're all fanatics. We're all Raider
Yeah.
fans, so we're fanatics. So that means fanatics is like, you know, you are a super fan. I mean, you want to be a fan of this team. So we're all fanatics. So every person that's out there watching the show, and every Raiders fan is like in bed asleep, doing whatever they're doing. We're all fanatics because we all love our Raiders.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, bro, I say you don't just give someone one listen and that's it. If that's you, you're not doing yourself due diligence or even trying to understand or learn anything. So have a good day, bro. It is what it is. If you listen to me again, I appreciate you. If not, I don't give a fuck. But it is what it is, bro. Don't just think this channel is all about bashing people because it's not. It's just was my opinion, and that's one person's opinion. That wasn't Jack's opinion. Jack, you know, like I said, he was not approving of what I was saying, and he was, you know, a lot of us have different opinions. A lot of us run in different circles or talk to other people, and that's your God given, you know, You have the ability to talk to whoever you want to do or listen to whoever you want to. If I'm not one of them, cool. But there's other people in this channel or on this channel that talk and preach radio football that you should definitely listen to. If I'm not one of them, cool. But don't let what I say judge your decision making on not listening to a channel because of what I say. You know, if you don't want to listen to me, then don't listen to me. But definitely listen to Black. Definitely listen to Afakasi. You can listen to Jack and anybody else on this channel to speak.
Don't listen to that Afakazi guy. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
I'm just a fanatic who doesn't know anything.
I don't have my own channel. You know, AR knows this, Black knows this. JT, I don't know if you know this. I don't have my own channel, but I've been doing this. I've been doing this for so long, like literally more than probably anyone. That's why I get invited on shows, because I've been doing this for a long time, and I make connections. I try to make connections with
How long have you been doing it for, Jack?
Well, I said this, when I talked to Robert's son tonight, and I had to think about it, bro. I think I've been, talking to Robert for like 10 years.
At least 10 for me.
And so I mean,
so you've been doing this YouTube communicating with other Raider fans for 10 years. So 2017.
So I think the first show I ever went on was Captain Jack, and then that's when Captain Jack used to do shows with OG Daniels, and then OG fucking reached out to me, and it's like, man, I want you to come on my show, and then I did a show with him for a year and a half.
That's why you sound like him.
And I did kind of hook up, like, Farrell and Raider Ray. I hooked them up, and they did like 174 shows together. So it's like,
that wasn't 10 years ago, Jack. That was more like 5 years
ago.
Farrell
was like 3 or 4 years ago with him.
Farrell came onto
I'm
the
not
scene
talking
like
Farrell for that. I'm going.
But even before that, like you're talking 10 years. Like 10 years ago would have been 2016, 2017. The only people that were doing Raider content back then was pretty much Mikey and Murph. That was it.
Mikey, I remember Mikey, and then it was like what's his name? It was Mitchell Rance.
Remember that? No, he wasn't doing it then. He came on
then,
the scene.
Then it wasn't 10 years. Then like, I think I met Robert in at first time was like Mitchell Rance and Captain Jack, and then OG Daniels show when I used to do that show, whenever that was.
Mitchell Rance pretty much was still like really, he was new 2018. If you go back and you look at his first videos, they were the off season 2018.
Yeah,
until about 2019 he started to gain a bit of traction in that.
Yeah, and maybe it wasn't that long. I mean, like, shoot, this YouTube stuff was all new. It's like I don't even know how I came across it. Honestly, like when I got a new phone at the time, it like popped up. I'm like, oh, YouTube, and it's like I put in Raiders, and it's like, I started seeing like certain people. It's how I made all my connections. So it's cool. I
think the first ones to be doing StreamYard like panels, bringing people on, was I think Graphic was one of them. R.I.P. Darian Spotlight. He was another one who was doing them.
Oh, Spotlight. I do miss Spotlight.
Yeah, I miss him too. R.I.P. Spotlight.
Yeah.
So I think those were the two that were the first to do like the bringing guests on via StreamYard, because everyone else was just doing their own like kind of content, and if they were having panels, it was just amongst their little circle. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I wish Spotlight would have grown like way more, because he had good takes, and it's like he put the effort in. It's like he was a good.
Him and
dude.
Ben, the best in the business when it comes to calling games. Ben is entertaining and very he can do it really well, but Darian Spotlight, he was no slouch either. Those are the only two that I with all due respect to everyone else, that really entertained me when listening to them, because I tried it myself, and it's not easy. It's tough.
It's hard.
I was one and done. I tried it one game, the playoff game, 2021, and then I was like, nah, that's not for me. I'd rather just give my takes after the game.
AR, you're right.
That's what I said. Fluffy. I said Mikey Raider. He was him and Will to Win were the only ones, and what's his name? Murph back in 2016, 2015. I did say that.
You're talking about Raiders radio fan radio Murph. That Murph?
Yeah. You remember Mondays with Mike and Murph? We talking Raiders and football dirt.
And I will admit, I did watch, again, normally like, Raider games, I keep it to myself. But, there was times where I'm like, I like to smoke cigarettes. So I'd go out where I'm sitting right now in the same position, and I'd watch Ben do his takes, and watching him on a live show do Raider football games. So
when I've been abroad in countries that don't allow me to stream, even though it makes no sense, like I purchase international Game Pass and you're not letting me use it. Like when I've been in Bali on holiday and they've had Raider games on, like I used to listen to Ben, just listen to him call the plays. And even when I've been working, sometimes like if the game's on early in the morning and I'm working, I'll just listen to Ben because it's more informative rather than trying to listen to an actual video stream where they're just kind of calling what they see and they're relying on you to visualize it. It's not like back in the days where we used to have Greg Popper and you know what I'm saying? Like I was able to access that via the internet streaming. Now I can't do that. It's a paid service now via, I think, Sirius XM or some shit like that. I don't know.
For Papa.
Yeah. I watched several games, like, or not watched, but listened to Ben's channel on, in the chat and just, again, ask questions and, listen to the game with him talking to. It's like, so it's great at the same time. What I got a great pleasure of doing this is like, then I get to talk to other people behind the scenes that, guys I see in the chat tonight, like, Paul, it's like, just chit chat behind the scenes, or Raider Rebel, or Nabman, or whoever it is, like, on whatever channel is. I like, talking kind of behind the scenes when you guys do your shows, and I can have my own one-on-one conversation with, any other Raider fan that I want to, chat with. So, that is something I appreciate for yourself and, Black and, Ben and every other Raider content creator. I met great friends, just, being on someone else's, listening to someone else's channel. And then you agree with something that someone says, and then you start bouncing your ideas off each other, which is amazing. And Paul, thank you for saying RIP, Spotlight, Pena, and Gord. Man, yeah, 100%, brother. 100%.
Sale, the Silver and Black Seas, those three for sure. But so just to your point, Jack, sorry to cut in on you. One of my favorite shows, and you're probably going to remember this, JT, because it got we were both passionate about our opinions and views. Do you remember that show we did on whose was it? Twan's live? I think it was like a year ago when me and you. I think that one of the last times we shared a panel, that was pretty fun. Even though we had contrasting ideas about the team and specific players, and that, like, I had a lot of fun with that, and I think JT did too. I mean,
absolutely,
that was fun for me.
Sharing the difference of opinion and the reason why, and you can back it up with facts. And we both did that, so it was like, well, I can see where you were coming at and why you were coming at it, and it made sense. But I just felt the team can execute, and you felt the team could, and but that's just the best part of it, is when people who can speak the game, support their position with facts, and still at the end of the day, even though it looked heated, it wasn't heated.
No, JT, me and you, we're homies. The only thing that I do not like or appreciate is say you give your opinion and you try to give facts and all that to back up said opinion, and you're not trying to come across as a know-it-all, and someone's going to dismiss you as not knowing football or whatever it may be. I mean, like, I it's no secret I'm an Australian. I don't have coaching credentials. I don't know X's and O's. I can only go by what my eyes see and just try and connect the dots per se. Like, I'm not the all-knowing, but sometimes some of the things I say can contrast to somebody who, say, has had coaching credentials, who has played the game, and sometimes I get it right and they get it wrong. Sometimes they get it wrong, I get it right. You get what I'm saying? Like, we all have an opinion at the end of the day. You know,
I used to do it, but you can say it. I used to do that with certain people. I was that person who would do it with certain people. Like, but I wouldn't do it with you because I understood you're on the opposite side of the pond. But you would.
Wait.
Huh? You know.
Oh, no, I was just looking at the chat. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, but you're on the opposite side, so I wasn't overly. Some people I would overdo it for, like you know, like I said, some people I might have been more contrarian with them than others, but they were wrong, and I wouldn't let it go. I wouldn't let it go. I'm like, no, I'm not going to relinquish this point. You're wrong. This is why you're wrong. I'm showing you why you're wrong. So either argue my point or just shut the fuck up.
Do you remember what we were debating about, JT?
What me and you were debating about? I really don't.
Yeah, I do.
I'm talking about what other. No, but I know when we had like, if you bring up like one thing I could remember, I just don't remember off the top of my head.
Zamir White and Neil Farrell. That's what we were
Will White and who?
We were debating Zamir. So the first one, which was the longer one, we were debating the fact about Zamir White, and then it turned into also a debate about not Neil Farrell. Sorry, Byron Young. That's it, Byron Young.
Byron Young. I remember the White. I don't remember the Byron Young one. I definitely remember.
Byron Young was like, because we were debating the fact like that you didn't see it as a wasted pick, and I thought that was lunacy. It's like, well, this guy. You got one season out of him and did absolutely nothing. How can that be the case? Like,
not one season. We got 4 games. We got 4 games.
He was on our roster for one season, and then he didn't make it past preseason year 2. So that's what we were debating about.
Oh, I'm not Farrell. I'm talking about Zeus. It's like Zeus. We got 4 games out of him. Like, all I gotta say is like, you know, again, okay, let's turn this into like, you know, modern roster right now. So I disagree with a lot of people on Washington, the running back that we got, you know, out of Arkansas, who my boy Rebel, like, you know, you guys talk how you met. That's how I met Rebel, was like doing a draft. I think it was on Farrell's channel. And me and Rebel talked the whole draft, the whole way through it, round 1 through round 7. And we became friends. And I even got him to hop on the Wild Wild West show once when Nabman couldn't do it because he's moving. And I see Washington, you know, super fast, big dude. Everyone's like saying, "Oh, he's the next," you know, what's his name? The fucking Raiders running back. So it's like he's like 6'2", 215, runs a 4.33 40. But I'm like, man, he's kind of the same player as you know, Zeus. He has no vision on the inside. He can run on the outside. That's what Zeus was good at. That's why he got those 100-yard games in the beginning until they shut that shit down.
Zeus was running between the tackles where there was holes. No, he wasn't an outside runner either.
Oh, he was a totally outside runner, and I'll disagree with on that. He was totally outside, not inside.
But even if he was an outside runner,
Zeus had no vision, and you know, and again, that's kind of my drawback on Washington. Oh, okay. I remember the player's name. He's a cross between what everyone's saying is like McFadden.
What I just said before.
I knew you were going to say Darren McFadden.
Yeah, it's like I'm like, he's no Darren McFadden, and he's like, you know, he's a cross between McFadden and Zeus, but McFadden was better. It's like,
Were you saying that, or was he
Please
saying
don't
that?
compare him to Zeus. Please don't compare any new running backs.
No, I'm saying he's a tweener. He's a tweener. That's what I'm getting. It's like he's a tweener because I see certain aspects in the game. He's not an amazing blocker. He's not a blocker. He's not an amazing pass catcher. He's not an amazing vision on running on the inside. He's great. He's super fast running outside, which is great for the wide zone scheme that we're going to run. So it's like I'm the one person that's going to knock him back a mark, but I like the chances that we have with him, and having a great coach like Kubiak and our great offensive line coach and like getting shit right. But I'm not as high and mighty on him. Getting him in the 4th round this year is like a lot of people are. So,
well, Jack, we're drafting him to be the spellback. Like,
scratch me up now because that's just my opinion.
Well, I'm not gonna scratch you up about it, but what I will say is this, though. I mean, like being a 4th round running back, you're not gonna do a lot of things. So, but the thing about him is when you that zone run scheme. Like the cutback lane is usually not all the way in the middle like that. So that's why he probably don't even have to do that too often. And I don't think we're going to ask him to do that either. So if Zamir White was an outside runner, well, we definitely use him wrong because we always used to have him running up the gut. That's why he was running into his own. And that's why he kept running into his own lineman, like I guess. So, we used him wrong. So that's probably why we didn't get what we needed to out of him. But like you said, Kubiak is
just sucked. He just outright sucked.
But I'm saying if he's an outside runner, we didn't never run him that way. So I don't know. But I just know that Kubiak is going to use Washington to his strength. And I think he'll be good. I mean, like, I don't know how good. And when people say that, he's McFadden, I think they're saying his running style. I don't think they're saying his career going to be like McFadden. His running style is like McFadden's.
I kind of feel like, the body shape of McFadden, 6'2", around 215, and running in that 4.33, 4.30, range. That's where I think like the McFadden, conversation comes in.
It's not his rushing ability. It's just a visual problem.
Cut and go. Because McFadden is a one cut and go guy, and so is Washington. That's the style.
Same college, same position, same kind of build. But when you watch the way those two run, they don't look anything alike. Like when you watch Washington run, he kind of leans forward and has a different style of running to McFadden, who was more upright and I don't know, just from me personally, had a bit more wiggle. But like to your point, Black, like Washington, we're not drafting him to do all this and all that. We're drafting him to be a competent spellback to our feature back, which should be, and rightly so, Ashton Genty. So I like the fact that we've taken a guy and what seems to be on paper a competent enough person to be able to do just that. I mean, have more confidence in him than anyone else that anyone else that we brought in the door for the last, since Josh Jacobs has been out of here. I mean, who have we drafted or who have we signed as a free agent that you could say you had some sort of confidence in? I didn't like any of them. None of them.
Nobody.
Garbage. Trash.
You're right, AR. To add on to the topping on the cake, man, we got Hemby.
Undrafted free agent.
Yeah.
JT.
What do you mean, who? Come on, JT. Hemby. Man, all my mock drafts that I've ever done, I've taken Hemby in the 6th round. We got him at the UDFA. Man, he was a starting running back at Indiana until he got hurt. And then Black took over. And they said, like the coaching staff, when he came back, he's like, okay, we're on a run. We're not going to interrupt this stuff. The kid had over 1,000 yards. He runs a 4.5, 4.40. He can block. So, I mean, if you had to put a 3rd down running back and you're not going to put Genty in there, you're not putting Washington in there. You're putting Hemby in there.
It depends on the situation. If it's third and short, then and it's a passing down, I probably would. I'm not going to. If you're going to play into the obvious, then you're going to lose when you ain't got the talent to back it up. We can't play. I'm gonna be honest with you. The Raiders can't play big boy football. Like, hey, we're running down your throat. You know what's coming. Stop it. Man up. We can't do that yet. So you got to play the X's and O's game and be tricky and hide behind formations and players. You got to be tricky. That's how you get the big plays. That's how you get the touchdowns.
So JT, I got to ask you this. So when have you ever had a better running back room than Genty, Washington, and Hemby? When do you feel like there was a better running back room than this?
Hang on, time out, Jack. So you're including him. Yeah, right. And you're including Hemby. I mean, the dude's a UDFA. Let's not give him the sincere McCormick treatment on crowning these guys that are undrafted free agents when they go on and don't do squat.
They're not
what I mean?
Let
this guy make the this guy's got to make the roster first. That's his first battle, and then he's got to do something after that. You know what I mean?
Who was a better running back room?
What team? What team? I think again. I feel Hemby is very valuable, in my opinion. Again, as a Raiders fan, all my mock drafts, I took Hemby. I really love the kid. Again, he was a starting running back in Indiana until he got hurt.
Oh wait, okay. So stop right there. Show me where his value is if I can replace him with a player who was his backup.
So, would you rather have him or Lobby?
I'd rather have Lobby. And the reason why I have Lobby, he gives me more. He's a more dangerous player.
Why?
I can run him out on the slot. I can run him out on
the Hemby.
Huh?
You can do that. You can do that. You can do it to Hemby too.
Can I? Because he couldn't do it. He didn't do it in Indiana though.
What do you mean didn't do it in Indiana?
They didn't run him. They didn't run him at the slot in Indiana. Did you? I'm a college guy. I love college better than I love the pros.
So did you watch the Raiders play Lobby in the slot whenever he got the opportunity to play, which was not much?
Maybe 3 plays. He probably got 3 or 4 plays.
So
but I know. But here's the thing. He can.
I mean, he's never going to do that again. So Lobby's not going to play the slot ever again.
I mean, if they motion him out and they use him for mismatches, he will be. That's the whole point in having him as a Swiss Army knife. He's going to play multiple positions. He can start in the backfield, then you're going to motion him out to get him on the linebacker, which he probably be in slot or on the safety to utilize his talent.
That's at the end of the day, gang, this is our third string running back we're talking about. Yeah, we're debating over the third string running back between a guy who we drafted he's now 3 seasons as a Raider in the 5th, 6th round, who hasn't done pretty much nada, and a guy who's an undrafted free agent who literally hasn't done nada, is going to be fighting for a roster spot. I mean, what are we expecting here from these guys?
but to answer your question, what was our running back room when we went to the playoffs? When we played
Josh
Cincinnati?
Jacobs. Pretty much Josh Jacobs. That's it.
It was Jacobs.
You're talking 2016, so yeah.
No, not 2016 when we played Cincinnati. And we lost.
You're talking about 2021. So we had Josh Jacobs. We still had Jalen Rashad on our team. He was
Rashad was good.
Rashad was good at what he did, but
there was it Mike Washington?
Yeah, and the Washington kid. Yeah,
not Mike Washington.
No, it was
Mike Washington was drafted in the 5th round.
Was a fullback. No, you're talking about DeAndre Washington. He was long gone before then.
Ingle
was Ingle. That makes
Ingle was a fullback.
DeAndre Washington was gone a long time ago, and Ingle is a fullback.
But he's still in a running back room. That's a better running back room.
You could put him as in that Marcel Reese kind of jack of all trades kind of fullback.
If in recent years, I'm taking that running back room over the one you just gave us.
Yeah, I'll give you that, JT.
Like I know those guys can get it done.
So let's talk about last year. So we got Genty on both squads. Is Zeus and Lobby, or
Yeah, but I'm not putting
Or
that.
this year, it's like you got Genty, Washington, and Hemby.
Well, to that, Jack, like our running back room hasn't done squat since Josh Jacobs was around for his best days. And to that point, like you were asking, the running back room in 2021, it was Peyton Barber and Sutton Smith to round off the other guys outside of Jacobs, Ingold, and Jalen Rashad. So it wasn't exactly star-studded there either. But
yeah, well,
it's only gotten worse since the days of Josh Jacobs. You know, I think, I do too. It's not a high bar, Jack. It really isn't at the moment.
No, you're right about that. It's not a high bar, but I will say
I would dare say the lowest bar it's been in the last 30, 40 years. I mean, we haven't had a worse running back core since you think back to the early 90s and 80s. What was it worse than Marcus Allen and Bo Jackson? Was it worse than Napoleon Kaufman?
Well, that's one of the best running back rooms ever.
You know, Bo and Marcus, in the 90s, in the early 2000s, we had Charlie Gardner and Tyron Wheatley.
There you go.
Grant McFadden.
Thunder and Lightning.
Shit, I will take even like who? Remember we had White Chocolate. Freaking before McFadden. What's his name?
Are you talking about
Justin Fargas?
Your dude from USC. Fargas. Justin Fargas.
Justin Fargas. I'd have Justin Fargas. I'd have Lamont Jordan before these scrubs that we've had in the door for the last couple of years before we drafted.
Who was the guy who ran upright?
Ashton Genty.
No, yeah,
Latavius Murray.
The upright guy. You're talking about that we signed over from the Niners. What's his name?
Charlie Gardner.
No, what's his name? It's like the last really running back. Like he ran straight up. God damn, he's from the Niners.
Latavius Murray ran upright, but he was drafted by us.
No, this is way before.
Or Darren McFadden. He ran upright.
It's way before McFadden too.
Before McFadden?
Yeah,
you're not talking about Harvey Williams. You're not talking about Harvey Williams, are you?
No, well, I think it might even be before that than Harvey Williams.
Before that Niners.
Roger Craig. That's it. It's Roger Craig. That guy was super upright.
Roger Craig. Well, Jason just dropped Nick Bell. That year we were in between. So check this out, because I've done my research. That particular year, when we were between Marcus Allen, Bo Jackson, and then moving on from those guys to Harvey Williams and Napoleon Kaufman, that I thought was the worst year up until I did my research. That year in 2024, when we moved on from Josh Jacobs and we had the likes of Zamir White and the rest of those whatevers, you know what I'm saying? Like they rushed for less yards in more games than that running back room did back in, I think it was 92 or 93. So make of that what you will. But my point is that it's been a low bar in the last couple of years. But we've at least made strides to address that with, I believe it was the right move getting Ashton Genty. And then we've made another move in drafting Mike Washington to be the spellback.
Hey, you know what? See, this is the problem with the Raiders, is that
now it's a problem.
When you in a rebuild, you want to be able to put in new pieces to replace old pieces, right? When you put in the old pieces that we were trying to replace, there is no new pieces that you can refill it in. And that's what the issue has been. Like at quarterback, it's always been Rich Gannon. Some people will put in Derek Carr, some people won't. At running back, it was the last great running back before Josh Jacobs. Who was it?
Charlie Gardner.
Murray.
Great running back?
I'd say Charlie Gardner. I think, Charlie Gardner did everything, that 2002 Raider team needed to do to get to the Super Bowl.
Darren McFadden in his best days was one of the most dangerous players, most elite players in the league. Yes, he was injured. Yes, for the most part.
He wasn't better than Charlie Gardner, though.
Darren McFadden?
No.
Wasn't better than Charlie Gardner?
No.
In his best years? Are you kidding me? Show me a statistical category that will tell me that Charlie Gardner in his Raider years was better than Darren McFadden in Darren McFadden's prime. Because I guarantee you there isn't one.
Well, I'm not about again, I'm not about the stats, because we look at Genty last year, who almost got 1,000 yards, but was hit, 40% of the time behind the line of scrimmage and then like yards after the first contact. So I'm just not about pure stats. I'm just looking at, eye contact, your heart contact, and the player that you see.
Yeah, but stats matter. You just got to know how to read them.
He didn't say they don't matter, but that's what I was about to say. You can look at the stats, but the stats don't tell the
whole story.
Entire picture,
right?
Because what happened is
I feel you, Black.
You watch the games. You got the eye test.
I've watched both of them.
Player to player, McFadden is probably the better player, maybe, right? But with Charlie Gardner, that defense is schemed for Charlie Gardner. They didn't scheme really for McFadden like that.
Are you kidding? Sorry, I respect you, but I gotta strongly disagree with that.
Yeah,
McFadden's best years with us, he was the only thing we had on offense, pretty much. So teams were most definitely scheming against him.
No, well, come on. By default, I'm talking about like being a really whole weapon. He wasn't a more effective weapon than Charlie Gardner, because Charlie Gardner had way more facets of the game than McFadden. McFadden can only hurt you in one part of the game, is if you give him the ball and he get wide open, because he will get tackled if you just touch his feet. Charlie Gardner was getting third downs with first downs with catches. He would run the ball real hard, and then what's not fair either is that him and Wheatley had this thing going. They had this synergy going together with how they was calling plays together. So they were being utilized more effectively than just handing off the ball to McFadden and then hope he make a big play, which he did enough for the time. I'm not saying he's not a good player. I'm just saying he wasn't the way he affected the game. It wasn't the same.
There it is. Charlie,
if I can get in there after Black, hang on, Black, you finish, please. I need to get in after you. Go. If you got any more?
No, that's why I was trying to jump in, but you can go ahead and respond.
Okay, look, I love Charlie Gardner. I have his jersey in my closet. He's a guy who I wasn't around for, but I've gone back and I've watched. I bended the season, so I kind of do what I kind of know what I'm talking about, because I didn't just go by highlights. I'm not just looking at the stats, even though I brought the statistics before. I actually watched these guys play, so I do appreciate Charlie Gardner. He is what you say he is. However, you say that like teams were scheming against just him. Well, his best years with us was what, 2001, 2002? That was a star-studded offense. You had Tim Brown and Jerry Rice. Granted, they were older, but they were still playing like the superstar players that they were. You know what I'm saying? They had a lot more pieces than, say, Darren McFadden in his Raider prime. Like, yeah, we had some guys who were nice for a minute, guys who I appreciate, but they were not Jerry Rice. They were not Tim Brown. They were not the offensive line that, Charlie Gardner was blessed with. They weren't the QB at the time. Like, Darren McFadden was playing with what? Like Jason Campbell, who I appreciated, and
Bible, Jerry Porter, Jerry. They both had a Jerry. Jerry Rice.
Yeah, I'm just trying to. I just like to give you a bit of perspective that I disagree with you that teams were just specifically scheming against Charlie Gardner when like Darren McFadden.
No, he was. I'm not saying they schemed only against Charlie Gardner. What I'm saying is on Monday when they say we're scheming against certain players, I'm not saying that they don't ever scheme against McFadden. What I'm saying is he wasn't a higher priority than Charlie Gardner was.
I'm gonna disagree with you on that one. Like,
hold on.
I watched Charlie Gardner every week while he was at the Coliseum.
Black JT. This is what right here. What we're doing right now. I'm gonna pause you guys because this is what I think that makes Raider Chat so much fun. We're talking about different eras, different teams. And we're all talking, what we love to talk about. And put players in certain positions in in that time and era. This is what makes every Raider Chat the funnest thing you can ever do, what we're doing right now. So, okay, my pause is done. Keep going. I'm loving it. I'm sorry. Go.
Sorry, Black, you're in the middle of saying your piece.
I'm sorry, but it makes it fun.
No, go ahead. All I was saying is, like, I watched Charlie Gardner because that's when I had season tickets with the Raiders, and I just know his impact on the offense versus when Darren McFadden was in the offense. And I'm not saying Darren McFadden wasn't a piece of the offense, but what I'm saying is Charlie Gardner, they really had the game plan for him, because if not, then you're not going to win the game, because he's going to for sure eat you up in more than one way.
And highlight Jason Downs, like Raiders first downs, his fucking take. I love it, dude.
Yeah. Look, I don't want to sound like I don't appreciate Charlie Gardner, because he's a guy, like I said, I've learned to appreciate. I have his jersey in my closet, and he is everything that you say. He's a guy who came over to us as a free agent. I think was pretty much like the tail end of his NFL career, and he had some good years with us. I just disagree with the fact that like they had to scheme more for Gardner, being that McFadden, when he was around during his best years, I'm talking about 2010 and 2011, when the guy is one of maybe 2 or 3 running backs that over a sustainable amount of period as our feature back averaged more than 5 yards per carry. Not even Josh Jacobs did that in his elite years with us. The year that he broke the record for the most yards as a Raider. You know what I'm saying? So like when McFadden was here, he was here. I'd say we drafted him 2008, and then his last year was 2014. So
okay, so
about 7-8 years. Right. I'd like to highlight Black when I'm referring to comparing him to Charlie Gardner. I'm just talking about his best years. I'm not talking about the years after that when we know what we got with Darren McFadden. But like those years where he was at his Raider best, that guy was not just one of the most dangerous players, or the most dangerous player on our roster. He was one of the most dangerous players in the league. So like.
So
to
he
say
was
that the teams were scheming less for him than Gardner, I'm sorry, I highly disagree with that.
So McFadden, so you're gonna take 2 years out of his career with the Raiders and say, okay, we're gonna compare his 2 years to what Charlie Gardner, 2-3 years or whatever. So
yeah, I'm just comparing their best years.
I'm looking at how they play with the team, period. But okay, you want to take his 2 best years, then you got that.
Right. That's all I'm talking about. Is his best years when pretty much he was our only real like dangerous threat. Like we did have other threats, but not to the caliber of McFadden. Like he wasn't just our threat, but he was a threat in terms of running backs in the league. You could put him there up there with the likes at the time with Chris Johnson, with the likes of Adrian Peterson. You know what I'm saying? Like he was that good during his Raider prime.
So now I'm going to throw you guys a curveball here, since we're talking running backs in only 2 years, right? So let's compare like the elite of the elite, Marcus Allen and Bo Jackson. Bo got hurt again. We're talking 2 years. If we're talking this for 2 years, like who's the best Raiders running back in history then?
What's that? Sorry, what are you asking?
Oh, my question is, like, we're only talk 2 years, right? You mentioned 2 years for McFadden,
right?
You know, over at Charlie Gardner. So let's take it up to the next notch. So the best 2 running backs ever in Raiders history is like only 2 players. It's Marcus Allen and Bo Jackson. Then who would it be?
If you're saying a 2-year span, then it's going to be Bo Jackson.
No, it's got to be
it's unmatched. But if you want to talk about productive and winning, then it's Marcus Allen. And I fucking hate Marcus Allen. You already know.
No, Marcus Allen only averaged 4 yards a carry. McFadden averaged like 5 yards a carry. So based on
talking about McFadden, McFadden doesn't compare to Bo.
No,
but it has to be sustainability as well. on how long you did it, and that's what
Well,
takes
we
to
just
McFadden
said
out the
2
game.
years.
No, we just said 2 years.
Oh, okay. So you're talking about 2 years. Okay, you're talking about. So you're talking about a 2-year stretch, like the best years
Marcus
of
Allen
any.
never had
Okay,
5
all right.
yards of carry. He never had 5
McFadden
yards
never
of carry.
played a 16 game season.
Yes.
Like what?
2010. 2010.
Yeah. I only think like maybe once. So like that was probably his best season, wasn't it?
2010. 2011 would have statistically been his best year. That was when he was averaging over 5 yards per carry, but then he got hurt.
Yeah, that was his biggest thing. His biggest thing was just he couldn't stay on the field because he just anytime he got hit a certain way, he just was hurt. So like for me, I agree with Afakasi that team schemed more against McFadden because McFadden was the only home run hitter that we had on that team, really. But the effectiveness in Charlie Garner being the win con for that team is why Charlie Garner was a better back. Because even though you schemed to try and stop Charlie Garner, even when we had an older Jerry Rice who was still productive, an older Tim Brown, it was all about Charlie Garner establishing the offense. So teams were scheming for him, and they still couldn't stop him, even with they were scheming. And then that's what opened up the play action pass for Rich Gannon to be immaculate and do everything he did with our wide receivers and tight ends. But I would
forget
say
Rice and Tim Brown both had 1,000-yard seasons.
Yeah, I mean our offense was just fucking amazing. Like we were the top of the crown at that time with offense. People were trying to emulate.
2002 was the best offense the Raiders ever had.
So, Jack, so if I can clarify, what you're trying to ask is not in terms of overall productivity. You're talking about, like, say their best. Who would be your next best after Marcus Allen in terms of their best days as a Raider? Is that what you're asking?
Well, I didn't say the next best. I said the two best. The two best is like, we're talking like, you guys talked about 2 years. For a 2-year period, I would say that Bo Jackson probably had a better 2-year stint than Marcus Allen. Man, when I watched those guys play, I wanted the ball in Bo Jackson's hand. It's like Marcus Allen was becoming, again, I don't know. Again, we all don't know what happened with Al Davis and Marcus Allen, but he became the fullback for Bo. And I love what Bo did, man. That dude's so big, so strong. And I feel like, I talk about, players, I've had this on conversations on different shows. Oh, what players you can bring back that are Hall of Famers that actually could play right now? I'd say Bo and Marcus are like one of them. But my favorite player in Jim Otto couldn't do that anymore. He couldn't do it. So, but we're talking running backs. I'm thinking, Bo was so unbelievable that I think Bo's probably the greatest, ever. And so again, we're talking 2 years.
I'll give you some names. I already brought up McFadden, but I'll give you 2 others. Well, Josh Jacobs. I mean, he literally holds the record for the most yards of any Raider running back. So you have to put him in that conversation. And the other name I'm going to throw out there that doesn't get the flowers I feel like he should in his best days as a Raider is Napoleon Coffin. He's another guy. I would actually, you might get upset with this. I would actually rate him more than I would Charlie Garner and Tyron Wheatley.
AR, what's cool? So
no, that can't even be a real thing. There's no way Napoleon Coffin.
Black, let me say something to AR. So I sold Napoleon Kaufman a bed when I was working in San Leandro. I sold him a bed when I was working at a mattress store when I was a young kid. I sold him a bed.
No, hang on a second. You sold him a mattress when you were a kid.
Yeah, when I was like a young man. I was like in my early 20s. I sold Nap a bed.
Oh, I was going to say, aren't you older than Napoleon Kaufman?
No, well, no. No. I'm old. Okay. I'm 50. I'm 55 going on 56. No, I'm young.
Kaufman would be in his late 40s, early 50s, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, then you're wrong.
I don't know.
All right. Well, I'm gonna. Oh, he's 53. Yeah, he's younger than you, dude.
Oh, then he is younger than me. Shit. Only by a couple years. So we're around the same age. But I sold him a bed. I got to meet him in person in my store, and it was kind of cool. It's like the store over next to me in San Leandro was a big and tall store, and I met Grady Jackson. I was going to go out to lunch, and I walked out and I saw Grady Jackson. I'm like, dude,
defensive tackle?
Are you Grady Jackson? He's like, yeah, I'm Grady Jackson. And he signed me a picture. He pulled out a picture and signed for me.
Jack?
Yeah.
Is he a defensive tackle?
Yes, sir.
Right. That's pretty cool.
Yes, sir.
But yeah, look, I would. The reason I would say Napoleon Kaufman is 97. That dude was rushing for over 5 yards per carry, and that team was I think the third worst team, even though they had a high-powered offense. But Napoleon Kaufman, I remember because I bended that season too, and yeah, I again, I'm not taking away from Charlie Gardner. I just personally, I would take Napoleon Kaufman.
It's crazy because even as much as I say, look, who's the better running back? I asked Jim and I, who's the better running back?
He was very versatile. Charlie Gardner was so versatile.
Charlie Gardner or Napoleon Kaufman? Saying Charlie Gardner,
that's a hard call, Black.
It's not that hard. It's really nice. It's a definitive edge with that. Even when I got, he averaged over 4.9 yards versus Kaufman 4.6, whatever. Gardner name. It's not just a number. It's what you have to do. It's what you have to do to stop the player. If all you have to do is worry about the player running between the tackles or getting to the outside, that's different than when you got to do that with a running back and him in a receiving game. There's a big difference in that. So
Kaufman could do that too. Kaufman could do that too.
Agreed on both you guys. I love both these players. These are some of my favorite players, running backs in Raiders history.
Yeah, but
that's why I threw out his name. That's why I threw out his name.
They wasn't using Kaufman as a receiver like that. That's not to say he didn't receive the ball out the backfield. I mean,
he was lights out when he was getting the ball thrown to him.
Yeah,
I don't know. I know that I literally watched how the league had to prepare for Charlie Gardner. I literally watched them had to do the same for Napoleon Kaufman, same thing for your boy McFadden. And I know the way the game is affected is way more difficult to stop Gardner than it is those two guys. Now you wanna say a 2-year period? Okay, I'll give you that. But if we're gonna say a 2-year period of time, he better than Marcus Allen over a 2-year period of time then. Because Marcus Allen ain't never averaged no 5 yards a carry. So how are we gonna quantify that?
Okay, well, Black, I will say this. So the thing about Marcus Allen is kind of like a Josh Jacobs thing. He will always make the first guy miss, and you get near the goal line, and if you were watching the highlights, no other player's ever done this the way he's been able to leap over these fucking 6'5", men, and just fucking get into the end zone. And Marcus Allen is that dude. He is that dude. I love him.
I love him too. And I'm not saying that he's not that dude, but if we're saying that if McFadden had 5.4 yards a carry, and he was the best 2 years it was him, and one of those years he was 5.4 yards a carry, and that's what we're basing it on. And then when I say, okay, well, Marcus Allen never had 5 yards a carry.
Yeah, so I agree.
How do you quantify that? That's what I'm saying. Because we all know that Marcus Allen is the better running back. So the only way you can quantify that is by how he affected the game.
If if we're talking Raider career period, there is no take the best 2 years or whatever. If we're talking period, then of course you have to go with Marcus Allen, because the thing that Marcus Allen did it over the likes of Darren McFadden, over the likes of Charlie Garner, and the likes of Napoleon Kaufman, is he did it for not just like a 2 year stretch. He did that for a long time. Like, yes, granted, the numbers aren't there, like the 5 point whatever, that elite number, but it's still, he's in elite number category with the 5.5 or whatever yards it was that he was able to do over a sustainable stretch, which is what he did more than any Raider running back. I mean, you're going to have to go further back to find a carry. Yeah, I know that, but I know, but to my point, what I'm trying to say is that, like, he never, granted, you're right, like, he never averaged over 5 yards per carry. The only Raider running backs that I know that did it over a sustainable amount of time, I'm talking about at least a year and a half stretch, it's McFadden, Kaufman, and Josh, not even Josh Jacobs did it. McFadden, Kaufman, and Bo Jackson, the great Bo Jackson, which is why people remember him to be the greatest, like they do. Wheatley didn't. No,
Wheatley's like been there for a long time,
right? But he didn't average that elite of the elite number.
No.
All I'm trying to say is why average. Marcus Allen gets considered the greatest is because he averaged, what was it, like 5.5 yards for so many years. Like, how long was he a Raider for? Over a decade, right?
Oh,
Marcus
Allen.
Yeah, he was a Raider for over a decade, right?
Yeah, but you said he averaged what? No, I didn't hear what you said. You said he averaged something or whatever you said right before that.
He did it over a sustainable amount of time, averaging at least 4.2, 4.3, 4.5, whatever the number may be. That will have him considered to be the greatest Raider running back that we've had ever. That's what sets him apart from those other guys.
Yeah, because the way he affected the game, though. It wasn't because of the stats so much.
Right. And he was able to do it for such a long time, more than those other guys.
Yeah. I could go with that too. No, I'm not even saying it's not even arguable, because I could be very wrong. I mean, I just, that's why I was like, well, let me ask this AI which one they would think. And I asked it for both of them. They both said Charlie Gardner for both of them. But I could see your argument. Really, I do see it.
Well, I see the argument for Charlie Gardner because he's probably the best. I think Charlie Gardner is probably the best receiving running back
all around
that the Raiders have ever had. Best receiving running back. What, like JD said earlier in the chat, he had 850 yards rushing and 850 yards receiving. I mean, 850 yards from a running back, that's like Marshall Faulk type stuff. You know what I mean?
You got a plan for that,
right? But it'd be like, but as a receiving running back, that's amazing. You know what I mean? Again,
like I said, please do not take this that I'm disrespecting Charlie Gardner, because I do appreciate Charlie Gardner. I do love me Charlie Gardner.
Absolutely not. I know you like him, but I'm just saying, it's like, to have a running back that gets 850 yards, that's like a McCaffrey or something like that right now. Like, in today's age, it's like, I think that's pretty flippin' amazing. And I love the fact that you guys are all entertaining me on this conversation on running backs. How we got started off, like, our top three, like, and over the years, it went into this deep dive conversation of this. This is absolutely what I love, because we're going into history, we're fucking pulling players, and it's like, this is good conversation.
Right. Look, like I said, I'm not trying to discredit.
No.
I do love Charlie Gardner. I just, when we were asking the question before, I personally feel McFadden was better. And just to the point of McFadden, like, yes, Charlie Gardner, he was great in the past game. Like, McFadden was great too. I mean, dude, like, had, I think, 500 yards and 5 touchdowns receiving back in 2011. That's to go alongside, what was it, like 1,200 yards rushing? And how many touchdowns? I mean, yeah.
So I'm gonna say this: if I had to choose, it's like this, and this is why I'm gonna choose. why Napoleon, everything you said about Napoleon Kaufman is accurate. Was he the best player on that offense? Yes. Was he the focal point? Yes.
And he was a great returner too. He was a great returner too.
Yeah, and he was dual threat. I couldn't stand him because I'm a Bruin, and he did that at UW as well. The reason why Charlie Honor gets the nod is because Napoleon Kaufman was pretty much the offense. Charlie Garner did that with all the other weapons around him and still produced like that in a very similar category. But he had also Tim Brown was getting the ball a lot. Jerry Rice was getting the ball a lot. The tight ends were getting, Ricky Dudley and all of them were getting the ball.
Wasn't Doug Jolly back then?
It was a lot.
I think Doug Jolly was just a little bit after.
Yeah. So I'm saying like that whole era, Charlie Garner still produced at the same clip as Napoleon Kaufman, even with all that on the team. Now it just shows how dynamic that offense was. But with the dynamic of the offense being like that, it didn't go without Charlie Garner.
Exactly, because you know who you had the scheme for first was Charlie Gardner.
He made the offense go. He opened up everybody else's kit to be because Jerry Rice lost a step. Tim Brown had lost a step. They weren't the receivers that they were, but they still were top-notch receivers. But they got enhanced because the team said, okay, we can leave our corners on the island with Tim Brown or Jerry Rice at times. We can't do that with Charlie. So he was that's why he gets the nod and why he was a better back is because he had so much more to deal with, not just with the defense, but also in producing when he got the chance to get the ball.
But wouldn't that work the other way around, being that like if you don't have as much talent around you, then that gives the defense pretty much less to really focus on, and like when they were keying in on I mean, yeah, granted he had Tim Brown, a younger Tim Brown when he was around for his best days, and that was pretty much it. I mean, like James Jett was the other wide receiver you had. That was the year I think they drafted Ricky Dudley, who didn't really work out for us at all.
Yeah, second round pick.
And Jeff George, a guy who I learned to appreciate, was at quarterback. I mean, there was, far less on that Raider offense, even though offensively that particular season Napoleon Kaufman had his best year. Weren't that bad. It was more so the defense, but
no,
I don't know. I guess it could work both ways, right? Like,
yeah, it's a double-edged sword. But why? It's a double-edged sword because you can make the argument for both ways. This is why Napoleon Kaufman, he was the only person that couldn't do anything, right?
And Tim Brown. Let's not discredit Tim Brown.
Yeah, but he didn't have nobody. He didn't have nobody to throw him the ball.
Tim Brown.
He didn't have nobody to throw him the ball.
I just want to throw. Well, again, I just want to fact check just real quickly.
I'm saying the quarterback was shit. The quarterback
Jeff George was not shit.
Jeff George was shit.
No, he was not. He was not. He was not. JT, I watched that season from start to finish. He threw more touchdowns and less interceptions than Rich Gannon's MVP year.
Yeah.
When he was throwing, the team didn't win, not due to him not being able to throw the ball or get the ball to the receivers. The defense was terrible that year. So I'm going to disagree with Jeff George was not good. Tim Brown will even attest to it. When Tim Brown's asked who was the best Raider quarterback you played with in terms of pure arm talent, his answer was unequivocally Jeff George, and he only had him for a year.
Hey, what?
Yeah, Jeff George has crazy arm talent. He has one of the biggest arms in the league. But I get what you're saying. But for me personally, he was a shit quarterback.
Wait, no, I want to rewind. Like, that's a huge statement, AR. It's like you're saying Jeff George was better for Tim Brown. My boy. That's my boy. And it's like he's saying that Jeff George was better than Rich Gannon.
Yes,
Tim
he is.
Tim
And
Brown
I think
Brown
honestly, I
said it
think
from a
Rich
pure.
Gannon is the best quarterback in Raiders history.
No, he's saying for production wise, was he a better quarterback than Rich Gannon on the team? No.
Absolutely not. I'm not saying that. I'm not
He's
saying that at all.
statistically,
He's saying that Jeff George wasn't chopped liver though.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say, Black. I'm just making a point that JT, you were saying that we were talking about 97, the year I was making a point about Napoleon Coffin, and we went on a tangent about the QB play because you said the QB play was trash, and I was trying to make a point that no, it wasn't. Like, Jeff George is a name that doesn't get the appreciation, and if you go back and you watch the tape, because I watched that season from start to finish last year off season, he was no scrub. He's a guy I had to learn to appreciate because I was like, well, do my eyes deceive me? I mean, I know they're not winning, but it's not through lack of what he was doing. Because from what I was seeing, like, he was actually doing great, and the statistics back that up. Like I said, I'm not saying he's better than Rich Gannon, but he threw for more touchdowns and less interceptions than Rich Gannon's MVP season. So that's why I'm just making a case. He's not better, but he's good.
He might be. I don't know if he's better, but he right there because they sure kept calling him off the couch to come quarterback for somebody's team, and he was kind of
Yeah, I personally
really knew how to throw the ball.
Yeah, he just overthrew too many balls for me. He was inaccurate a lot.
Not as a Raider. Not as a Raider.
For me, he was. I saw the games I went to and I watched. Yeah, he wasn't the reason why we lost, but he could have definitely won a lot more games. Than, if he just had the proper attitude and just knew how to command and lead a team. He wasn't a good leader. He wasn't.
Now I got to look up. I remember watching Jeff George. And I remember watching Rich Gannon, and now I'm gonna have to Google this shit when this show's over. This is the first thing I'm gonna do. This is the first thing I'm gonna do is I got to look up because you know what, I saw totally two different players than what you guys are talking about. For me, guys.
If you want to look up statistics, Jack, look at 97 specifically, Jeff George. 97 specifically, and then go and look at whatever Raider quarterback you want to compare him to.
2002 Rich Gannon. So 97 Jeff George to 2002 Rich Gannon. It's like,
Go ahead. I'll do it right now. I'll share the statistic with you.
That's when they had what, James.
Wait, let me finish. Let me finish. JT, stop, please. Let me just finish. I've seen everyone from the Snake to every single quarterback that's ever played this game. And, my favorite quarterback, if I'm like picking a dynasty team, I can pick one. For me, it's Rich Gannon. We talked about running backs. So you already heard my opinion on that. So now I'm so curious. 2002 Rich Gannon versus the 97.
You want the stats, Jack?
Yeah, dude,
you want the
tell
stats
me
right
because you're gonna break my heart,
right
man.
now because I was the one who brought this up as a point in the first place. And again, chat and Jack and everyone else, I am not saying I think I'm not saying Jeff George is a better quarterback than Rich Gannon. I will take Rich Gannon in a heartbeat. All I'm saying is my point was the whole time is that he wasn't a scrub. But anyways, this is Rich Gannon. So
don't trick you, chat.
So Gannon 2002, Jeff George 1997.
Yes, 4,689 yards, 26 touchdowns, and 10 interceptions. Right? That's Rich Gannon. Now we're going to go back to Jeff George because I've looked at this statistic myself when I watched Jeff play. 4,600 and something yards. Now this is Jeff George. All right. So Jeff George, so Rich Gannon had more yards because Jeff George has 3,917, but Jeff George has 29 touchdowns and 9 interceptions. There you go.
So here's a side note. Here's a side note real quick while you digest that. Hold on. So AR, it's funny. So I asked what was the top?
Say it again. Say it again, please.
Say what again?
Both stats. So let's start off with yards.
Hold on. I'm gonna go back to it because I want to hear it too. But this is gonna be quick. So I looked at the top 10 running backs, right? And so of course Marcus Allen was number 1. So Josh Jacob was 4 and Bo Jackson was 5. But McFadden was number 9 and Kaufman was number 8, which is interesting to me. And Charlie Garden wasn't on the list because he wasn't a Raider long enough. So
he wasn't on the list.
He's not. He wasn't Raider for longer than like what 4 years.
Black. Let's come back to this. Let's come back to this.
No, I'm about to be done with it because I'm not to be done with this topic right here. But he didn't play long enough for the Raiders, so I can see why you would say that McFadden is probably a better running back than him overall because of what he brought to the Raiders. Because he's like a number 7 all-time rusher for the Raiders. So I can see what your point. That's all I was going to concede. Now, as far as the stats with the George and Glennon, I want to hear that as well.
I want to hear him again. So let's go step by step.
Do you want me to? Okay, I'll read out
yards.
Rich Gannon's first. Okay,
completion percentage, touchdown, interceptions.
But just the important ones, not the other ones that don't really matter. Okay, so you want to know yards. So this is Rich Gannon. Okay, 2002, 4,689 yards. 26 touchdowns and 10 interceptions, with a completion percentage of 67.6. Right? You got that? You got all that, Jack?
Yeah, that's fucking great looking. I love
yards, 26 touchdowns, 10 interceptions.
Yeah. All right. So let me go back to Jeff George.
So you said 40,
90. So 97 Jeff George. He had 3,917 yards. So Rich Gannon had more yards,
but by 700 yards.
The completion percentage 55.7. So the completion percentage was a little bit again
12% higher for Rich Gannon.
This is the numbers I want to hear.
This is the numbers that I shared before that I said why I made a point that he's not a scrub. He threw for 29 touchdowns, which is more than Rich Gannon threw in his MVP season. And 9 interceptions, which is less interceptions.
So 3 more touchdowns, 1 less
interception.
Yeah, 1 less interception, but 700 yards less and 12% completion percentage. It's not a comparison.
I'd rather have the less yards with the more touchdowns than the more yards and the less touchdowns.
No, I figure if you're getting there, you're going to get your running game into the mix too. So
my point was and is the whole time was that Jeff George was not a scrub as a Raider, like JT you tried to allude to. That's what I was trying to say. Is that to my point? Jeff George had more touchdowns and less interceptions than Rich Gannon's MVP season. Am I saying he was better than Rich Gannon's MVP season? No, because Rich Gannon won the literal award. All I'm saying is that the numbers speak for themselves, and my eyes back up what I saw because I watched that season during the course of the offseason. So that's all my point was the whole time, is that he was not a scrub.
I felt like Jeff George had like less to work with than again, like a lot of the Raider teams have been working with less. So I
had Kaufman and Tim Brown and James Jett.
Yeah,
what did Gannon have?
James Jett's not all that great. And, Tim Brown, when he came out, I watched him at Stanford versus Notre Dame his senior year. And then, becoming our first round draft pick. Man, Tim Brown was the fucking, he was a dog. He was a dog all the way through his career. And the number 1 wide receiver ever for the Raiders. I don't care. Anyone you want to, post up with that, Tim Brown was the best receiver we've ever had throughout an entire career.
You're not going to get objectivity from me. I'll agree with you on that.
I think everyone will.
Maybe some of the older heads might throw out like Fred Biletnikoff and whoever else, but
I'm even a guy like when Brett, I think AR. We already had this conversation before, but I don't know if these guys, not with these guys. So it's like, I went to the in Oakland Coliseum when Brett Favre's dad died, and we played the Packers. And Brett Favre threw 5 TDs. and I go up to the bar because I'm like going, dude, we're getting our asses smoked. We're getting smoked. My favorite moment in Raiders history for a game that we lost, we got killed. And I'm sitting at the corner of the bar, and a gentleman turns over to me and is like, hello, my name is Cliff Branch. What's your name? And I'm like, I'm Jack Kenna. And I'm like, holy shit, you're fucking Cliff Branch? You know, it's not like this YouTube stuff back in the day. I had nothing to say to the dude. He's like, I want to buy you a beer. And Cliff Branch bought me a beer. And Cliff Branch is a Hall of Fame wide receiver for the Raiders. And like, I did not know what to ask him. It's like I was so starstruck. I'm like,
starstruck.
I didn't even know what to say or what to do. I'm like a 21, 22-year-old kid, and I'm like, oh my god, this is fucking Cliff Branch. It's fucking Cliff Branch. The guy that's a wide receiver, it changed the NFL game forever at being that speedy wideout guy.
Can I just share a little side note since you're talking about Cliff Branch? He was inducted in the Hall of Fame a couple of years back, right?
Yeah, like after he died, you know, it's like fucking the same shit. Fucking like, you know, our quarterback and like everyone else on the Raider teams, like you have to die to fucking get in the Hall of Fame.
Right. R.I.P. to Cliff Branch. Once a Raider, always a Raider. A great Raider. But what I wanted to say was when he was inducted to the Hall of Fame, in order to celebrate that, the Raiders at halftime for one of the games early in that season, I think it was either 2021 or 2022, they had somebody reenact, Cliff Branch taking that 100-yard touchdown and running to the other side of the field. And they had a former Raider play the part of old buddy Cliff Branch. Does anybody know which former Raider that was?
Dude, I never saw that. Send to me.
I saw it on Instagram. It was Jacoby Ford.
Oh, dude, cool, Jacoby Ford was fast. So, AR, do me a favor, bro. Send that to me on IG because you know we're connected.
I don't have the clip, but like I know what happened because it was a while ago and somebody shared it on Instagram or whatever. There was a fan clip of them reenacting the play, but then because I followed Jacoby Ford and he was sharing on his personal story because he doesn't share much. He usually keeps himself, but he shared on his personal story. Somebody was taking photos behind him in the tunnel with the Cliff Branch jersey. I was like, how fitting getting Jacoby Ford to reenact Cliff Branch. Because, I mean, Jacoby Ford, he's still young enough and still speedy enough to kind of reenact, but he's no longer in the league. So I thought that was pretty cool and pretty interesting.
That is really cool. I mean, that is really cool. It's like, you know, like, you know, when I was a kid and I was like, you know, growing up, I saw like the Willie McCovey. I thought Willie McCovey is better than Willie Mays. Not knowing the Willie Mays story. Willie Mays, the baseball player, it's like, you know, probably the second best baseball player or maybe the first best baseball player ever. And then
Isn't he from the movie? Willie Mays?
No, that's all. It's all San Francisco Giants baseball stuff. But then going into watching the Raiders and seeing Cliff Branch versus Blitnikoff, and you know, growing up as a kid, I'm like, man, Cliff Branch is so much better than, you know, Blitnikoff. And, you know, Blitnikoff became the first Hall of Fame wide receiver for the Raiders. And I'm like, this kid's way better than fucking Blitnikoff. I'm like, you know, I'm not understanding it, you know, and you're young. And that's why I'm going to say, you know, JT, it's like, never fault a young person on their knowledge. And I'm looking at, you know, shit, 2 Hall of Famers. And I'm like going, this Hall of Famer who wasn't a Hall of Famer is better than a Hall of Famer, you know, on the team. It's like, I'm like, you just see what your eyes see, right? And your gut tells you what you see. So that's what I love about this conversation tonight. And that's why I stayed up, is because we're talking about fun things that we all like. We all like certain players. We like what they do. And we all compare, like, okay, you didn't have this, you have this. You know, it's like, this is what makes conversation fun.
Can I ask you a question, Jack?
Yes, sir.
It seems like a no-brainer who would be your Mount Rushmore in terms of wide receivers as a Raider. Tim Brown, Cliff Branch, Fred Biletnikoff. And maybe if you guys want to chime in on it too, because you guys have been around. Like, yes, I do know a bit about Raider history, but I've had to go back and watch. But who would be that
So
fourth guy?
is it five players?
No, it's 4. You can only have 4 on Mount Rushmore. Yeah, so who would be a Mount Rushmore of wide receivers besides those 3? Who would be your 4th?
All right, you got to give me a moment because you said 4, and I don't
pretty
even
unequivocal. Those 3, but who would be your 4th?
So Tim Brown definitely number 1, and Are we going to count players that come over for a year or two? Or are we talking like
only what they did as Raiders? Because I mean, you would have Jerry Rice up in that conversation.
That's
if
why
it was
I was
their career
asking
as a
that
whole,
question.
But he was only a Raider for what, 2 years, and they were still good years. But I'm talking about Raiders wide receivers. What they did with the Raiders specifically. Who would be your 4th?
All right, I'm going to think about this for a moment. I want to make my
JT, you got a name?
Tim Brown definitely number 1, and a Cliff Branch is number 2. So I'm going to say 2 right now. You guys can answer like you're 2. And
well,
then
I said that originally, Jack. I said, look, it seems pretty unequivocal. The first 3 names would be on your Mount Rushmore: Branch, Biletnikoff, and Tim Brown. But the 4th is disputable. Frank Weber, he said Warren Wells. He's a guy I'm not too educated on. Maybe you might know about him.
Warren. Sorry. Hey, Weber, salute, brother. Love you, but no Warren Wells. I'm sorry, not on my list.
What about James Jett?
James Jett's not on there either.
Yeah, I know. I was just fucking with you. You got any names, JT, you would throw in that conversation? Black? Anyone?
All right, I got one. I got another one.
The
top Raider wide receivers.
Okay, so my question was, sorry, Jack, if I can. I asked Jack, who would be your Mount Rushmore of Raider wide receivers for their time specifically as Raiders? So I said the first 3 names are unequivocal and undisputed with Tim Brown, Cliff Branch, and Fred Biletnikoff. But who would be that 4th on your Mount Rushmore of wide receivers?
James Lofton.
Who? Sorry?
James Lofton.
Oh, James Lofton. Okay. Swerve and Mervin. Willie Galt.
Let me think.
I mean, I'll throw out some names just during my
James
time.
Lofton, if I'm correct, I think he's got a gold jacket too.
Does he?
I could be wrong, but when they got him from the Packers, I'm sure you guys are looking it up right now.
Dude was only a Raider for 2 years, man.
Well, how many years do we need to have play on the team?
So you're telling me those 2 years he was with the Raiders, you would take over every other wide receiver we've had on the door? Not named
I
Tim
can't
Brown,
pick. I can't pick Jerry Rice, right? You're not letting me pick Jerry Rice, so.
Well, you can pick him, but you're talking specifically for what he did as a
Raider. He had a lot of yards as a Raider.
Would those 2 seasons he had as a Raider be better than every other wide receiver we've had since our inception, not named those 3 guys? Would you say yes?
Well, he had like 1,200 yards in the season one of those years. So, I mean, I don't know how many times I don't know who, Amari Cooper, maybe. I don't know.
I don't want Amari Cooper.
Porter. I'm like, all these guys.
I don't want Porter either.
No, I'm just saying those guys haven't had 1,200 yard seasons. I don't know who could be better than him. James Jett, Art Powell, Warren Wells.
Raider Chris. You said Art Powell. That's a good name too. Old school.
Cliff Branch.
Well, of course, Cliff Branch.
Yeah, that's why I said the three: Tim Brown, Cliff Branch, and
well then I'd say just add Jerry Rice to that. That's an easy pick. Then I would say James Lofton after that are probably the top wide receivers we ever had.
What about Mervin Fernandez, Swervin Mervin, and Willie Galt?
I think Willie Galt was like a toy player. Like, after we got him from the Bears, when they won their Super Bowl, he was like super fast, but he had no hands. His hands were like, crappy. And the other guy you said was better, I think, than Willie Galt. But Willie Galt was fun. He was a fun toy to have because he was just so fast. He was like, I don't know if you guys knew this, but he ran in like the Olympics and stuff like that. It's like, he was just so fast.
That's why we went and got him, because he was in the Olympics.
Right. He was fast. Bobby Chandler. Oh my God. I haven't heard that name in a long time. Weber. Yeah, that dude was not fast. He's kind of more like in my mind, he's like a Renfro without the better moves in his, cuts. Is the way. But I'm glad that you brought him up because I did like him as a player.
Guys, I know most people are going to be sour on him, but where would you say Jerry Rice's time as a Raider was more productive than, say, Devontae Adams' time as a Raider?
Absolutely.
Yes. No, don't be sour. I agree. I agree with Black. I think Ruggs could have been that phenomenal player if he didn't do what he did.
Yeah, but he did what he did. He did what he did. So
he did what he did. But I'm saying if he didn't, it's like if Bo Jackson didn't get hurt. You know what I mean? It's like if he didn't do what he did, he could have been phenomenal. And you know what? I when he gets out, whenever he gets out, I wish him, as a father to a son, I wish him the best of luck ever. But he can't ever come back here. He can't. He just can't.
I don't want to go down on the Ruggs rabbit hole.
You just can't.
But I was asking before, like, I know people are sour on Devontae Adams, but he would be in that conversation. I mean, the numbers back that up. Just saying.
Yeah, Devontae's good.
I think,
and I can't argue with that. It's just like at the same time, I will argue like, what's the guy we got from Pittsburgh who came over in a hot air balloon and never played for a game for us?
Oh, Antonio Brown, but he did nothing as a Raider.
Oh, it's like, okay, that puts him in the same position, getting kicked off, Stuart Swagger show a couple times, fucking Randy Moss. So I will never consider Randy Moss ever.
Randy Moss was okay as a Raider, but his numbers don't compare to, say, Jerry Rice and Devontae Adams' time as Raiders.
Yeah, but
they're not even close.
But Randy Moss is like one of the best wide receivers that's ever played the game.
I know that, Jack. I know that. But I'm talking what they. I'm not. I don't care what they did, because if you're talking about as careers as a whole, then you've got to put Jerry Rice in there, because Jerry Rice is the literal greatest wide receiver of all time.
Again, we got Jerry Rice out of there. Randy Moss is out of there, dude.
You can almost make a case for Randy. And don't get me wrong, I do not like him as much as anyone, but you can almost make a case that Randy Moss was greater than, say, Fred Litnikoff and Cliff Branch.
Oh, absolutely. If you take their careers, he's absolutely better, but I'm not going to put him in there.
That's why I'm saying Raider career specifically, not what they do anywhere else.
Then I'm going to stick with my number 4. It's like your last pick is Lofton. Okay. I mean, I'm not looking up stats. I'm just going off my gut.
What about you, JT or QB? Black? Who would be your 4th?
I probably would go with the three that we mentioned, and the fourth one would be Jerry Rice.
We can't take Jerry.
I'm talking about the years that he was with the Raiders.
The years he was with the Raiders, he was still great.
Yeah, I think yeah.
It just wasn't all time great, like you know, if you consider like the rest of his career.
Yeah.
What about you, JT? Do you have a name?
JT over there in Raiderland sleep.
I think he's passing out. Yeah, it's about that time. My brain's wide awake because it's like 6 p.m. over here. Sorry, you were saying?
Oh yeah, you wired up.
Oh yeah, it's 3 a.m. here.
Yeah, I know. You're on Cali time. I know. I just thought it was interesting because it seems to me like the first three names is, like I said, undisputed and easy, whereas the last name we're having to kind of scratch and claw names to fill that full spot.
We didn't really have that many great wide receivers look like.
I mean, during my time as a fan, I guess, like, statistically, Devontae Adams and what he was able to do in those one-on-one situations, yes, I know it didn't end too great.
And that's a shame.
With him. You know, it's a shame.
That's a shame he was able to come in here and do all that fast. He could have been the greatest wide receiver we had if he played 5 years with us.
Yeah, he would have. To your point, Jerry Rice would be the next name.
Well, Tim Brown's definitely number one.
You're really having to scratch the surface for like guys who you would consider elite wide receivers since Jerry Rice and Tim Brown. I mean, like there's been guys that have been good, like your Hunter Renfro's and that, but you wouldn't really put them in that Mount Rushmore category, would you?
No. Let me ask you guys this. That brings up a great question. You know, I've seen some videos, again, watching Raider YouTube stuff. What do you think about the Raiders? You know, like, again, we know what our record is going to be. We're going to probably get the top wide receiver next year, potentially, or trade, you know, like a first and a third and go after Jefferson from Minnesota, who right now, in my mind, he's the best wide receiver in the entire league.
Were you going to ask a question, or you just?
That's my question. Would you go after Jefferson from Minnesota and take on that cap hit, and and roll with him? Because it's like we got a bunch of unproven wide receivers. We got Besh, number 2 pick. We got Dante Thornton last year, 4 pick. We got Trey Tucker, who's improved every year, and we just signed the other wide receiver from Minnesota, Naylor, for like $11.5 million a year, which is, I think, it was kind of crazy, but we did it. So it's like, would you trade like a first and a third or whatever it is, to get Jefferson, who is by far the best wide receiver that's out in NFL land, and take on that cap hit? I mean that just unleashes a whole different potential with this offense. What do you guys think?
Being the first year of a rebuild, like, look, I'm all for whatever makes the team better. I mean, for the now, yeah, absolutely. I would love a guy of his caliber, but in terms of looking towards the future, I would rather keep that draft capital. And I'm not sold or confident on any of these wide receivers in our room until proven otherwise. So,
right,
take from that what you will. But
I agree.
I'm gonna hope and pray that one of these young guys can emerge this season. But if not, if worst case scenario they are as productive as what we expect, which isn't much, then drafting a young wide receiver needs to be the priority next year. It may still be the priority anyways. Like, I mean, if none of these young guys emerge, then quite frankly, I'm all for just, cut and bait with all of them, if I'm gonna be honest. Like, Jack Besh and Dante Thornton, they got to show me more. Trey Tucker, this is the last year of his rookie contract. I don't see a way he can stick around unless he proves to be everything that I don't believe he is.
Jalen Naylor, I think he's gone.
Can he be what we're paying him to be? I don't know. To me, he's a bit of an unknown quantity, but there's a lot of more variables on the no side, if that makes sense, than the yes side. But I believe no matter how or why, unless Jack Besh or Dante Thornton emerge, then wide receiver needs to be a high priority regardless, even if we do make a trade for Jefferson.
So, Black, what do you think?
If you have a chance to get a wide receiver like that, you better go get him, especially for Raiders, because we're usually not in that position to get somebody like that. It's only a first and a third, because if we prioritize a wide receiver next year, it was going to be first round pick. It's nobody who will get Jeremiah Smith, Jeremiah Wright, Jeremiah Nehemiah. It don't matter. He's not going to be better than Justin Jefferson. So a first and a third would be a steal for me. I think that'd be good. I'll take that, because we don't have nobody in the wide receiver room. Like the best wide receiver we have is
Trey Tucker.
Trey Tucker until other proven, like you said, like otherwise proven.
And he's not even that great.
He's a 700-yard receiver, like
yeah.
So we relying on him to be the leader of this whole thing. So I don't know. Justin Jefferson come over here. That's going to make it hard to stop us, because you got Brock Bowers and Justin Jefferson out there. Then you can have that. Then that's what makes the Tuckers better. That's what makes the Nailers open. That's what gives time for Besh and Dante Thornton to grow into the role, instead of having to turn around in year 2 and have to really, really prove themselves after being dicked around for 1 year. But at least they got some time, so it was better than no time. But we wouldn't have to rely on them to turn the corner, because right now we're relying on them to turn the corner now. They have to turn the corner.
We're relying on these guys to be more than what we should expect them to be. Because Tucker, for me, like he to your point, like he's good as a complimentary guy. I like him as that. I like him when he's open in space. I like what he can do with the ball in hand. I like his speed. There's a lot to like about Trey Tucker. What I don't like is having him as the guy, because I don't know what you guys see, but when I see, I was highlighting Davante Adams before, and the one thing I appreciate about him is that when it was a 50-50 ball, he would come down with it maybe 7 times out of 10, which is great. You know what I mean? Like when it's a true contest. When you got Trey Tucker in a contest, he loses every single time. If he's open, he'll catch it, he'll make plays. But if he's not, if you throw a true 50-50 ball with him, did you guys see what I saw? He lost not just like some of the time, all the time.
And that's
you make a great point. It's like, with Devontae, he's a great wide receiver. He made, what's his name?
It's just one thing that I appreciated about Devontae. I'm not trying to compare the two, even though
no. I know.
I'm just saying that's what I appreciate about Devontae. But with Trey Tucker, it's just glaringly a weakness with the guy. And to your point, his size. But whatever way you cook it or you cut it, his size, his lack of jumping, or whatever it is, he just can't win the 50-50 balls. He never does, ever.
Well, he made Jacoby Myers look amazing. That I think that's why Spytech, it's like it went after, Jack Besh. Man, he drops no balls. Like both guys, they don't drop any balls. But I would say Devontae, helped Jacoby go from that, $12 million player a year, $11 million player, like what we signed him for per year, to like a $20 million player per year, like with the Jags. It's like, And that's why I think, Spytek was looking at Jack Bech going, man, he's got like the same hands. They're both similar in speed. If he can be the same player, then we can get him on a rookie contract versus paying a player like that for $20 million. But I don't think Jack Bech is ever going to be that type player. I just don't see it. Player. Like just being a Jacoby Myers. I don't think he's going to be a Jacoby Myers, in my opinion.
How good do you think Jacoby Myers is? Although he did play good last year with Jacksonville, how good do you think he is?
I think Jacoby Myers. It's like I feel like we saw some of the best work he's ever going to have when you have Devontae, like when AR was saying, on the other side. And again, they're fucking putting two people on him, and then he's getting open up the middle, the slot, whatever you're doing. I think that's his best work he's ever going to have. I don't think he's ever going to get any better than that. So again,
I personally
thank you, Jacksonville. Again, it sucks that we have to lose him because I really like him as a person, a player, his mentality as a football player and working. And I'm sad we lost him, but I don't think it's ever going to get any better than having Devontae on the other side.
I think
but the thing about it is, we were saying he wasn't even a true number one. When he was here,
he was never a number one. He's number two.
So that's what I'm saying. He wouldn't have been doing us no good right now either. He just would have been a half step upgrade from Trey Tucker. Well, not half.
But even he's better than every guy on our current roster until proven otherwise.
Agreed. AR, I agree. I 100%.
We don't know about the rookie guys yet, because we got
we don't.
Well, but I think Bech's gonna be better than what people think, though, because you know what I've noticed about Bech on the slick, and I want you to get your point that I did to put in front of you. I just see he blocks very well, and that's gonna be important in this offense. So I see Bech playing in this offense a lot.
Hey, look, if he can block very well.
The one thing, Jacoby Myers was a willing blocker too, but yes, Jack Bech is bigger, stronger, so yes, he's a better blocker, but he doesn't offer you the same threat. I feel like he offers the same threat, like in the middle of a Michael Mayers or a Brock Bowers. Everyone's coming across the middle. It's like he's just another guy doing that. We need guys on the outside, like to stretch. Stretch. Well, I really like Dante Thornton. Everyone wants to fucking trash on Dante Thornton. Yes, that kid needs to learn a lot. I mean, he needs a lot of help. Give you the fucking handbook to play wide receiver to fucking separate defense. He needs that because Tennessee did not do that for him. And you know what? He's got all the physical traits that you want as a wide receiver. 6'5", 210 pounds, 4.30 40. I mean, the dude's but he never gets separation.
It's not true.
Alfredo says, "What about Shedder Jackson?"
So did he got benched? He got benched. He got benched last year. Black. What I'm saying is, I have hope. I have hope.
Didn't want to start rookies. That's why he got benched, because he didn't want to start rookies. And
I understand that.
Remember the first game?
But they did start. They did start him in the beginning, though. They did start him in the beginning.
Yeah, he was the week one starter.
You know why? Because he stretches the field. You don't have to teach. You don't have to teach stretch in the field when you run 4.3, 4.4, and you 6'5". Like, all you gotta do is run a post or a 9 or a post pointer. That's the only 3 routes he needs to run. Really.
But he never got separation. That was the problem. That's why he got benched.
That's not why he got benched. The first did you not see him run by that corner, and then he had to stop and come back and get the ball to secure the game? Like that's how we literally won the game. Because really, if Geno Smith would have threw the ball any further down the field, he would have been still running. Like you don't remember? Hold on, I'm about to show you right now.
Although to that point, when you were talking about like the guy can run block. Look, for me, like yes, that's a good thing to be able to have is a wide receiver that can block. But to me, that's complementary, not primary. I want a wide receiver who can catch and can receive and is going to put up like numbers that are competent or good enough to be that.
What's that?
Number one wide receiver.
No, I'm not saying he should be the number one wide receiver. We don't have a number one wide receiver.
I'm not saying you said that. I'm just saying that I'm just speaking out loud that I feel that run blocking for a wide to have that trait in a wide receiver is more complementary, more rather than being a primary thing
Not
that
in
you
this
look for in a
offense.
wide receiver.
Not in this new offense we brought to run. Not in this new offense. We got just like Brock Bowers. Watch and see how much Brock Bowers blocked this year. Watch how everybody blocks. That's why they all bulked up because they got a block in this offense. And the thing is about the best is he blocks already and he averages over 10 yards a catch. That's really ideal for a receiver that's his stature. Like he can get like a first down on every catch. On any catch, I won't say every catch, on any catch, and then he blocks. I mean, you can stay in the game.
Look, I hear you. All I'm saying is that like I would love to have a Devontae Adams type player who Devontae Adams couldn't block, but what's your primary job? To catch the goddamn ball when the ball's thrown to you. I would rather have that as the primary trait in my wide receiver one. Like all those other traits, like being able to run, like you can have guys on your roster that can do that. But in terms of what I want in my wide receiver one, if he's a great run blocker, then fantastic. But I want him to be elite at catching the ball or making a contest of it.
Well, yeah, but check. So,
hey, quick question for you guys: can you guys cancel this fucking Nightbot?
No,
that's Ben's.
Yeah,
can't touch that. I don't think he'd appreciate it either if we tinkered with that.
Well, we can't because we're not connected.
If I could, I would.
Right, but I'm just saying, like, even if we could tinker with it, like, I don't think Ben would appreciate it. This is still his. Yeah.
Well, I could just cut his string, but he's not here anyway. Like, I'm sitting here only because you guys are here because I'm not connected to this string.
Yeah, see, Weber likes that shit too. It's like fucking get rid of that shit.
I get that.
We all love Ben. Ben's a good dude, but the Nightbot is like dominating the chat.
Well, that's what keeps the stream in the algorithm.
Right.
Well,
and it is late. It is late, Jack. Like you're going to be getting bare bones in terms of audience at this time of night for you.
Yeah. But it's cool though.
Man, it's like I do think we're gonna stick with like the wide receivers we have because I think Spy Tech.
Of course we are. We have to.
well, he trusts his picks. You know what I mean? He trusts what he does. So I do agree with that. I feel like he's going to trust what he does, and then like if it doesn't work out with any of these wide receivers, fucking Tucker's going to walk maybe. Or these other guys are like are going to like move back on the depth chart, and then we're gonna have like probably I'm probably gonna have a top 10 pick next year, which sucks, but cool at the same time. And then we'll get a wide receiver. Then it's like who knows? It's like all I know is
go on. Sorry, Jim. Go ahead.
Oh no, go finish it. Finish up, bro.
Look, I just want one of these young guys to emerge. Like that's a bare minimum. Like our offense would be in a much better place if one of these young guys proves to be not just a little bit better, but much better than what we anticipate them to be. Because none of them outside of Trey Tucker has proven squat.
Nobody.
But if we go 0.00 across the board, like none of these guys take that next step or emerge to be a competent enough number 2 guy, then they can all bounce next year, if I'm going to be honest. Jack Besh, Dante Thornton, if neither of those guys can establish themselves as a competent number 2, then see you goodbye. I'm looking at the draft and finding someone better. Like in years past, we've drafted guys by year 2 who've emerged to be competent enough to be able to hang with as a wide receiver number 2. I mean, Trey Tucker even was able to accomplish that. So why can't Jack Besh or Dante Thornton be able to take that step? Surely that's not a bridge too far for either of those two to take that step, right? By year 2.
Right.
Surely not.
Again, I think Spytech looked at Jacoby Myers like, it's like Jack Bash can be that player to replace him and do the same type of things. Not super fast, great hands, drops like no balls, but his route running has not been there, and they don't use him like that. Again, that's on Pete Carroll and fucking Brendan Carroll and like the whole thing. That's why I said, like, we got 9 rookies last year that never played. We got right now 10 rookies who've never played. So it's like we don't know what we got. It's like it's a fucking crapshoot. So I hope you guys, work out. We'll find out what's going on. It's like it is straight up a crapshoot.
I hope they prove to be more. Like I hate being less sold on these guys than what I should be. I don't like it.
Alfredo, I hope that's not I hope that doesn't work out that way. Said they're counting on Jack Besh and Tucker. Well,
they are. They are.
I see Tucker, but I don't know about Besh. Besh hasn't proven me shit.
They count on every single wide receiver in that room. They're counting on them, literally.
Right. And it's kind of sad if you're saying that we shouldn't be counting on Jack Besh. This is I'll say the same thing about Besh as I did about Michael Mayer. He's a 2nd-round draft selection. You know what I'm saying? All right, he had his rookie year. He didn't get as many opportunities, but still, this is your sophomore year. You should be able to make strides on being at least a competent number 2. I mean, that's a bridge too far to expect this guy to be a number 1. I'm not expecting that, but surely that's not outside the realm of being unreasonable for him to emerge as a number 2 guy, right? I mean, you're a 2nd-round draft selection.
It's not unreasonable.
500 yards. That's I guess not a bare minimum, but a minimum reasonable expectation, right?
Yeah, a minimal reasonable expectation, exactly.
Reasonable,
a minimal reasonable expectation. Being that he only had 200 last year, right? So he should be able to double that, and maybe even go up to 500, and then that'll let me know that you're developing. I mean, I wouldn't expect you to triple it.
I can live with that. If that's what we get out of Jack Besh, then okay. At least we're seeing that he's going upwards, not like just staying downhill. He's trending.
Yeah, he's trending. Yeah, because then next year going into camp, you don't have to worry about if he's gonna make the roster or not, or if we need to pivot off of him and go get 2 wide receivers, one in the draft and one in free agency.
Right.
Yeah.
If we're only getting two to 300 yards out of both him and Thornton, then I'm looking to get someone better in the door.
Yeah, one of them got to go because we can find somebody that can do both of that, especially in the 2nd round.
Renfro did that year 1. You know what I'm saying? Why can't either of these two?
Renfro was like, man, it's kind of crazy. It's like, his career was like so short-lived, but he was special when he was here. So salute to Renfro.
He was. But we're talking about a 5th-round selection. Like, he was able to get the 4th, 5th, whatever it may be.
Right.
He showed that it's possible, like, come year 1 or year 2. So I'm expecting, like I said, that reasonable bare minimum from either of those two. Like one of these guys got to produce 400 to 500 yards. Any less than that, getting 300 yards, that's not cutting it for me. I'm moving on from both of them.
And you're right about Michael, Michael Mayers. Like, I watched him all 4 years. I'm a Notre Dame fan. I watch Notre Dame football. So I watch it week in, week out, like I watch the Raiders. The whole Notre Dame offense ran through him. And I've expected way more than what we've gotten from him. And then, again, we got Brock Bowers, who's that generational player. But I hope the Raiders offense includes him more into it because he could be that player too. Again, supplementing, the lack of the wide receivers we have. But it's like there's so many guys now. It's like they're over the middle. Like we talked about Jack Besh, Brock Bowers, Michael Mayers. They're guys that are like over the middle. Where's our outside guys? It's like, you're going to rely on Trucker and fucking Naylor Tucker. I'm sorry. So it's like, those are the two guys we're relying on the outside. It's like, and Thornton, it's like, it doesn't seem that's where we're lacking is on the outside.
Do you consider Brock Bowers already would you classify him as generational? I mean, I think he's elite, but generational, you're talking about Gronkowski here.
Well, this is the way I look at it. Just, based on the work he's done, AR.
Generational.
Did he not break every single record since 1963 in Mike Ditka's records? Gronk never did that. Gronk never did that.
We're talking once in a generation.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I do. I see he's that type of player. And it was kind of crazy that the NFL now is like, we're all going to the 12 personnel, 13 personnel. So now we're throwing out 2-3 wide receiver or tight ends. And yes, and he broke almost, except for touchdowns, he broke every record.
He wasn't doing that for the most part with Michael Mayer on. I mean, to your point, how many people were talking about this?
I'm not talking about Michael Mayer doing that.
Yeah, I know that.
I'm talking about.
I'm just saying, like he didn't do that playing 2 tie-in sets. Like how much did we talk about? Not just you, but like in the last couple of years, how much was people talking about? We're going to be running 2 tight-end sets. How many times did we actually see that on the field? How many times did you see Brock Bowers and Michael Mayer on the field at the same time? Because I don't recall seeing it being as much as what people were saying was going to be the case.
Right, and I agree with you on that. It's like I agree with that, but when you ask the questions, like, is Brock Bowers that potential type person? Oh yes, I see it with them. It's like
I think he can be, but I don't think he's there. I don't think we can classify as that yet.
I mean, how many records did he break? How many records did he break as a tight end his rookie year?
Yeah, but Justin Herbert broke records too when he in his first 2 or 3 years, and he's not generational.
But we're not talking quarterback, Black. We're talking tight end.
No, but that don't make it generational because he break a record. But I do think he's generational, though. I do think that, but it's hard to say that because he already only been in the league 2 years and he was injured one of them. So I can't call him generational yet.
Yeah, not yet. I think if he sustains the path that he's on, then okay, I'll be right there with you. But like 2 years, and one was elite numbers. I will give you that, breaking records. But it's just not enough body of work to put him in that generation. For me, is once in a generation. You're talking about the greatest of all time. And I can't say that about Brock Bowers yet. It's just way too early.
Well, only because if he had a season like he did last year, similar this year, then I'll be like, yeah, he about to be generational because he's obviously good. Like he does things that we haven't seen before, like Gronk was doing essentially. But Gronk didn't break all these records, and he was generational. So I don't.
Yeah, but he did it over a sustained amount of time. Like that's where I draw the line. Is like you've got I mean, yes, like Brock Bowers may have had more reception or whatever the statistic may be, but like you can't just do it 1 year. You've got to be able to do it like 3, 4, 5 years to be considered generational. Generational is the greatest of all time. You're talking about the handful, the cream of the crop, and I just don't believe Brock Bowers is there yet.
Well, that's why earlier, gentlemen, it's like I brought up Bo Jackson and in Marcus Allen, so it's like it's kind of the same topic. It's like Bo or Marcus, But I see in Brock and what he's done, he's got that potential. But
no, he does. I will agree with you there.
But no tight end is really had less to work with as wide receivers around him right now as Brock, and he's still leading the charge. And last year he got hurt, so I kick out last year as like phenomenally because he was hurt. But you look at that rookie season, he broke every single record except for touchdowns. So I feel like
this year, then what?
Huh?
I don't wish that on him, but what if he got injured this year? Even if it's only for like 4 games, then I'm gonna be like, he can't be these things. We can't project that yet.
Well, then
that's what AR
said. Like it's about your career. It's not about just a short body of work. But I brought up the running backs because running backs are a little bit different than tight ends. I think he's going to have a long career.
Well, I hope so. And if he does, and if he sustains being at what he did in his rookie season, or even close to what he did his rookie season for at least another 3, 4, 5 years, then yes, I will be right there with you in calling him a generational talent. But I can't put someone as a generational talent when he's only had 2 seasons in the league. Generational talent is once in a generation, Jack. You're talking about the cream of the crop, the Hall of Famers, the first ballot guys, and it's too early to call Brock Bowers that.
I know what you're saying, but I'm just calling it early. I have faith. I am having faith, man. I'm having faith. I've only bought 2 jerseys for myself ever. I got me a Jim Otto, and off Leo, I got me a Brock Bowers.
That's what's up.
So it's like I feel like I do feel like that kid is going over the years. He's going to be the Raiders' all-time leading tight end ever over anyone we've ever had.
I hope so.
Raymond Chester, the Ghost. I feel like anybody like Todd Christensen. I feel like he's going to be that player.
Well, I could say the same thing about Genty then. I could say the same thing about Genty.
I hope he does. I don't buy it, but I hope he does.
Well, wait a minute. What makes him so different? How you don't see him being with the Raiders for a long time, but you can see Bowers with? What's the difference?
Okay, well, I'll say Genty. I think Genty reminds me a lot of Josh Jacobs. A lot. He's kind of the same player. So wait. So he's like another Marcus Allen. He makes the first guy miss, right? But I don't see the long speed in either of them. You guys talked about McFadden. McFadden's got fucking super speed. I mean, super speed. Bo Jackson's got super speed and big. I see a Genty falling into the Marcus Allen, fucking Josh Jacobs. Make the first guy miss. You can run up the middle, do your thing, but you're not going to break that 60-yard fucking touchdown. I think out of the 3 of them, Marcus Allen is probably the fastest one of the 3.
Who's not going to break a 60-yard touchdown?
Did you not hear what I just said?
No, I didn't. That's why I'm asking.
Okay, so
yeah.
I'm asking the name. Who'd you say wasn't going to break 60-yard touchdowns?
You talking about Genty?
What it said is I don't think Genty is being super fast. I don't see Josh Jacobs being super fast. But what I see with them, they have great vision. It's just like a Marcus Allen, great vision. Always make the first guy miss. and
I
cut your
heard all
hole.
that. I'm just asking you, who'd you say wasn't going to break 60-yard touchdowns?
Man, I said I don't think Gentry's going to do that. And
Who was his
Josh
longest
Jacobs.
touchdown last year?
Well, no,
Probably close to that.
it happens once.
Yeah, I mean, I swear he had one touchdown. Yeah, his longest rushing was 64 yards. What are we talking about here?
So he had one. Okay.
Yeah, but you're saying he can't do it. Period. You said
no.
You don't see him breaking
I'm
up.
not trying to say he can't do it. Period. What I'm just trying. We're trying to compare running backs, right? So it's like out of three, I see Marcus, having the best potential for that. But I'd see him all like the shifty player, make the first guy miss. You can read your fucking offensive lineman and go to the hole. But I don't see him super. I don't see any of them like super fast.
That's an unfair comparison, comparing Genty to Marcus. I mean, Marcus Allen's had a whole body of work, whereas Ashton Genty, this is just a second.
I agree with that.
It's kind of unfair.
It is unfair.
Ran a 50-yarder.
I can only compare what I've seen so far. So I hope I'm 100% wrong, and I hope Genty runs for fucking 4,000 yards and gets more yards than quarterbacks. Man, I hope that happens because last year with that shitty offensive line out of Brendan Carroll,
the all-time leading rusher is who? Emmitt Smith, right? And we know he ain't fast.
Can I ask you guys a question since we're talking about Brock Bowers?
Well, I think Genty faster than him, though.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
When's the last time we've had a tight end stick around on our roster for more than 4 seasons? Can you remember?
Todd Christensen, Miller,
Zach Miller.
Yeah. See, that's what I was going to say. I was going to say that earlier, AR. I was about to be like, we'll be lucky if we keep Brock Bowers that long.
We'll be lucky.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah. No, I'm right there with you. Because you sure as hell can believe Michael, to me personally, I don't see a world where Michael Mayer is going to be back next year. Either way, if he balls out, he's going to want to get the bag and go to another team because we're not going to give him the bag because we've got Brock Bowers. And if he doesn't perform, why would we keep him? All right. See you later. So,
and he's not about to ball out either because he might catch the ball, but he only ball out when Bowers ain't in the game.
Right. And he's gonna want his opportunity somewhere else to be more than what he has been with us, regardless of how he performs this year. So for me, this is his final year as a Raider. But to my original question, like the last time a Raider was we had a tight end that was longer than 4 years. You're having to really think back, right? And
right.
It makes you
I agree with you on
Mayer's going to be around for more than 4 years.
I think Mayer's gone too. So it's like it almost makes you like and I hate to say this as a Notre Dame fan and watch him through his whole Notre Dame career and watch him be the leader. He's always going to be second fiddle to Bowers. He's always going to be second fiddle. So, I agree. It's like, he's going to want to go somewhere else where he's going to get that opportunity. So, it's like halfway through the season, a trade will probably need to happen.
Doug Jolly or Zach Miller. Neither of those guys did it. Doug Jolly was a Raider 3 seasons. Zach Miller was a Raider 4 seasons.
Wow.
So I don't think that we had any elite tight ends in the 90s. So you're probably right. You're probably going back to the likes of Christensen and Waller was a Raider for 2018, 19, 20, 21. So that's 4 seasons. Oh wait, no. Waller had 5 seasons because he was a Raider for parts of 2022. So Waller would be the only one. But have we had anybody else?
The only one I can think is Ricky Dudley for I can only think 4 seasons.
Dudley was 4 seasons, yeah. So I think Waller is the only one.
Damn.
And even that was like 4.5 because we got him at the tail end of 2018. Yeah, crazy.
Yeah, and the only one, before him was oh shit, what was the name? Mr. Mustache. No, that's going 70s. So that was Raymond Chester and
Christensen.
Goes to the post. There you go. Thank
Dave
you.
Casper.
Christensen was like the last one.
Right.
Mr. Mustache.
So one guy in that time since that's over like 30. That's 30 what? 30 something years.
That's 40 years.
Damn.
40 years.
Waller being the only tight end we've had on our roster for an accrued 5 season. Wow, that's crazy.
That is crazy. And it makes it even more crazy that we drafted 2 tight ends back to back in a first round and a second round. And we even trade up for the second round.
That's why I get so disappointed with Michael Mayer. Sorry.
No, I was about to say, I don't think we plan on getting Brock Bowers. He just happened to fall into our lap.
He did fall in our lap.
So we just grabbed him. They got Mason Graham before. Cleveland got Mason Graham before Brock Bowers, and we was like, oh shucks, we was probably gonna go with another player, but we went with Brock Bowers because we didn't really need a tight end allegedly at that point.
Yeah, allegedly.
Well, we were hoping for Penny, at that point.
It was very basic to me. I think he's basic tight end. He doesn't give me any frills or thrills. Because even when he was starting, they was slapping him. He was getting slapped.
So here's a good story. AR, I know you know Jeff. So Jeff, me and Jeff were all about Mason Graham that year. Me and Jeff were like, we're like pumping for Mason Graham. And we go to Bakersfield, and then 805, and I'm sure both you guys know 805, and the chat knows 805.
I've met him before, Jack. I know 805.
And it's like we did the after party. It's like I'm hanging out with 805, and he's showing me all the videos on Mason Graham, and it looked fucking horrible. Like it was bad. It was like so bad. I'm like, dude. You're breaking me down, dude, because like this is the guy I want the Raiders draft. And then, it's like we end up getting, Brock Bowers. I'm like, I don't even like the pick at the time. And then Brock Bowers does what he does. I'm like, dude, I'm fucking dumb.
Well, a lot of us were ill-informed on give me a minute. Sorry, I got to get going soon. But a lot of us were ill-informed on Brock Bowers because most of us casuals who don't do only really do extensive research, if you could call it that, on prospects, didn't really do extensive research on the tight end position, being that in theory we didn't expect to go that route because we invested a high draft pick in Michael Mayer the year before. So when we picked him, a lot of us, including myself, were surprised because we didn't really know much about him. There was only a handful, and shout out to Raider Ben because he was one of them. Shout out to Westside, he was another. I don't know what your stance was at the time of the pick, Black, but the people who were in right. So you were as ill-informed as what I was. Just
I was uninformed because I didn't.
So you were on the other side of the coin. But my point being is that like there were a lot of us that were ill-informed, but were made believers soon thereafter. And I guess my stance was I wasn't so much shitting on the pick. I was surprised with it, but then real quickly when I was reacting live to it, I put it together in my head. It's like, well, there has to be a reason that they invested a first round draft pick in this guy. If we invested a second round last year, he must be good. And sure enough, he proved to be just that.
Right, he had to be.
I got to get going, gang. Thanks for having me on, Black and Jack.
Yeah, I think it's about time anyway. AR,
I gotta go.
Salute, bro. It's like it is almost 4 a.m. here in California.
All right, my brothers. I appreciate y'all. All right, Jack. Have a good one.
Hey, Black. It was good. Thank you for having me on. I appreciate it. It's good to hang out with you live.
Yeah.
And I hope to see you again, bro. And Nathan, salute.
Alfredo, thank you. Hey, Alfredo, you know I've been doing this a long time already today. And y'all gonna see me again later tonight too, so this evening. So I'm just trying to
How
get
long
to
you
it,
been
y'all.
doing this show? I've been on for like 4+ hours.
So I've been on here for probably like 4+ hours, but before that I did 2 hours, 2.5 hours.
Damn.
And then yesterday I did 3 shows, I think yesterday. I'm just trying to get out there because I'm new in the circle, so I gotta put my bid in. So when the season
Yeah.
comes, everybody, enough people being caught on.
That's one thing I will say to all the fans in the nation, man. When you see a new show, that's where before it gets too big, fucking go on those shows so the hosts know you, because that's honestly the best part. It's like you meet a new Raiders fan and they're doing a show, not knowing you're supporting them, but you can have that one-on-one conversation. You can have that conversation. When a show gets too large, then it's like they may or may not read what you say on their show. But that's what I've always loved about new content creators. It's because I can just sit there and talk to the host in the chat. Man, it could just be me and the host and nobody else. But I can just have that conversation. And, I think that's what, a lot of Raider Nation likes. It's like, man, my voice is heard. So your voice is going to be heard. And you can have that conversation with anybody, you know what I mean? Which is cool. Because, everyone's got their different opinions. We talked about a lot of different opinions tonight, which I always find fun, because if everyone agreed on the same thing, then it's boring. So I thank you again, sir, for having me on.
Yes, sir.
And I will see
we'll
you.
cross paths again.
Yeah, dude, I'll see you again, dude. It's been fun. It's like I have a good time. This is what I do.
Oh, yeah. All right, chat. Thank you guys. Have a good one. See you guys later today.
Salute. Good night.
Salute.
I'm a Raider from the Bay to LA to Las Vegas. Recipes to Al Davis.